Hello, guys, and welcome to the last day of the week for the SA DPC. We're here with an interesting matchup, Noping versus Thunder Predator. Noping really hoping for a win here because they actually managed to avoid elimination. And the Thunder Predator, they're chill with whatever, honestly. They don't really mind right now. A win would be great for them, but even if they lose, they're still top of the table, especially because Beastcoast lost to Infamous. Worst case, they get a tiebreaker for that top spot. So Thunder Predator, they're cruising. However, when I talked to the boys at Thunder Predator, they did tell me they wanted to finish the season with a complete, zero losses score. And let's see if that honor matters more than Noping's aspiration to get out of that bottom elimination. My panel, of course, Lacoste and Lyrical, as always, the starting panel for each of these two series days. Guys, I'll start with you, Lacoste. Do you have any hope for Noping for today? Do you think Noping could take on this series?
More like no hope, I would say. Definitely not, considering how well Thunder Predator were playing. They, as you mentioned, did not drop a single game. I checked every other region, and not a single team managed to do that. Like even TI winners, they still dropped the game. So very impressive by Thunder Predator. Noping, however, if they somehow win this one, it means that they're gonna stay in Division 1. If they lose, they're gonna definitely play tiebreaker because Hokori and Lava are playing against each other, and they all have the same score, 2-4. So there will be two teams with 2-5 if Noping loses, and then they will have to battle it out. Kind of hard this matchup, just by seeing how things are at the table, checking the current standings. You're pretty much playing against the giant, and not sure what they have prepared. Not sure what they did to prepare for this specific series, because when they started playing this season, their first opening was Hokori. I was covering that series. They looked good. I can't complain. And then everything from that was a downhill. The only series that they managed to win was also against SG Esports, who are currently 0-6. So no surprise there.
Yep.
I think well, I was just going to add on to that I think if you were to replay that series of Noping versus Hokori today, I think that you might end up with different results, because that was a team that definitely felt like it gained some throughout the course of the season as well. And man, yeah, you saying the Thunder Predator guys and how they're feeling about it, wanting to keep a clean record. Before you'd said that, I was thinking coming into it, like if they had lost one game throughout the entire rest of the season, I can imagine a world where they're just like, man, whatever. But when you're undefeated coming into it, there's like some of that mental edge of driving yourself, of seeing like, all right, how far can we push this? Can we make it all the way through the season? So I definitely am feeling like it's not a normal, this team is already through the best of the best situation. There's more on stake a little bit, which is always nice to see. Sad for Noping, though. It's going to be sad for them.
Okay, I see there's no faith on either of my panelists here for Noping whatsoever. Okay, I was hoping for a little bit of a storyline, or some counters, some like really hot takes.
I mean, when we see the draft, if they try to fool around too much, because from what I've seen, Thunder Predator, they tend to pick like strong heroes, the meta heroes. I think they've been also influenced by other regions, because they are not going for like some of the South American stuff. There are a couple of things that they like to play that is like not as strong and not popular in any region, I would say, where they love to run Windranger position 4. It's just, I guess, a comfort hero for them. And also they love to play Thinker. So you always need to have like some kind of vision hero that will be able to deal with Thinker, because they will second phase it, they will last pick it if they feel like it. On the other side, Noping, when they started the season, it was all about like Io Luna every single time when the two heroes were available, maybe throw in a Storm Spirit on top of that. And then at the end of the season, they started turning things around. Queen of Pain plus Treant Protector 3 times in a row so far in the DPC. They felt like they needed to change something, and they definitely did. They managed to win that one. So I guess there is some improvement from Noping. Not sure if it's enough to beat Thunder Predator.
Yeah, the one thing that I will say that stood out to me is RDO's play throughout it for Noping. And I think that There's been a couple of times where we've seen him go to some like not necessarily like unorthodox, but not always seen carries. So he ran the gyrocopter, for instance, that actually looked kind of good, even without the IO in one of the games recently that he was playing. Played a couple games of Razor that looked pretty solid, and consistently the games where he's like on these more active, or at least heroes that can have the potential to be active, like a Razor or a Bloodseeker, those types of heroes, I feel like that's where No Ping finds success. So I want to see an active hero for RDO.
Yeah. I like that you mentioned that because the joke that's been running on this panel, particularly when Bowie is here, is that the real threat for Noping of being relegated is not actually playing in Div 2, but rather losing RDO because he's getting poached. I mean, he already made it to Div 1 previously. He's been had really good standings. He's like a rising stock. And as I said, he's also been the star player in Noping, honestly.
Yeah, even in the games that they were heavily losing, he still managed to get the farm and have a really good game. So that's pretty impressive, I would say. And I would not be surprised if someone just snatches the guy and decides, we'll take him. He showed a good performance. But you said that No Ping is a long-term project, right? Where they want to like build things up. It's hard if you drop down to Division 2. There's still good competition in Division 2, and sometimes you might end up not qualifying, and then you're like, well, we spent a lot of time. Like, we spent pretty much the whole season. The first one we dropped down, we didn't qualify. In the second season to go to the Division 1, and then you still stay in Division 2 for the third season, which could happen. Like, some of the teams, I think Southeast Asia is a good example where Talon, like, they're not doing hot considering by the names, like just checking the players that they got, you would expect them to do better.
It's just like it almost feels like there's a hope element to it when you start a new season in Division 1. It's like anything can happen, particularly like with inter-regional play, like in any of these regions, right? Like weird stuff can happen and suddenly you find yourself at the major, and it's just Dota. Ooh, they're going back for this mag again. This has been popping up a little bit more often recently, paired together with Ursa a couple of times. I wouldn't mind seeing No Ping go for that eventually. They would have like incredible Roche taking potential.
They played Mag, I believe, with the Bloodseeker, and that was against Lava. They managed to win that game, but doesn't strike me as a really strong opener. Like, all right, we open up with Magnus Weaver. What are you going to do about it? Weaver, don't get me wrong, is a super strong hero, one of the better, if not the best position 4 at the moment. Can still be switched to position 5. We also seen Infamous played as position 3 a couple of days ago. When he completely popped off, he decided to go for like Spirit Vessel Aghanim Scepter 17 minutes in and just changed the game completely using time lapse on a position 5 clockwork multiple times in a team fight, which was very odd to see, but it was working. On the other side, Tidehunter Rubik, strong lane, a lot of damage early on. You need to have like a good hero. You said that Magnus plus Ursa is a good pairing, and now with the Tidehunter, Ursa makes a lot of sense to be banned out by Thunder Predator. Rubik against Fever, I think everyone knows it's really good. You always pretty much, like, no matter what you steal from the hero, it's going to feel good. You're going to aim for that Shikuchi. But if you misclick, if you get the Swarm, still good. Opens up the Roche for you on top of the minus armor from Gush. And also being able to run around the map, creep skip if they don't have enough lockdown for you. Once you steal Shikuchi, being able to kill couriers. Just some good stuff, like good matchup for Rubik for sure.
Something to point out about Rubik is that he's been a pick that, as we always say, as you just mentioned, good against Weaver. We expect a lot to play this season, but it's actually been Thunder Predator, one of the teams that's been most eager to try to push him out, especially early, right, as an answer to Weaver. So they're pretty comfortable with this pick. It's something of a comfort for Matthew. And this one of those teams that think that, undervalued, he should be picked more, and they're proving it with their play. I mean, that's why they're 6-0 after all.
Yeah, I think that this drafting and like you're sort of talking about there from Thunder Predator is really good. They're recognizing what the danger is. Like when I think about these carries that you pair together with Magnus, there's like these tiers of picks that you can go for. And to me, Ursa PA are like top 2 right now in the meta. Like there's some slower things like Anti-Mage or PL or whatever, but like these are the ones that I would want to see RDO playing, like these active cores. And then like half a tier below those is like Bloodseeker and I don't know, something else, maybe Faceless Void or whatever, which could also fulfill that role. And to me, those just feel like it's such a drop off. I almost wish, I don't know if it's too bold to go like immediately Mag Weaver, but like if you're picking Mag first, you're kind of revealing that, you're going to put one of those other heroes up there, right? Like, that they're
Yeah,
going to
yeah.
take some melee carry.
I guess what you're saying. Maybe if they like pick Magnus plus Phantom Assassin, if that's the combo they
Yeah.
wanted to go for, or Magnus plus Ursa. But I guess they wanted to have like strong position 4 that can
Yeah, that's
also be
fair.
flexed. And also, like, they ban out Phantom Assassin. Tidehunter usually loves to play into that matchup because he gets the free farm. He always has the full stick. There's just not enough damage early on to kill him. But the threat of PA plus Magnus is too strong, and they do not want to deal with that. I respect that decision. You get a free lane for Tidehunter, but in return, like, you get a PA Mag combo. Like, which one do you want to play against them? And now Morphling banned out. So they might go, like you said, that they play Gyro without Io.
Yeah.
Even though he's not like the best, I would say
It's something
empowered
that might
target.
be it.
Yeah. It might be a bit of an extra damage. Can work in the lane against Tidehunter if you want to put multiple points in Rocket Barrage, which is not something I've seen lately. You mostly want to go with the flak, but then again, you're giving Tidehunter a free lane. Okay. Not like Shadow Demon Weaver. This is most likely going to be their support duo. They don't have like reliable stun, and this Magnus, whether it's offlane or mid, is also not a low cooldown stun. So it's going to be a bit harder for them to initiate a fight with what they got so far.
Ooh, this is a lot of team fight on Thunder Predator. This, like, I don't know, 15-minute mark, if they start running around as like just this 4 combo with like Ogre showing up every now and then to Bloodlust whoever their carry is, like they're gonna bop on people. I'm super worried about no ping in that mid game.
And the amount of catch comparison when you take the two teams, right? It's just
Yeah.
How does Noping recover if the early game starts going bad? It just has to be making the play of his life. Honestly, it's a lot of pressure on Monster.
Yeah, the recovered thing that they got is Shadow Demon is the best stacking hero in the game, and you
True.
have Magnus with Empower, so that's one way to try to recover. Like Weaver with bugs can also help out. So now they need to start thinking about like what's good in the lane against the Tidehunter, possibly what's good Empower target, and BKB carrier. Like this needs to be like. I wouldn't mind seeing Razor. I think Razor's fine against both Kunkka and Tidehunter, and then you have a bit of a flex. It's also not a stun, so that's an issue because you open up with Weaver's Shadow Demon. They go with more of a old school Tidehunter counter. Spirit Siphon, get on top of them, use the Exorcism. This also gives them like a bit of a flex if they want to run Dead Prophet and Magnus. I know that they can play Magnus on the mid lane, but I would prefer if this is a Dead Prophet. Opens up the Roche for them. They have a lot of early damage from Exorcism, Empower, bugs on the Roche. So something you need to be careful about. They do ban Razor in the end. They still don't have a stun. Like it's, I'm gonna not a bit of an issue. It's a huge issue for Noping right now.
How do you solve this? Go ahead.
Well, so I don't know if you can really catch up in terms of stuns. I think you need to like commit to winning the lane super hard. Maybe you can go for one out of the safe lane, but to me at least, I think they go life stealer on no ping and just try and like ball up around this death prophet, get life stealer super duper fat on mag. It's a good matchup against Kunkka, good matchup against Tidehunter. Having magic community is just great against it, and then they're banning out these Terrorblades, like other heroes that can sort of be a late game answer and sort of knock him out. I don't know if there's another one. Like Jug is just so garbage nowadays.
This is what came to my mind after I saw Morphling ban. Whenever I see Morph ban, I'm like, yeah, it's gonna be, Life Stealer Gyro type of a game. But I don't know. I think they're in a really tough spot right now on no ping because they need to like solve a lot of issues that they've put themselves up to. Also, great Ruby game. Like they can steal whatever you steal is gonna feel good, pretty much. Whether it's a disruption, we talked about Weaver, Dead Prophet, like even Silence is gonna be okay. And look at their like overtime damage. Like it's non-existent. Shadow Demon is okay-ish, but he can't stand in a fight to use Shadow Poison on Templar Assassin. And this is a very aggressive and very early oriented lineup from Thunder Predator. Templar Assassin unlocks the Roshan even more. Bloodlust on top of that. Gush minus armor. It's a tough one. I don't usually like to say no matter what they pick, they're in a bad spot. Maybe they can surprise me. Maybe they have a little bit of cheese left, but it doesn't look good. Yeah,
you ready
What's
for
the
this?
cheese? Yeah.
We take a Veno mid, all right, or Veno off lane. Sorry, you put Mag mid, safe lane DP. You just absolutely wreck the TA. This is the play, or they go lifestealer and then like have a bad time. I'm ready for something that just
TA
super
is
hard counters.
carry. I think TA is carry, so Veno offlane, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Let's go.
I thought you were gonna suggest Darkseer, if I'm honest with you, so I'm kind of surprised here.
Yeah, every game.
It's always Darkseer for him. You can go Troll. I think Troll is a good option. It's a BKB buyer, mischance, lanes well against What? Carry Weaver.
Carry Weaver?
Yeah. Yep, there we go. Mid mag, carry Weaver, offlane DP. Oof.
That's AoE control if he lands ulti on 5 and then Magnus skewers 5-man silence. Definitely didn't expect Trent to come out as their last pick.
No.
I'm just thinking, like their top lane their offlane should be fine. They have Trent Protector, Dead Prophet. It's a lot of pressure. It's a super strong lane. A lot of survivability. They can trade well. Templar Assassin early on doesn't really do that much, so this is the lane that they need to win. Mid lane is going to be Mag against Kunkka. I've seen this exact matchup, and maybe even Analog was playing the same matchup, and he didn't do too well. Like I believe he got stunned. Kunkka just gets on top of CS. Like I believe he had like almost double CS in 6-7 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Lyrical.
I'm going Thunder
No.
Predator.
I need you, Lyrical. I need you to give me one glimmer of hope. You don't need to go for the team. One glimmer of hope here for Noping.
I think that last pick threw Thunder Predator for a loop. I think it threw us all for a loop. And the Weaver carry might do some unexpected things.
Okay. That's as far as I'll get you to go. So I appreciate that. Thank you for the effort, Gabe. We're going to go now to our casting pair, see if they see any more glimmers of hope here for Noping. See if maybe the crazy strat has worked. You know, Purge is a big fan of those, I hear. So let's take it over with Moxie and Purge.
Man, one of the things I really love about this panel is getting that stunned silence whenever something a little bit crazy happens. But what do you think, Purge? Do you have any glimmers of hope here for this draft for No Ping, or are you also on the board here with the rest of the guys?
I mean, it is kind of goofy, right? Weaver is very, very traditionally played as a support right now, even though in history it was always a core. I think the matchup against Tide can be okay. You have to be a little bit careful how you pressure him because anchor smashing the Weaver as you pass through is pretty straightforward. But with rotations, it can be good. But the biggest issue is that Magnus does not empower affect Weaver in a really strong way. Yes, he gets bonus damage, but it's stat based, and Weaver doesn't buy them stat damage items anyway. So it's going to be pretty goofy here. It's largely going to mean that Mag is just kind of playing his Dota, and he can't necessarily rely on Empower to make it as strong. So I haven't seen a team do this, but they clearly feel confident enough in the lane swap to justify it. So we'll see if it works out. Don't know, though.
Asking. I was wondering, can you theorycraft why they decided to opt for this last pick Trent?
Yeah, just because they wanted to lane swap it, I guess. They wanted something, I guess, that laned okay against the Tidehunter, most likely. In the end, it looks like the standard lanes are going to be NP, whereas on the Thunder Predator side, they're going to actually put TA in the off lane. Maybe they're anticipating this swap here. I assume maybe they're more worried about TA having a good game or something like this, but this is a little surprising to see the swap, for sure.
Get a little bit of a skirmish right off the bat here, as King Jungle's realizing that they don't have... Oh, they do indeed, actually. So, is trying to see if Matthew had skilled it up. Didn't anticipate it, and the first blood's gonna go to Matthew. So, a nice way to start this off. He's a little bit closer towards those boots.
Not terrible. Matthew's going to be able to unblock the small camp. He's going to take 5 poison damage, so he will be hurt here, but still pretty good for them. Oh, and he actually unblocks 2 camps here.
That's value.
It's nice to start the double sentry for that reason sometimes. But having no Fade Bolt is going to make his laning stages certainly worse. Because he's basically just a right click, and right click alone is not really Rubik's strength.
I feel like it's okay though, just because of the fact... I mean, yeah, you have a Death Prophet, which can be a little bit tricky for a Tidehunter, but generally Tidehunter lanes fairly well. So just... Sitting back a little bit isn't the worst here for this Rubik. I think it'd be much worse if it was less of a lane dominator sort of hero that he's paired up with.
Yeah, for sure. Death Prophet makes sense. She got Crypt Storm level 1. She can use it for last hitting, and she doesn't have the skill that makes her beat melee hero Spirit Siphon yet. So it's fine, basically. A tiny disadvantage, but once he ticks over to level 2, he'll be completely fine here. But so far, getting bullied a little bit by Tree and Protector. But last hits have been totally fine here for Oscar. Back in the mid lane, 10 last hits for Kunkka, 9 and 1 for Meg, so they're completely even. The stack did not work there, unfortunately, for Magnus. Those free stacks would be great, but he does have his bottle, and here comes Kunkka's as well, so mid lane is just very even at the moment. It's been a while since we saw mid Magnus, but it should still be fine. Your ability to farm quickly is always there, but can you turn that into plays later on? I think one good thing going for them is that they do have okay control between tree ulti, silence, skewer, things like that. If you tree ulti TA, skewer him way out of position, that's a kill opportunity there. You can counterplay with like X, I guess, but there's some potential cool stuff they can do with that there.
I feel like this is also an old classic here for Analog. He's, if memory serves, he's played quite a bit of this mid Magnus, and at some points it has been put into the off lane where he's played it as well.
A lot of pressure top. No, he's gonna live. Yeah, TA ran under tower, trying to pressure a little bit, and KJ just started slapping him with the Shadow Poison. They broke his refraction really quick. Broke a 3 stack on him, which did 96 damage extra, I think, which is okay. Yeah, the salve will keep him healed.
RDO here, taking a lot of damage, but don't have that much for the lockdown.
See if they can win the sentry battle. And back the other way.
And he's gonna be happy about that.
That's the second time that's gone back and forth there, right before that KJ cleared it. But...
Spirit Siphon coming to play, trying to slow down just enough. They need maybe one more hit. This Leech Seed doing a lot to keep Theolacor alive. He's got himself a salve, so he's actually gonna be alright. Gonna walk right back into lane.
Leech Seed's such a good spell at these like early fights. It pairs well with Death Prophet too, because it's another hero that wants to sit up there and fight even though she is ranged, so it's cool to see it leveled up. We'll see how many more points he commits to it. It's kind of variable.
It's a little bit tough for him though, because he did use the salve to escape there and to come back, but now he's sitting a little bit lower. Still has, of course, a couple tangos. He's making his way over to Analog. They know Dark Mago's over here. Look at the Shockwave back. Leech Seed's gonna heal up a little bit off of this. And Dark Mago's gonna try to just fight through. Rubik joining in though now. Very nicely done with that torrent as well. Oh, and he clips Analog, but Analog just gonna run right back down. Thanks to the fact that, you know, he is a Magnus. He's got that skewer.
Great torrent. And he was like, whatever, I was gonna skewer anyways, no big deal. I guess he didn't want to go for the skewer under tower. Maybe it was a little bit out of range, and maybe he thought he had more time, but good rotation there by Matthew to cover him.
Top lane, some moves being made here over on Pakas. Gonna just try to teleport out, but there's too much damage. King Jungles finds himself a kill, and now Pandamu's got to run away. Still has one of those bugs on him here. He's gonna have to go pop the stick. Use the Fairy Fire too, just to make sure that King Jungles and RDO don't dive hard for this.
Dude, that was an ogre with like -5 armor. That's very difficult to get, but right there it works out. The bugs are so treacherous, even against these high armor heroes like Ogre Magi. Yeah, King Jungle's been doing a great job. I just feel like we've seen a little bit more success lately with Shadow Demon 5. That getting that like 5-stack poison against these offlane or whatever heroes laning against you just seems like a really big advantage right now. no conventional counter like a Spirit Breaker, but it's Shadow Demon just seems good, frankly.
This also lends itself to, you know, some of the former patches we've been seeing a lot of like stacking sort of meta coming in as well. So being able to utilize him in that manner. Anything that you can utilize in various positions. Bottom lane, it's like they're going to try to make a little bit of a play here. Matthew getting punched down by Theolicore, throwing out that high five. He's getting a little greedy for this though. Have to be a bit careful. It's tanky. Oscar, you know, is just going to throw out a gush. They still are holding on to the Fade Bolt. He's Leech C, try to keep alive a little bit more, and he's wasting a bit of time. Throwing out that Nature's Grasp. It's a slow chase here. It's another gush over onto the Trent Protector. But eventually, they'll finally get him.
It took a lot of mana, but they do eventually get him. Okay. It's going to stack the creep waves up, which means that's going to push towards the tower. It's also about time for Monster here to do a pull off of a stacked large camp. So this just feels excellent for No Ping, even though he ends up dying there. Totally fine. Denied creeps that Oscar is not going to get to in time. Creep wave's going to push. As long as he doesn't let him stack back. Ooh, this could be a kill on Oscar actually now.
As he pops his stick, he's actually going to be alright.
The neutrals helped out a little bit.
Yeah.
You just slap him when he's disabled. He's like, he looks fine.
Though, making his own rotation here. He's got the X mark spot. He's got the boat. Gonna be coming in hot here. There's a land over on the death prompt. You have to be careful though, because we are seeing the Magnus making his way over. They've already taken down Monster though. I'm not sure if they really want to go for this. But Tanky gonna just continue to put some pressure on this lane. And they end up losing their offlaner and getting a TP from the side of No Ping. So they've got to be feeling pretty good about that on Thunder Predator.
Yeah, not bad at all. Dark Mongo had to like really do that perfectly there with the phase in to get that level when X marks the spot, but enough burst damage is going to be the solution against DP. She didn't have 3 points in Spirit Siphon. I don't know if that would have saved her or not, but either way, good pressure. Pakaz currently catching up a little bit, just taking over to level 6 at the moment. His laning stage was a little bit iffy, but now he's ahead in terms of net worth, doing better than Weaver. Got about 10 extra last hits. And Pandamu is going to go unblock the Tri-Camp as well, so that'll allow Pakaz to end up clearing that a moment later as well. So things look great for Thunder Predator. 1k gold advantage, and they are winning like we expected as the series started.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to stay undefeated, but I'm going to try to put a little damage over here onto Analog and pop the trap. He's got plenty of that negative armor on him because, ooh, good disruption coming out from King Jungles. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive, though? Because turning back around has attention over onto King Jungles, pops the refraction here, throws out some dust on top of it. Because will be able to get the kill. It's not looking great for him now, though, as he is forced to run away. They'll pop another trap. That Meld Strike does so much here as it follows up with the Gush. That's a kill on Theolicore. Analog now is just forced to run away. It looks like they even... Oh, there's a neutral item on the ground. It looks like they used the...
Ooh, that's a good one.
Reverse polarity at some point, and now they've just moved Oscar to this mid lane, and it's hard to push into a Tidehunter if they decide they want to stay there.
Yeah, it sucks losing an Ocean Heart here when you're low HP like this. It's a great way to stay survivable in the lane. But he is going to slow down the push a little bit, clearing the creep waves, just normal right-click stuff. He's going to go Echo Saber on Mag just to up his damage a little bit. We saw him empower his first melee here in that last fight. It was Trent Protector. Didn't make much of a difference, but he does punch hard.
Yeah, he felt pretty cool, though, in that moment. Exorcism just ending as they're going to chase after Matthew. Mako is here, though. It's a little bit of a bait as they get the X off again over onto Monster. Good disruption that coming out from King Jungles will ensure that Mako cannot land the boat.
Yo, that's a good emote. A little horse deer thing. Did you see that?
I think that's a dog.
Okay. Yeah, probably a dog. You're probably right. Yeah.
Horse deer thing.
Horse deer. Horse deer dog.
You live in an area that has nature, dude. Like, and you have a dog.
My dog doesn't look like that, let me tell you.
That would... Poor Tango. This is
The more I
also
look at it, the more I don't know.
A lot of time here for RD. I mean, that's the question, is whose emote is that? Because they could probably tell us, right?
We'll never know. Oh, you think it's in one of the fan bundles, maybe?
It's gotta be, right?
No? It doesn't look like the normal emote quality, I gotta say. So I could definitely see a fan bundle. But it's good because it's bad. It's one of those, for sure.
Reminds me of the Vira Lata Caramelo.
No idea what you said.
Okay, so that's a Brazilian team. It used to have a really derpy, terrible team logo, and it was just this caramel dog, basically, because every Brazilian knows one caramel street dog.
I see.
Yeah, it's a whole joke. It was great though, because it was literally like, it looked like somebody just found an image on Google and cropped it just a tiny little bit. Oh, it was wonderful. You'd see it competing in these tournaments for large amounts of money.
I see.
You'd just be like, what?
Well, for now, Monster is going to continue his net worth gain. He's doing a pretty decent job for this offlane, despite dying once. His exorcism that he used earlier was used to damage the tower heavily, but Tide is going to continue defending this the best that he can. It's getting a bit low, though. No hood just yet for him. He wants Soul Ring with the phase boots to get more mana pool, but now it's easier to gank him, but they haven't had the opportunity yet. Everybody's just hitting creeps for now. But the major issue is that Weaver's just not farming that fast. He's got Empower right now, but it's a 36% damage increase. That's like 24 damage. Who gives a shit? It's not doing that much. You know, the cleave is really where the magic comes from in power.
Haste being used here from Dark Mago. They had their eyes on RDO for a little bit, because they even have the Shikuchi over on Matthew. They'll get the boat. Nice disruption again from King Jungles, though. Is it going to be enough to save time? Lapse goes up. They'll turn it right back around to get the overgrowth coming out. Dark Mago is not feeling too great with 4 heroes collapsing upon him, so pressure to keep him alive over here. Very difficult, but Matthew should be able to escape this. Does have the Shikuchi that he stole earlier. It took 4 heroes to take this guy down. A little bit of a denial here from Pakaz. And bottom lane, the second exorcism coming out from Monster ensures that they get themselves an objective off of that as well.
Yep, and that's an important one, because once Monster gets Yules, he can better cover himself against an X combo. He doesn't have to rely on King Jungle making all these epic saves that he's been making so far. It's so important that you shut down this momentum from Kunkka like this, and he's done an excellent job doing that. But Thunder Predator's putting the pressure on now. Their offlaner is now coming to the mid lane to beat it down. He's got 3 points in Kraken, so he's going to tank this for quite a while.
Yeah,
like
the
half
living
the tower
armor is
damage.
nice, but if they decide that they want to commit for it, which it feels like with the Tidehunter, right, you kind of want to just throw his body here in the mid lane, put some pressure down. It's going to be difficult for them to keep this tower alive, Monster. Gonna get hit with some of this nuke here. The follow-up, though, they found themselves King Jungles. They've had enough of the fact that he's been able to save so many people. But the follow-up's wave coming through. Nope, they'll still end up losing King Jungles. They'll lose the tower. And Panda and Matthew, seeing what else they can find here.
Yeah, big mistake on King Jungles. He cannot be the guy that gets gone on first. They even had a ward of spotting the enemy heroes coming, but yeah, they got vision of him. When they walk to the high ground, he gets gushed and thrown back, and easy kill. See if they can get a response
They want
kill.
Oscar here. Oscar, though, is going to get ticked down. The falling Pandamu taking a lot of damage. Again, when you have this many heroes jumping on top of you, and you're a lowly little 5 support, probably not going to survive that. Not without a miracle.
Alright, so back to normal. Only 1k gold disadvantage at the moment, which is fine. One upside to how the game is going is that in a lot of ways they have lots of damage over time stuff. So they do have some solutions to TA in the mid game. But outside of living armor to provide armor for their teammates, they will be a little vulnerable to physical damage. Maybe not so much Magnus. He doesn't have an armor talent. Can't remember if he used to. But the person that's mostly going to be vulnerable is probably Death Prophet. She usually has a mix of like HP, mana regen items. It usually takes a lot of time for her to end up picking up an armor item, so she's the one that's going to be vulnerable there. Mystic kill, sorry. I'm sure you caught that.
Yeah, I was watching it. They went in for the Expo combo. King Jungles again coming out with a nice disruption, but still not enough to save the Treant here, so. See, they're smoked up, they're on the hunt, they know that Monster's here, and they're looking to just exorcise just a witch here, so Monster gets blown up again. That is 4 heroes making this rotation, 5 actually. Not everybody hitting the Death Prophet at the time, but I was laughing because I know how much you like, what's the word? Not harp, but whenever there's a lot of like negative armor on a team, you're always just like, man, a casual plate mail. And I was like, oh, is it gonna be a plate mail game again? Like, where
it probably is. I mean, they've got Gush and they've got TA, so it's a lot of physical damage. But in the same vein, a BKB would have saved the Death Prophet as well, because then she could just run away.
Oh, for sure.
After
There
getting
was
lifted,
I don't know. There
potentially,
was a
but-
lot of people though there.
There were, yeah, but
all 5 of them.
It would definitely would have been tough, but hypothetically, if she BKBs before the Ravage hits, hypothetically, then she could potentially get away. She used the Tide instead to buy some time, but everybody had rotated so effectively on Thunder Predator. They're just doing a great job coordinating. That's really the style that they're using to win so many games. Is that when they do make rotations, they collapse together.
All right, the Ravage is going to get used by Oscar just so he can run away here.
All right. I don't think that's too bad for No Ping.
I think they're fine with... I think No Ping's okay with the fact that, you know, Rupture got it used there, but also... I also feel like Thunder Predator's okay with it too, because they're really just starting to climb ahead with this net worth lead.
Yeah, for sure. On the bright side, basically means Thunder Predator can't even think about starting Roche in the next minute or two while Ravage is coming off cooldown. They don't want to get it contested. But with that said, they could definitely get a kill somewhere. Pick off one hero, then take the 5v4 advantage. That's an option as well. But for now, just content getting less hits, and once Tide gets Ravage again, maybe we'll see them go for a fight and Roche, or just take Roche. Well,
RDO's, he's doing
not even going boots.
I mean, he's got to get the damage going here. He's got a lot of responsibility on his shoulders in this game. Smoke on smoke action. Pakas front and forward here. Nice RP though coming out from Analog, grabbing over onto 3. They'll fall with the overgrowth, but the rest of the team, there's a big boat coming in. King Jungles with the save at the last minute here. It's going to be quite enough though. The BKB gets popped over Dark Mago. Analog's taking so much of it. They'll lose King Jungle, they'll lose Analog, and they've got all these ghosts coming out here from Monster. They'll end up losing Pakas. It's looking like a not great fight here for No Ping, although they did manage to take down Pakas. Pandamoo, the 5 left behind here, is just gonna get chased down by all the ghosts. Dark Mago thinking about going back in again. You see RDO, they want this Weaver, but there it is. The X coming back up into the torrent, into the dust. They should have enough damage. It should be a dead bug. Dark Mago gets the kill. Fieldcourt's teleporting on, and so is King Jungles. They know Matthew's over here, but he's got the Shikuchi. Oh no, the Crypt Swarm coming at the last second. We'll be able to find the kill. Now Dark Mago, he's daunting his way out of here. He knows that they don't have very good lockdown here at all. So he's going to be able to walk away. Oscar was just farming a camp over here. All right.
I mean, that fight looked so good for No Ping at the start of it. That instant triple RP. They got a little damage follow-up, but there just wasn't that much is the problem. They needed like Death Prophet to be there to pop Exorcism the same time that the RP lands to follow it up with like a 3-man Crypt Storm for that fight to feel good. It looked so good, but there just wasn't any damage follow-up, and this might just be the story that continues as the game goes on. Even like Weaver attacking the Ogre at the end felt really pathetic, genuinely. He's attacking this guy, and I'm like, oh, this is a farmed carry versus an Ogre? Nah, it didn't do much. Just with 9 armor. He's got, I mean, Ogre does have quite a few defensive items. Cloak, Fluffy Hat for a typical Ogre in this position. But I think it's going to take a long time for Weaver to feel like a carry with his Sange. He's got a Yasha queued up, which is a good itemization. Give him HP to limit the stuns from affecting him. But the problem is that his he just can't spend that much on damage, raw damage items. That's usually Weaver's problem, that he has to do this hybrid build, and he just doesn't carry as hard as other carries can.
And the Roche pit over on the side of Thunder Predator. They realize that they're strong. Analog, though, finding himself a couple heroes, but it doesn't matter because they've already picked themselves up an Aegis. Oh dear, they just pop Analog. The blink forward here coming out from Oscar. He's got the Ravage. Will connect over onto 2 with the boat. The old course toast. Monster, he's gonna buy himself a couple more seconds here without Yules, but it's a double kill now for Oscar.
This is that perfect time against DP, where like TA has Deso and a 1 or 2 items. He's got Bloodlust as well to make it worse, and he's just so effective against the Death Prophet because Death Prophet can't stop somebody from killing her in 3 seconds. She wants to delay that until like 6 to 10. That way she can get multiple Spirit Siphons off.
King Jungle's thinking that he was gonna make it out, hiding behind the tree. Unfortunately, Oscar knew exactly where to blink.
Alright, so now they firmly control the map. 8k gold advantage, Aegis on TA. As she pressures, she buys a Yasha up for her next item. Going to be going for Manta Style. That way she doesn't have to worry about the tree ulti anymore. Great solution there. But the map control's overwhelming right now. They haven't taken a tier 2, so the shrine is still here, so No Ping can defend their jungle a bit, but based on how they've been positioning, no Sakuchi on Weaver or on Rubik right now, but he does have Skewer if he needs to get out.
Analog is trying to make a play over onto Panda, not going to be able to quite connect that skewer. They do realize, though, that they're split right now, right? Because Oscar's over in the bottom lane, Dark Mago was also in the bottom part of the Radiant jungle, so that was the time for them to try to make something happen. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to catch anything.
Yeah, I think that's why Pandamu the Ogre ran in there. It's because he knew that his team was a little bit vulnerable, so he tossed the Ignites just to spook his opponents. And I don't know if they saw Oscar at the time. He was hitting the creeps in the jungle, so it's possible they didn't know he was there. There go for a gank.
A little bit of a triangle thing coming out here. The disruption save again from King Jungles. He's been on point, but no. Oh, this is not looking good for Analog. He's just gonna melt to that Deso.
I mean, he's got a Ring of Aquila, which is quite a bit of armor, and he had tree armor on him, and he still died so fast.
It's just so difficult. King Jungles, look at this Oscar just blinking forward. Saying, let me at him. Dark Mago, they want this too. They just go running right into that high ground. They haven't even taken the tier 2 yet. The Predator realizing that they are definitely in the driver's seat right now for this game. The 10k net worth lead, they still have that Aegis for another 2 minutes and like 20-something seconds. No Ping is trying to hold on for dear life right now, Perch.
Yeah, they are, but it's not looking so great. This role swap had some validity. RDO's KDA is great. It's 4-1 and 2, but the problem is that his net worth is being absolutely eclipsed by what the Pakaz is doing, and this is just the reason we don't see Weaver carry that much.
So how much of this is just No Ping maybe adjusting too hard to what Thunder Predator had going on, or?
Maybe it is them adjusting to their opponent's lineup. And there was some potential for it to look good, but they get Pakaz.
That was scary for Analog there.
Still Aegis though.
They still have. They got the torrent. They have to be very careful. The jump forward is there's the Ravage. Analog will melt. Monster pops the Exorcism. They're thinking about going back in here for a fight. Silence getting tossed out, but no, they're gonna back off over on the side of No Ping, and that is an Exorcism now that they're not gonna have for the next time they decide they want to go high ground.
Yeah, that's really, really rough. And again, the Living Armor is doing a really good job providing safety against the TA, but the TA mixed with so many stuns and the fact that they're winning and they have decent range, it just feels really easy for them to go in and poke their opponents in these moments.
Monster, on the move, they break the smoke. The stun off, Silence will land over onto the Ogre. Pakaz turns back around, starts slicing through the Core. Looks like Panda was actually going to survive this. Pakaz is doing so much damage. They managed to find the kill now. Over onto the Core again. King Jungle's trying to fight just a little bit more time, but they have the blink over on Pakaz. Ooh, 2 hits. 1 mighty meld strike. That is a dead Shadow Demon, and the hunt is still on. Dark Mago says, you don't have Exorcism anymore. You've used pretty much your entire kit. Let us send you to the grave. But the Essence Ring and the Yules find just a bit more time. But eventually, her fate was foretold. That's a dead Death Prophet.
It's just so hard for them to fight into these guys. I just feel like one of the issues with Magnus as a mid-hero is that his side lane gank is so ineffective compared to a lot of other mid-heroes. Like, you need to max out in power so that you farm fast, but then you don't have that many points in Skewer or Shockwave, so you don't have good nuke damage there. And then Reverse Polarity at level 1 does 75 damage, so how are you supposed to effectively like pressure side lanes as a hero? He hit creeps pretty fast, but ever since then he's been dying.
I mean, it almost feels a little bit like he's too much of a jack of all trades with this hero right now. Like, there's just too many things that he needs to do in the position that they're trying to run him as.
It's possible.
Aegis does get reclaimed over on Pakaz, so a little bit more breathing room here for No Ping. They don't have to worry about I mean, Pakaz is pretty crazy anyways, but probably not going to be as aggressive as he tends to be without an Aegis.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have very much to worry about this game, I don't think. Now that he has Manta, he's got great solutions against their main disable other than RP. If he does get RP, I don't know, they're still pretty freaking far ahead right now. 17k gold advantage. I mean, he's got 5,000 more than the next closest hero, so he's a full Manta up on his opponents. And Weaver hasn't progressed since his finishing his Yasha, which feels like he's been building this for a very long time.
Dude, Pakaz is basically the net worth difference if you look at what he's got going on here. That's hard. That's hard.
And he's got Bloodlust too, which just makes his hero more mobile, better attack speed. It's got Brigand's Blade, which looks like a Deso. That's got to be combo efficient.
You know, it's on point, but they'll go for the RP, the skewer back because of silence. They should be able to take down the TH. They got the reflection. No, it's still going to be a dead Templar assassin. Rest of the team not prepared for that. As they use the exorcism, they use the RP. Rest of Thunder Predator is just going to back off now.
Channeling Team Spirit.
Here.
Skewer them into the base. That's or out of the base. In that case, perfect timing there. He ends up dying easily. If he's got BKB, maybe he can survive that one. Because then you could maybe get out of the base a little bit quicker. But gets blown up, and that's going to give No Ping some time to recontrol the map. Actually get some last hits. Is this going to really be that much acceleration, though? I'm not so sure. Monster got the kill. Weaver's catching up a bit, but in a moment, TA will be back up. There's no objectives they can get out of this. Tier 2, or Roche isn't up yet, so decent for No Ping, but...
They can push out a little bit, which is good, because there are going to be some more neutral items coming in. Analog, though. They pop the trap. TA's not up for another 18 seconds, but they're just going to try to make some damage. Even go for the Ravage play. Oh, man. Oscar wants his kill on Analog. Steer forward. Doesn't matter. Oscar finds his kill. And Tandamu is looking to find some more here, because now Dark Mago joining in. They'll use the Overgrowth. Monster, really tanky, has that Essence Ring on top of it, but still struggling to stay here. As now Dark Mago, he had popped up EKB, the nice steal here. Follow up, and Monster will eventually fall. RDO cannot afford to go down here. They have the dust, they have the vision, they have the X. A little bit of a save here again, coming out from King Jungles. He has been on point with all of these, but it's not going to be enough. RDO will fall, and they may need to use some buybacks.
Matthew instantly blinks in to hit that range barracks.
He's ready.
Yeah.
He's ready, man.
I mean, even if they hadn't lost the Magnus here, RP was still on cooldown for 20 seconds, so they might as well force the buybacks. They're going to get so far behind from this, or they're just going to let it go. I'm surprised they haven't bought back yet.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess they're... All right, they do buy back. He's going to be back up in a moment, so go. They'll take out the entire mid. They'll take out the tier 4s.
This is a lot of gold. 300 gold to everybody on Thunder Predator they got from those 2 tier 4 towers.
How close are we to the last hurrah here on the side of No Ping?
I mean, it's got to be close now, right? There's a buyback from Death Prophet. She's got very efficient items. She did get the casual plate mail, by the way. Good choice. But now it comes down to Thunder Predator defending the map and making sure they can be the ones to take Roche. They do see that it's spawned. Shard is available. That's a comeback opportunity for No Ping. If they can win a fight, get Roshan, distribute the Shard to somebody. That one probably goes to the old mag, give him the horn toss.
Man, Perch, that was a good opportunity where you could have used your voice line there with Death Prophet picking up the plate mail.
That's true. Would have been good.
Missed opportunity.
It's too late.
Too late now. But yeah, you can see the way that No Ping, they're trying to get out of their base here. They've got to know that Roche is the next objective. But the problem is, how do you get in there? How do you set this up? They have so much vision with these TA traps. You can see they're throwing out some shadow poison, throwing out the bugs. They're trying not to hard commit on this. The smoke play comes out from Thunder Predator. They know exactly where they are. They do have the BKB now on Magnus. See how wide of a swing they take here.
I mean, it'll help. He doesn't have to worry as much about getting ravaged or chain disabled by Kunkka if he gets caught, but still a spooky moment.
It's a very spooky moment. Okay, they drop the ward. They know they're there. They jump forward with that stall and Overgrowth followed up with a Ravage. It's beautiful. Take down King Jungles. They take down RDO almost instantly. The Olicore next to fall. The buybacks are coming out. Monster not looking great. Already popping that exorcism. Trying to stay alive. Trying desperately not to fall, but he is going to die here. As Rubik has stolen himself some nice exorcism. Some ghostly ladies. Oh my word. That ward, the second it got placed, the rest of the team, they were ready. And that was one hell of a steal, I have to tell you.
Yeah, that's a great one. They basically forced No Ping to react in a way they didn't want to. They had to solo RP the TA with Refraction up while BKB is active on Magnus. That's not the jump they want. And now it's just, the throne's going to fall surely. We'll see.
It's going to be close. They don't have an RP, though. Come forward here from Analog, just trying to push someone back into the base, but it's not going to be quite enough as over the back lines. RDO, he cannot afford to die here again. Good time slaps, buy some more time, but you know what, Thunder Predator, they've got their eyes on the prize. Well, Dark Mago's running into the base, but you know, Pakaz gets himself a double kill, and the GG gets called.
We saw the LGD counter to Magnus there at the end. Tries to skewer him somewhere. Nope, you lift him, the skewer ends. It didn't work out at TI, but it works out here. Not that it mattered. But great plays by Thunder Predator. won the laning stage by a small net worth advantage, and then they just crushed the map repeatedly with lots of ganks, and they kept Noping on the back foot.
What do you think Noping could have done to kind of offset this? Was it just a little bit of a drafting error right off the bat, or?
I mean, Magnus is a bit goofy. Death Prophet is fine as an offlaner. Magnus can work okay as a mid, but you need to like combo RP into something else. And the follow up this game was Overgrowth, basically, and a ranged core. It's not ideal, right? Weaver core is not ideal. Pairing Magnus with the ranged core is not ideal. There's no follow up for RP other than Soul Catcher. That's it. That's a struggle. Silence from Death Prophet. These are like good abilities at times, but like landing them in AoE is fine, but not going to win you a fight. If they had like Split Earth or like Light Strike Array or something, that's where the magic happens. 3-man stun into 3-man stun. By the time they get unstunned, they're all at like 20% HP. Winning fights like that is the way to go, but it's so hard to do that against a very polished team like Thunder Predator.
All right. Well, you heard Purge. It seems like just a little bit too much of a mismatch going on with some of these spells. And hopefully, Noping can bounce back in game number 2. But before we go to that, we're going to throw it to our panel.
I think Perch described that match perfectly. Just not ideal for Noping. I think that's the name of the match. That's the nicest way to put it for them. Once Thunder Predator got online, particularly once TA hit her timing, there was just zero chances. I like that they talked about crushing the map, because something Thunder Predator does very well. You guys talked about this when they were fighting against King of Kings, and that was pretty hype as well. But frankly, I didn't really see a game for Noping. You know.
Yeah, it was a rough one, definitely. Yeah. Also, the way they utilized the last pick, I think in this situation, really doesn't matter. Like, if you are the one to choose whether you want to have like a first pick or the last pick, or you're choosing a side, if you're gonna last pick Trent, it doesn't really matter. Like, this is not such a pick. Like, this hero is not like particularly good against anything. It's mostly about the laning stage. I'm not sure what the big picture was. I mean, this is a clear outdraft. It's easy for us to say one team is better because they have better draft and they won.
That's not what I sound like.
No, I wasn't trying to imitate you. It's
I'm just kidding.
That was winter.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where this one was clearly it. Also, like the laning stage, this team doesn't have like much experience when it goes like past the laning stage. They're all over the place. Laning stage wise, we see that from like lower division teams that are not tier 1 material, where they can play even in the first 10 minutes, and then like what happens after. Players overall, like across all other regions, got better at knowing how to lane, how to play properly, but when it comes down like what happens after that, this is the struggle for most of the teams.
Well, and I think that one of the clearest ways to see that is that in Noping's case, they take that bottom tier 1 tower, right? And then who is their offlaner that sort of inhabits that area? They have the Death Prophet, but she can't really play down there. So it was kind of just like somebody would show up when the creep wave got to the tower. If you think about like either a Beastmaster or like a Veno, like we had talked about, or you know, a Darkseer, whatever any of the hero ends up being in that offlane role, you're like pushing out that lane constantly, and then, you know, putting that pressure on, and then you can sort of back out, farm out the rest of the camps. That wasn't really happening. They ended up taking fights in their own jungle a couple of times.
And we can see the difference in terms like understanding also what needs to be done, adjusted in the laning stage. Thunder Predator, great understanding. I said Treant Protector plus Death Prophet should be a strong lane. They should win that lane. But what Thunder Predator does is they swap Templar Assassin to the off lane and just play it from there. And there was like no rotation from Noping. I think in this situation you're forced kind of to DP rotate, walk and rotate, try to swap lanes a little bit, because it doesn't work. Also, they didn't have good heroes against Templar Assassin, nothing that can take the refraction off easily. There was also one of the issues, also no stuns. And also no combo. They also had range hero, which is paired up with mag, so you don't get the benefit from it. You just get the damage, you don't get the cleave.
Right.
A lot of things that don't add up. Like, these are some small things when we talk about it that can be easily fixed by picking relatively different heroes. It doesn't necessarily need to be like, wow, this is the only hero that they can pick. to win the game,
Mhm.
but definitely they need to improve. Like Thunder Predator, I don't think we can say anything about them other than praise them, because how they played, general understanding of the game, the macro, everything is on point. Like Pakash and Dark Magoo on TA and Kunkka, they were all over the place. One thing, Awa, you're gonna ask if we, get the interview once TP wins 2-0 is why SNY on Kunkka. Because this is something
Ooh.
that I've seen, I think,
Okay.
once or twice. And like we were sitting in our green room, no one can decipher like why is that better over like getting Heaven's Halberd. So if we get the chance to talk to him, that'd be good. Like that'd be good to know.
Right. I'll ask for like Mago. Lyrical, any closing
There you
thoughts
go.
before we go to a quick break?
I just wanted to shout out Matthew. Like we talked about the lack of stuns in this game, and that allowed him to play so free. And we saw so many clutch steals, and it turned what otherwise would have been like maybe
Clutch
a
steals? You mean stealing kills with Fade Bolt?
Well, killing steals is fatal, but also he stole Exorcism, he stole Overgrowth twice. Like when there's no stuns in the game, he's able to play so free. And like he took full emphasis of that. He took full control over the game, and he turned what otherwise might have been like a long and arduous one into a really quick game number one with like nothing left behind. So Matthew, shout out to you. Absolutely destroyed.
Thank you, guys. We're gonna see if Noping is capable of resetting for the second game, and maybe not 2-0. You know, maybe they get a one game of the series. We're gonna have to see. For now, we're gonna take a small break, and then we'll be back with the number 2 between Noping and Thunder Predator. See you guys then. Game 2 between the Thunder Predator and Noping about to begin. Noping looking pretty strong. Sorry, Noping looking to reset. Ignore that, Lyrical. There was no mute or anything. Noping looking to reset this game 2, hoping for a different draft, hoping for some better plays. And they already started with a pretty strong opening. Full team fight, maybe not the stuns we were looking for, but stronger than before, which is Magnus Phoenix. Not a combination we've seen. I know EU is a fan of Axe Phoenix. Mars Phoenix is very popular. What are you guys' thoughts on the Magnus Phoenix? Is this a better opening than last time with Magnus Weaver?
I don't think so. I think it's pretty similar. They're doubling down on a team fight with Phoenix.
Yeah.
So Phoenix is also a good way to counter-initiate a fight. With the egg, Tidehunter and Batrider, they're really not good at hitting the egg, and they have a good way of protecting the egg so far with just the Magnus. But also on the other side, there is a Tidehunter so far, like no control for him, so he can get the Ravage off easily. Pretty much the same bans from Thunder Predator, banning out. Last time they banned Phantom Assassin, Faceless Void, and Ursa. So maybe they just do the same thing, like ban out PA and get that covered.
I was going to say, like, at the end of the last game that, like, I felt like that was the biggest, like, blunder in the draft, was not taking those at the very start, because it felt like the rest of their draft had to be piecemealed together, and they ended up swapping the Weaver into, like, a carry role. They do leave the PA in the pool. Like, if No Ping have any idea of, like, wanting to run that, like, I really hope that they take it now, because I just think that, like, it at least gives you a win condition, right? Like, if you're running around with, like, the sort of weird flexing carry at the end, and then you end up picking a Trent last, like, that only happens because they don't have their carry, like, sorted and their combos sorted out. Like, then they ended up getting the worst parts of the Weaver flex and the worst parts of the Magnus build all at once, and they also didn't have any team fight in it. So I just hope they take PA here.
Again, no real stuns, no way to start a fight.
Right.
If this is a mid laner, again, Magnus, he's not active. He's definitely not active. Something like Void Spirit, Puck type of a hero, considering both heroes don't have any kind of silence or lockdown. Sounds pretty good.
So, if back to you, Lyrical, if the PA gets picked, though, or rather, if it gets left in the pool, isn't that a sign, though, that Thunder Predator has something prepared, or they don't think the PA is that powerful? Like, wouldn't you be falling into that trap, perhaps?
I think that that's my read of it is that they think that Ursa is the more dangerous option, which I kind of agree with. Okay. And then they don't want to have to deal with the mass team fight from Faceless Void Chrono with all this other stuff. And then the other worry is, okay, if you get an RP off late game, you can just win by pressing R or pressing Cataclysm with Invoker. So they're saying that that's less of a worry. But I am just thinking that, like, I wouldn't mind if Thunder Predator here just took the PA themselves and just said, we're not going to give it to you.
I would love to see. I said Puck, sorry. Once again, they have no lockdown. I don't know. It feels like... I mean...
I'm with you, absolutely. Yeah.
You play a game and you lose very hard. Like, it was a difficult game for them. I think they can understand, like, where the difficulties came from, and that was mostly the draft. Because they couldn't play aggressive Dota. They couldn't, like, make any aggressive moves. One of the reasons why, like, 10-15 minutes into the game, they were okay. They had Trent, they had, like, Mag RP, and they could hold together. Their team fight was relatively strong, but they were counter-reacting to what Thunder Predator is doing, and they might be forced to do the same thing again. Like, even if you, let's say, win laning stage, you're 3-4k goal ahead, your heroes are still very hard to just go in and gank. Like, your best play so far is going to be Blink Skewer.
Yeah, into... Maybe they buy Meteor Hammers this time. You know? That's the way to do it.
Yeah, that seems like a reliable stud, right? You just have to hope they stay there for 2.5 seconds.
They know already. Heavy magical damage, Morphling against PA, like this is just a trap that they're setting up, because it's a good matchup for Morphling. Like, you get to that E-Blade, you're super tanky. Phantom Assassin is physical damage. She doesn't have any way of, like, dealing through you. They have no silences. They have no burst damage, so he will always be able to get the Morph off.
It's looking rough. Well, so the other thing that I'm a little bit worried about here is, like, this combination of three heroes that No Ping has. Yep. Which one of Weaver and Phoenix is going to be the 5? Or is it just going to be another core Weaver? And it's going to be, like, offlane Weaver? Are they going to try carry Weaver again? Like, it feels very strange to me, that support combo. So it kind of tilts their hand that this can't really be both supports.
I would say it's a good Phantom Lancer game, but they still have no stuns. So it's great against Morphling, great against Ogre, Batrider. Not so much in the lane against Tidehunter, but after you get like 2-3 items, you should be okay. It's just No Ping, they have their own way of thinking. Like they're like in the zone. They didn't. I feel like they did not leave the house for a very long time, and they don't know what's going outside. So they're just like playing the games inside. That's how I would describe it.
Okay.
Like Morphling doesn't care too much about Bloodseeker either. So still not a good matchup against Morph. They don't have any counters yet.
So the Bloodseeker gets picked instead of the PA, right? Is a Bloodseeker, can't that be a bit better against Morphling? You have the mixed damage with a Maelstrom.
Sure,
You can go for
I
Shard.
mean,
right?
maybe they're thinking because it's a good thing that Morphling almost always plays on like 20% HP, which means that Bloodseeker will have a good
Also
time
true.
in the lane.
Yeah.
The Shard also can be kind of nifty if you're switching
Yes.
over to Strength form. That part is pretty nice as well.
And
So
Maelstrom
think
is great against them as well.
Yeah, I think it's a better matchup against Morph than PA for sure. You're still going to be trying to get into a quick BKB and get around and fight. And now the only question is, are you going to be able to sort of survive the laning stage? And that's the one that might cause some issues. I wouldn't even mind seeing like a Tidehunter 5 again, and then run like Batrider Core, or like swap it up and do Batrider Tide together, or Ogre Batrider together, and then try and run that against Bloodseeker. I don't know if it's more like it's going to be the mid bat actually though, isn't it, Magu?
Yeah. Remember
it
when
says that
Batrider's
now,
stick in a palm was like amplified by fire spells? We tried. We tried
Oh,
to beat
that brief
Pokemon
patch.
long time ago.
Yeah.
And then just said like, nah, we're not going that route.
Charmander. Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for
Yeah,
responding to
I
my
was
joke.
thinking like who's Charmander. Like I know all of them. Like all right, that's the level 1 Charizard
Fire Lizard.
pretty much. Yeah, but like he's not a good Pokemon.
Yeah, what a
He's just-
swing and a miss there. Jeez, that was rough.
He's just there to evolve into the Big Daddy.
Yeah.
What does the deal aspect here for Thunder Predator? What are you looking for the 4 here, Matthew? I mean, do they need
I think-
anything, honestly? Can they just play with these 4 heroes and still win? Because
I think Earth Spirit is a good one, a bit of a silence,
Okay.
something that can jump Phoenix Weaver. Also, like Tusk unlocks a bit more Roche with just a tag team Ogre Bloodlust and Morphling. I think is fine. I would prefer like Earth Spirit because it gives them a bit more control.
If they do the 4 here, I wouldn't mind seeing an ET. I think that could be kind of cool too. Amp up the magic damage some more. Give the some good scouting because they're kind of lacking that a little bit right now. I guess Batrider does it to some extent. But yeah, I like our Spirit a lot as well. Either one of those is nice.
I mean, it does suck against Bloodseeker a bit, though, right? But I guess at this point you have to rupture the whole enemy team, right? So I guess
Right.
Earth Spirit at this point, at least he tanks a rupture.
Either that or I'm okay with something like Dark Willow. I don't remember
I like
them
that.
playing it, but
Matthew does play Dark Willow, but they might not favor it too much.
Choose your hero.
Interesting.
That's catch, right? That's something.
Yeah. I love
Yeah.
this draft way more than last time. It's like infinitely better. I don't know though if it's going to be enough to win because it's Morph Shaker. It's with an Ogre Bloodlusting. Like I think it's a much better draft from No Ping, but I think Thunder Predator's draft is maybe even a step ahead of it too. They've upped their game also.
yeah, this time around their last pick makes sense. We touched upon Puck to be able to like go and make stuff happen. A good matchup against the Batrider. But the thing about this Puck is they can like play Dota every 80-70 seconds whenever Coil is online. But what do they do like in between? That's my bit of an issue. Also, like they don't have stun, like they have no stuns other than that, and having like Bloodseeker, and I believe KJ picked Phoenix, so that means they also don't have like way of setting things up for a Blood Rite. It's not like they're gonna dive into Blood Rite. It just sounds horrible and very hard to execute. But definitely a better draft. I think they got the most out of the last pick, and might see a bit more competitive game this time around.
Okay, well, that's a positive note. Lyrical.
Yeah, I think that you're still going to run into some issues around that 15 to 20 minute mark for No Ping, but I think that if they can get off to a hot enough start, just sort of play simple, easy flowchart Dota, they've got a chance. They've got a chance.
All right. Oh, when you ask athletes who you're really competing against, they always say we're competing against ourselves. Unfortunately, in Dota, there is an opposing team, and Noping seems to be struggling to beat them, but at least there's been some self-improvement. Will that be sufficient to beat Thunder Predator? We're going to have to see with the wonderful casting duo of Moxie and Purge.
Flowchart Dota. I'm not sure if that's the most encouraging thing I've heard, but, you know, they have a bit more of a chance this time on the side of Noping. What do you think, Purge?
They do. They've got some kind of cool combos. I some things that are nice about their combos are like Dream Coil Skewer is cool. Rupture Skewer, a lot of it has to do with Skewer, it seems. And other than that, they have really strong team fight as a whole. But like forcing their opponents to stay in that team fight is going to be difficult if they don't Dream Coil them or like Blink Shockwave Skewer them back into the general arrangement. So it basically speaks to a high execution style, which when you're at a skill disadvantage or strategy disadvantage already, it's going to be a lot harder. But maybe they can do it.
Well, I'm sure the Noping fans are very hopeful that they'll be able to pull this off, but it's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle considering the way that Thunder Predator has been playing and that they are undefeated. So they are running a bit of a high right now, but, you know, maybe this is it. I was surprised to see them pick up a lot of similar heroes, right? Because you have the Weaver, you do have the Magnus, but again, you have King Jungles on this hero, you know, the Phoenix, one of my favorite heroes, but we don't see typically picked up much.
Yeah, they are a little bit rare at the moment just because of various things. Like their laning stage can be a bit of an issue. Nice D ward there, that early observer ward they put down Spotted, where Noping placed their ward, so they get the easy D ward there. Split experience and gold.
Ooh, alright, that's a good start for them. 3 bounty runes right off the bat going over to the side of Noping.
Their ward died for this, Moxie.
Alright, yeah.
Very big trade. Yes, starting with 3 heroes down here.
I mean, this is one of Pakaza's favorite heroes. You have to put pressure on this guy or else he is just going to run away with the game.
2 heroes to bully Ogre is helpful as well, but don't really know if they'll get a kill. But this is kind of makes the starting item build for Magnus a bit better. He goes for a headdress, no regen. It can help make sure this support duo gets more regen, more harass. And then he'll probably go mech build. This is like the Flaps Classic. He preferred mech over things like Hood at TI, just so that he could help his team win engagements in the earlier fights.
Looks like they're off to a pretty decent start for the harassment that's coming out against Thunder Predator here. Pakaza sitting a little bit low. Again, I don't see any, like, you know, massive plays in being able to kill him too early on. But if you can just continuously put the pressure down, I think that's very, very good here. Don't let him get away with too much.
Once he lowers HP, then he has to strength morph more. It lowers his base damage and it makes it more competitive to last hit against him. So you do have to make sure that his health and regen are not the heaviest. And Weaver should be great for that because he's going to get a right click in and 100 damage from Sakuchi as well, which is going to keep Morphling relatively low and make sure that Monster can have, you know, a decent lane for now.
Seems to be very valued. They do have a salve though, of course, over on Panda. Use that eventually, most likely, just because they are chipping away over at Pakaz, and he's out of most of his regen at this point. Harassment from Theolacor, super value, though.
Yeah, and now we're seeing the thirst effect come into play here for Pakaz.
Good point.
He's low, and now Bloodseeker's just going to be fast the majority of this laning stage, which, considering he's laning against a hero that does AoE damage like Tide, this is great. Doesn't even have boots yet, and he's way faster than Tide.
Look how low Pakaza is sitting. He's sitting on the 1 HP right now. We're just going to get that salve, though, from Pandamo, as expected.
And they can see him at all moments when he's low like this, which makes it kind of fun. Normally he like hides into some trees or whatever, and that's how he knows, but yeah. Kind of a fun time to watch him squirm a little bit. We've all been dumpstered by Morphlings a few times, so, you know, I gotta say the pressure feels good.
Feels good for now. You just gotta pray that he doesn't come back with a vengeance.
True. He probably will.
Yeah, I was about to say, as they so often do. But again, I like this. I think it's valuable, the way that they're playing currently. I love the smaller interaction with RDO and the Bloodseeker, having that thirst as well, so.
Nice ball interruption there, top. That's
just
good.
trying to do different things with heroes or these little interactions that you might not necessarily think about right off the bat.
I agree, except for Carrie Weaver with a Magnus mid. That one was not a that was not a hit. I
Okay,
didn't feel too
alright.
good.
You gotta try stuff sometimes. You know?
You do. Very important. Little sentry fights here. Pandamoon not able to get the camp block with it though. They could maybe kill him here. Oh, he probably did on purpose. You just need to get away from Bakaz. That was a great harass though.
Yeah.
2/3 of the way to the Mask of Death too, or the Morbid Mask. Excuse me, that's a Dota 1 term. Nobody understood what I meant there.
All right, there,
obviously.
hipster, calm down.
Oh,
There is
just
our
killed him.
first blood, though.
That's a tip moment, all right.
That is indeed.
Ah.
Trying to get something out of this. They'll be able to get the Yola-Core, but not quite as exciting as taking down Pakaz's Morphling.
I think he just didn't anticipate 2 points in Shockwave there is probably the case. But hey, if you're playing against a Morphling and you want to keep his HP low, having more ranged harasses, that's a good way to do it. But I can't help but laugh. Those are just like little moments that can't always predict. Should have been able to as a Morphling, but
I wish we had face cams for this. I would have loved to see Pakaz's reaction to that. I'm sure Monster was cheering, but sure it's just one of those
Bugs.
face on mid lane though. The jump over onto Analog. They want Dark Mago, and he's ticking down. Does
Courier at least?
wonder when he needs to try to get. No, he can't do it. They have the bug for the vision, and that's a double kill here for the Yola-Cores. He took down Matthew as well.
we did. Damn, that what a rotation! Holy crap! Because that was probably Puck dying otherwise.
That's
As
an
soon as he
urn.
had to worry about 4 bugs, like yeah, good luck surviving that one. But he had to earn charges, and he gets experience, and he keeps Puck alive, and Puck's gonna get the water rune. No double water rune, but still really good for Puck here.
Good for Puck. Good for the Yola-Core. Off to a nice start. Find themselves
Almost
Panda
really-
Moon. Should be able to get themselves another earn charge here. So look, spend one to get one.
Totally reasonable. And yeah, Magnus will go back from power now. Now things making a bit more sense here for him.
You have the Morbid Mask completed for Pakaz down here too, so that'll give him a little bit more staying power here in the lane. But you have to be a little bit worried, right? The fact that the Yola-Core is just, you know, he's gotten himself a couple kills, been a part of a couple kills as well. Early earn that's going to turn itself into the full Spirit Vessel, and that's going to make life difficult for this Morphling.
Yeah, so him having a really good early game just means that timing comes even earlier than Pakaz is going to want to deal with. So if he has to worry about getting like Rupture, Spirit Vessel, Dream Coil type stuff, yeah, his ability to survive is going to be a lot harder. And he's like the solo core, right? Everybody else on his team is not pulling out semi-carry potential. He missed the bugs! Oh my god!
Oh man, over the mid lane. Dark Mago just
Okay.
pops completely.
What a rotation. 4 out of 5 heroes show up for this one. Interesting with the Rupture and everything, but hey, they kill him. And I think maybe they're thinking, alright, our Spirit Vessel's coming at a good time. If we just gank the Bat Rider a little bit, his game's going to be shot down. He's now died twice due to his failed dive earlier. That's going to give some space for No Ping. They've got a 1k advantage. This is where they can start doing some good work.
And I mean, that's very, very important that they start to get a little bit of this momentum going. You have to be careful. Analog does grab up that Invis rune. They see Panda Moon. Pakaz is nearby. Look at him. He's waiting patiently. Does not have the Dream Coil, though.
The hard kill on the Ogre. They definitely want more flank so much more.
They want to get that
Skewer,
silence on him, but
RP.
they have the ward over here on the side, though. They can see that he's over there. A little bit of a stun over onto Monster. He's going to waveform through.
It's just too hard without Dream Coil. So he's going to start hitting neutral creeps. I wouldn't be surprised if he sticks around a little bit longer, but yeah, they dive mid. Kill the Bat Rider who's trying to hold the wave.
Makes sense.
Looks like they fissured him potentially while he dove, and they used lasso, so
I was going to
pretty
ask.
easy kill.
Because they had just picked up the lasso right when Dark Mago died there. So I was assuming that he was going to probably grab a smoke or something, try to make his way to another lane. But,
Yeah, it was a good idea for Puck to rotate having the Invis room, but the issue is just that it did not work out. The opportunity wasn't there. They would have kind of needed Morphling to make a mistake to present Monster with a skewer opportunity. To get Morphling so far away from the tower, that waveform probably wouldn't save him, but he played safe in that moment, probably read that Puck rotated. I bet
they had a
the ward
sentry,
spotted
too.
him.
They had a sentry
Yeah.
at the bottom so they could see the Invis.
This
Probably
one's
already in place with the
recent.
Yola-Core.
Yeah, maybe. But they probably just saw him get the Invis rune is probably what really
That's
happened.
a different sentry ward. The other one timed out.
Okay. Okay, gotcha. I missed that one. My bad.
No, it was down earlier because they're facing off the Weaver, so they're trying to keep tabs on Theolacor.
Gotcha.
And then they just replaced it. Analog using the Dream Coil over onto Maga. Follow up with Waning Rift. They've got the Phoenix here too. Dark Maga just struggling this time around here. Pandamu is here. He's going to try to buy a little bit more time. The Shikuchi coming out from Theolacor. They chase down. They've got the Illusory Orb. Analog finding the kill. Turning their attention over to Panda. They get the silence. The Sunray comes through. That's another kill for Analog. They're looking pretty good right now for the side of No Ping.
He's owning. I didn't think his ulti was going to be good, but then I look at the map and I'm like, oh, his allies are actually coming. Batrider continues to be the undisputed champ of dodging Weaver bugs. That's the second time in a row now. He gets out of there with no trouble, but still ends up dying, unfortunately, for him. So great pressure by Theolacor as well as Analog.
It's flashy, but you want to be able to survive. Otherwise, it's just a flashy play. Not necessarily the greatest one. That Rider, though, making a rotation down to the bottom lane. He's going to have that lasso up in about a second. Hoping to perhaps put some pressure on Monster, who does have the reverse polarity up.
He's got mech as well, just got delivered, so his raw survivability is really high right now against these two guys. Yeah, it's genuinely going to be really tough. The best thing they got going for him is having Morph, the ultimate. He can turn into Magnus, he can get some nukes off, but that's about it. Little dive going on bottom, or mid,
They managed to pincer Theolacor a little bit, but they need more detection than that, although the Shikuchi wears off. They've got the stun. Do they have enough damage? Yes, they do. And Oscar will clean up, finally ending Theolacor's spree.
He just has 6 there, absolutely lives there. Could force them after him, could time-lapse back, get another Shikuchi off, but his game between Tier 1 and Tier 2 ends up being a little too costly. But, yeah, that one's a little... that one kind of hurt a bit, I think, because he was just doing such a good job on Spirit Vessel. That's going to slow him down. Maybe a little too much, was he? I don't know if he was cutting the creep wave back there still or what, but...
Yeah, he was kind of like poking and prodding a little bit in the back lines. It's not the end of the world, because he did get such a good timing on the... Not the vessel, but the urn itself, so...
Urn Vid Booster, I mean, really, those are the 2 items that are the most crucial ones, because you get all the raw benefit from having them. Finishing the Spirit Vessel, though, is going to make ganking Morphling so much easier. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the moment they get Spirit Vessel, they just gank Morphling with Dream Coil. If they can manage it, but for now, Puck has a lot of jobs to do. He doesn't have his Witchblade just finished yet. He's got to push out mid-wave, get farm, finish Witchblade, then ganking is going to feel a little bit easier.
Yeah, they're doing a great job in just keeping Pakaz down here in terms of his net worth. If you take a look at the side here, right now, RDO feeling very, very powerful here with this Bloodseeker. Has had a little bit of a boost, you know, having the Morphling sit a bit low and having the points in Thirst. But Oscar grabbing himself up that regen rune.
Yeah, No Ping just a little bit late to start the rotation there, unfortunately. So they lose out on that one. But luckily for Puck, he's actually got the Ocean Heart, so he's got tons of mana regen. It's like the best neutral item if you're playing mid. It's like free clarities, basically. Theolacor is going to spot out Dark Mago, half rotating though, so that's going to give them a little bit idea about where to play on the map. They see Ogre as well. Let's see, will there be a rotation towards Matthew, or do they just leave that because it's in the middle of nowhere? Maybe that gives them opportunity to pressure Morphling.
I'm sure they figure there's got to be vision, though. Although, Courier coming through? No, Theolacor's not going to be able to intercept it. I feel like we haven't looked at RDO hardly at all. He's just been allowed to do whatever he wants. There's going to be the Rupture, and oh no, they're gonna go and make sure that he cannot teleport out. They'll just get rid of Oscar. They don't want to have to deal with any sort of ravage on the board, and they'll fortify up the creeps, put some pressure on the tower. Fortification comes out from the side of the Radiant too.
That was some crazy tower hitting. If you looked at the map, there's just like 3 heroes around him. He's just hitting towers under a whole creep wave, but got confident. This should be a dead tower though, with Ravage gone. And that's really their one good source of damage against him really was Rupture. Did he have Hood? He did. He had Hood, so now Ogre maybe as well.
No. Again, that is one thing that they do struggle a little bit with on the side of No King is that they don't like to pick up stuns.
Stuns are for tryhards, okay? Only cowards pick stuns.
They need to be tryhard. They don't want to get relegated into the lower division, dude. Come on now. This is go time.
But at least they'd be like, look, we got relegated, but at least we're not scum who pick stuns.
Yes, I'm sure that's what every team says if they...
They could say that.
They could.
Validly. Yeah.
Validly? I don't know about validly. Now we know why Purge is losing his pubs here. Do they have any sort of disable now? So they'll get that rupture off, but they'll be able to survive. And a double damage run picked up now for Analog. So his spree of terror can continue here. 3-0 and 2 currently on this puck. Got the Witchblade completed.
I wonder if Bloodseeker should actually go for Leapnir this game. It can be a good option. It's pretty darn expensive is the downside. Atos is not that bad, the recipe's a little bit. But it would give them some nice AoE root, which I feel like against the enemy heroes they're against could be good, but it's probably more likely to go standard BKB type stuff.
Monster skewering 2 heroes. Lasso comes out. This should be a dead Magnus. It doesn't quite finish off that tower. Puck nearby has popped the double damage. I don't think Oscar's the person he wants, though. Everybody else has teleported out. There's the Spirit Vessel completion, though, here for the Weaver.
I would really like to see them kill Morphling, but I just feel like it's difficult now. Once they get the tier 1 tower on the bottom here, it'll be a lot easier. It won't feel like they need to play in this part of the map. It'll make it easier for Magnus to be down here without getting ganked, but start of some damage. Oscar is going to get beat up from this pretty hard. This DD is a counter.
Matthew making his own rotation, getting very close to that Blink Dagger, too. RDO in position, rest of the team pincering around. Biggie pull out, trying to silence up Oscar. They'll use the Dream Coil, though. It'll snap. Nice Fissure, though, coming into play. It's going to block everyone. The Phoenix coming forward, though. Nice Egg over into position. No one going to hit it, so this should be a dead Oscar. And Matthew's not looking too healthy himself, as he does have the Vessel charge. Yolacor going for a bit of a dive here. There it is. It's just enough damage. But Analog now, walking into Dark Mago. Try to dodge away. Another Science getting dropped over on the side. They're chasing after the Yolacor now. They want to get rid of this little bug. They'll be able to squash him.
Tries to mech as well, but unfortunately a little bit too late. Alright, so still no Dream Coil against Morphling. They're pressuring the map pretty well, though. Got 2 towers killed, the mid and the enemy safe lane. Now they can pressure more or less where they want. Almost Blink Dagger on Magnus is also going to give them options. And they're also transferring into Empower stuff. So Bloodseeker should be able to outfarm, or at least keep even with the Morphling.
Go for the RP on Panda.
Huh. All right. I guess they just feel confident as the game goes on, because that's kind of what that tells me. They don't really care who they're killing as long as they're getting kills consistently, because it does give them map control. Because realistically, RP's kind of hard to use in this early game phase. He didn't quite have Blink Dagger yet anyways. He could save this, get his Blink Dagger in a minute or two, and at that point, RP's almost back off cooldown anyway, so just worth it, to be honest, to use to get those kill advantages and to get the map control that it provides. Because now Ogre's got all these sentries and wards sitting on his hero, and he's not using them because he was dead. Bugs missed again by Theolacor, unfortunately. Not likely to get killed there. The only downside to that other previous skirmish, Theolacor was unfortunately not able to get Spirit Vessel charges when he used Time Lapse. Got a nice kill, but not close enough to pick those souls up.
Yeah, I know they're playing on Argentina server, so I'm not sure how much of that comes into play. I know that both teams definitely have lag playing on this particular server, but I also know that Theolacor in the past, I don't know if that's still the case, has had some pretty wonky internet. So, not sure if that's also be contributing to this here. Bit of a D-War. Blink Dagger is picked up, though, here on Puck. So multiple Blink Daggers picked up for the side of No Ping, but Thunder Predator, hunting, hungry. Got the boots to travel on the Batrider. No Blink just yet, but Pakaz also getting in on this action. They go for a scan. They know they're there. Weaver moving forward here. Dream Coil here from Analog will land over onto 2. Nice skewer snap away with Pandamoo here. They should be able to take him out. Looks like Dark Mago's going to be the next one to fall. The egg pops, and Pakaz now gets stuck over the back lines. RDO, he's fast. Thinking about chasing after them. Oscar already being held into place here. Does have the Ravage if he's needed to use it. Get dragged back again. The chase is on. Goes for the Ravage plays. Trying to walk away. Monster, though, has a haste. Just chases after them as Pakaz over on the back line. See if he can try to get the Phoenix. Not looking like he's going to be able to, so Oscar will fall. They found themselves Matthew. Goes for the Echoes. Then Pakaz waveform forward. Is it going to be enough? Can they take down RDO? He's going to try to run. He's so gosh darn fast. The last hit comes out. RP coming out from Monster. It feels a little bit late, but it doesn't matter. He'll clean up the remaining heroes, except for Pandamoo over here, who has just respawned, gotten back up again.
I love how Theolacor read that fight. His time lapse there was really necessary. He was starting to be a little vulnerable. Waveform comes in to get the kill. It ultimately cleans up Bloodseeker, but the great RP as Monster is able to reset. And No Ping is playing excellent here. I feel like I haven't seen Thunder Predator outskilled in like any of the matches that we've seen them play, but this match they are getting outplayed. It's not by a massive amount, but if they can keep this up, they can build this net worth advantage and ultimately beat their opponents. But doing a great job.
I mean, this is exactly what the panel was saying, right? Around the like 15 to 20 minute mark is when they kind of start to really unlock and come online. A real threat across this board. In fact, speaking of threats, Analog has found himself Dark Maga, and Dark Maga just has not been having the best game this time around. Just being lassoed up by a dream coil, so to speak.
That is actually going to
be careful though. Oof.
Yeah, he's dead.
He's dead.
A little added fire to the flame there.
Oh man, but look at this aggression. Analog wants more. He wants Phantom. He's got the Lyrical here. He's got some bugs to boot. And that's a dead ogre. And a little bit of a little fight going on down here. Looks like RDO sitting a bit low, but is going to survive this engagement from Kaz and Matthew.
Okay. A little blink initiation, it looks like, but he ends up staying alive. Interesting going for the Nether Shawl here on Bloodseeker, but it's a great way to protect himself until he gets his BKB. Maybe he'll keep it longer. Dude, Empower Bloodseeker is actually pretty sick with Blood Rage, because like Bloodseeker basically has pretty good damage. He's got great attack speed, and he's got Maelstrom, and then all of a sudden he just gets like Cleave, and it's just beautiful. It's really keeping his net worth up there against Morphling. Morphling has more CS, but RDO's having better last hits as a whole.
Yeah,
or better KDA, sorry.
It has been a very kind of back and forth, like watching the two cores in this particular game, because, you know, at the beginning of the game, RDO sitting at the top, switching off with Bakaz, and now they're just kind of like neck and neck for the most part, because you do have so many steroids that you can put on this Bloodseeker. Whereas Bakaz has just been kind of left alone to his own devices for the most part, hasn't need to really join into anything. The board, alright, they found themselves King Jungles, it's a good finish, they fall with the RP though, coming out from monsters, so dragging them right back over near the tower. Egg coming in hot here, Matthew can't even hit it, though, and they'll drop right over onto the ground. They'll find the kill on Matthew, find the kill on Oscar. Very nicely done here from the side of Noping.
You know, if Noping was truly not tryhards, they wouldn't even draft the Dream Coil this game. That one stun is kind of making their game easy, I gotta say. You rupture them, and they start teleporting, and that's what undermines. Like, come on, guys. Like, why take the easy way out here? Drafting one stun.
Analog is having such a good game this time around. 6-1 and 5 currently.
He is playing really good. Went for the Kaya, going Sange to get some hybrid damage. We don't always see Sange Kaya on Puck, but it's been a very common item lately. Everyone really appreciates the spell amp. The mana regen that it provides kind of just accomplishes everything you might want at a much lower cost than something like Bloodstone. So, and they're just crushing these fights here. Tidehunter could ravage in these engagements if he wants to, but it just doesn't really feel like it'd be enough. But ultimately, the RP is what saved that fight. No egg is going to make it, or they almost killed Phoenix before he gets egg off. He ends up surviving due to the RP, and that solidified the rest of the fight engagement. So, great map control for Noping, and now 5k gold advantage.
They are getting very close to the BKB over on Bakaz, though, so I think that's going to be the next big item, and after that we might see a big engagement. Although you do have to be careful, right, because they have the Aegis online on RDO currently.
I mean, you are right that it's important, but the problem is that he does not have an E-Blade either, so his contribution to the fight is mostly going to be physical damage. He can transform, turning into Puck is typically really, really good, because then you get a Waning Rift and an Illusion Orb, really helps you burst people down at the start of the fight and get more mobility. But yeah, at least he will be at least he won't have to worry too much about his personal survivability.
BKB is completed. They are smoked up over on the side of Thunder Predator. Pandamoo being the first body in position here, immediately getting jumped on. The follow-up, though, only managing to go and land over onto Viola Core. Although they managed to go, they get the egg off Pandamoo. It's going to snap. He's not going to be able to survive much longer.
RP.
A little bit of RP over onto the back lines.
Oh,
they'll take down Bakaz. Easy peasy, and the hunt is on. They want some more. Don't have any more catch, though, once that RP and the Dream Coil is not available.
It felt like they burned too many resources with the Dream Coil there, but it worked out perfectly. The important thing was that Morphling used BKB, and he's thinking like, oh, I'm completely fine, but all of a sudden the RP comes in, he wasn't morphing strength, he just ends up dying. So he was protected, but the one thing that counters him caught him. Really nice play by Monster so far. He's had a lot of clutch RPs this game.
Definitely is making it look good. Oh, they find Matthew. He's trying to hang out in the tree line, and it's not going to be an Earthshaker.
He was hanging out. No longer is his dead body's hanging out. The Atos undermines him there. Weaver going for that item immediately after Spirit Vessel, realizing the error of their draft ways and making up for it, giving him another way to interrupt a stun.
Horn toss, Oscar into the Sun Ray. They'll go. They'll cancel it out with that Atos, like we talked about. And 5 heroes on a Tide Hunter definitely means a dead Tide Hunter.
They just did such a good job getting kills in the early mid game and shutting down Batrider that it basically took all the playmakers away. Earthshaker has to eventually get a Blink Dagger. If Dark Mago is behind on the Batrider, he can't really create space or buy time for his Morphling to do as well. So Morphling gets slightly behind, but then takes time for him to get online. So it's like they just, by shutting down Dark Mago like they did, they put themselves in such a good place, and they keep turning out kills and items that they need to make up for their draft failings. So they're just wrecking it right now.
Yeah, I think if Dark Mago didn't have such a difficult time in the mid lane, this goes a little bit differently. Because Pakaz does like to farm on this Morphling. He's not quite as aggressive early on as he used to be. But very wide swing here. Dark Mago leading the charge, has the BKB. They want this Bloodseeker. Fissure, a little bit nervous. They'll go bounce back here, jump forward again. Puck over on the back lines. Dark Mago, he gets in toe-to-toe. He's going to have to go and use the lasso. He's just going to teleport out. That
still dies.
Oh my god. That feels so bad. You dedicate a BKB, you dedicate yourself a lasso, and now Pakaz is not looking healthy at all. Pops the BKB, they have the RP. They go in for the Echo Slam, though. Is it enough? It's not looking like it's going to be good enough as they lose Matthew. The ankle pop. This is looking terrible. The follow-up Ravage trying to do whatever they can. They're going to try to run away here. Oscar, okay, they pop the Aegis. They go right back in there with Monster. He's found himself a Panda as they chase down Oscar over on the back lines. RDO's back up again, collects himself a kill, and they're diving in deep into this base. They want Oscar, and they'll get him.
Another great team fight here. The issue is that they found the one guy with a BKB on the enemy squad, and they did not want to fight into him. I thought they were going to go for it with the flame break, but then he was like, and they made a call, back, don't go in. But then he gets ruptured, so then he has to lasso TP, he dies, and then it was just kind of like, they almost killed Bloodseeker with a great Echo Slam combo, but it wasn't enough damage. The Earthshaker dies first, that heals the Bloodseeker, and then it was just like, run for the hills for Thunder Predator. So if they were just slightly more ahead there, did a little bit more damage to Bloodseeker, he falls there, completely different fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Hunt is on, though. They know Dark Mago's down here. The Olakor. Singles Trail of Firefly. Have the Puck also hunting. Use the Atos over onto Mago to go drop some bugs. Get a little bit of vision, but teleports are coming out. It's like they're going to call to back off on the side of Noping.
Alright, they're fine for now. Aeon Disc is Puck's next planned item. He's pretty close to it. Once he gets that, he's basically protected from Blink Lasso or Chain Stun is his goal. And as long as he's careful with his phase shift, he won't worry about that getting procced in other cases. Right now, Morphling currently aiming for Ags to combo with his Earthshaker is the goal of the lineup. But it's taken some time to get this into this position.
It's an old build.
It is. It's still fine right now. The enchant tome does do cleave.
Oh, there was a Oscar there.
I believe you don't get cleave anymore on the enchant totem as a ranged hero. I think you need to be melee if I'm not mistaken. But I can't remember. I think that's what the case is. So it's not going to be as good, but his mobility will be good. Do you want mobility against Rupture, though?
That's the question.
Not sure. Bloodseeker pretty protected at the moment, though, with his BKB and Lincoln's. Lincoln stopping the lasso. BKB against everything else. Pressure on Mago. Courier will get sniped, though. Field, of course, done such a good job. 8-3 and 20 right now from the position for Weaver. What a game.
Making this hero look good. Even with the couple bugs that he might have missed early on.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
At the end of the day, though, it's all about the final score. Did you win the game? No ping going for a smoke play. Slow wander over through the mid lane. Couple pings coming out. Creeping forward, they'll see Dark Mago. The jump forward immediately with the silence. BKB comes out, but he's ruptured, so we can't move. He's gonna have to stand there a little bit longer. The follow-up, though, with the egg. Dark Mago sits so low. Oh, it doesn't matter. He still ends up falling.
Rough one.
Yikes. Follow-up play here on Oscar. The horn toss, the skewer out, into the blood right, into the Aegis, into the bugs, into everything that they have.
That's just so much damage.
See Panda. Oh, Panda. He's even trying to use the whip like, I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here now. See, Atos still on cooldown, but he knows this is not going to be an engagement that he survives.
He actually could have teleported, but he did not know Weaver's Atos was on cooldown. Unless the guy used on him. I'm not sure, but...
It was not. It was already used in the earlier fight.
They're trying to do everything they can to, counter push or stop No Ping from taking the fights, but man, Batrider has not felt good this match, I gotta say. The pressure they put on him was just so good. Almost every Dream Coil used on him. They collapsed on him effectively for rune spawns. Just didn't let him play Dota, and this could be the game that Thunder Predator gets upset on. 16k gold advantage now for No Ping, that's pretty significant. It's gonna be hard to come back from.
Is indeed. Still working towards that Aghanim Scepter over on Pakaz. Gonna need a little bit more. They even get a halberd now. Oof. And Logda's gonna poke away at Pakaz. Can't really do too much unless the rest of his team makes his way over. Pakaz turning himself into his own puck. We'll go for the BKB here. That they use the RP because Monster teleported in right at the timing. And they'll follow up a horn toss. No, he's got the illusory orb here. No. Gotta go a little bit further into these woods. The analog, he's hunting the spirit forward here. They're trying to find Pakaz. He does not have a TP. Blink forward from Monster. He is just surrounded by all angles, and that's a dead Morphling. It's gonna take him a lot longer to get that Ags now.
Rough one here. Alright, well, let's see what they can do. Pushing side waves is one way. Don't let your opponents catch you is the other option. A little bad for him. He didn't BKB earlier there to go for his TP, but he's trying to get out of it. A little greedy there. But now they're gonna cross the map again. They don't have to worry about their opponents split pushing in this exact moment. Oscar is the one pressuring bottom.
I mean, they've proven time and time again that they can kill Oscar. That's not necessarily an issue here, but they're a bit divided though on the side of No Ping, and Thunder Predator just trying to split push. Like we said, you see Dark Mago on the top lane. He's trying to do as much as he can. Already you can see RDO probably checking the Roche pit. And he's up. I think that'll be the next objective that we see online here for No Ping.
One downside to No Ping's lineup is they are a little bit weak at hitting towers, so this could be why they're focusing more on trying to get kills instead when they cross the map like this. Because they know that CG and high ground's scary against Batrider. They could just break Lincolns with something, and then blink Lasso and pull you so far out of position that winning the fight's going to be tough. But maybe a little easier now. Paladin Sword for Bloodseeker when he gets into those oh shit moments. Aegis, Shard, all will be great on BS, especially the Blood Rage talent. 2% max health as pure damage that heals him against Morphling, that's going to be incredibly good.
So good. Alright, this should just be a free Roshan for the side of No Ping. No one else making their way over. No cheeky little plays here trying to get a snatch. So that'll be the Aegis picked up. RDO. He's got the Shard in his inventory here. They're hunting.
Give it to somebody else?
No, it's going to go to him.
Okay, he did put
Just
it in.
had to
eventually.
move something over.
Gotcha.
The jump forward immediately. They find themselves because can they blow him up fast enough? It's a very good ravage, just enough to buy enough time, but is it going to be quite enough as Monster does indeed fall? BKBs happen, pop the egg, also getting used here. Fine. Oh, again here, Pakazi was trying to teleport out. It's not looking like he's going to be able to, but they hide underneath the tower. Heaven's Halberd off. Do they continue, though, is the question. Feels like the puck is hopeful to try to sneak around, but now with that Aghanim Scepter picked up for the Morphling, he's feeling a little bit more confident.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an underestimation by No Ping there. RDO did not want to use Rupture there against Morphling, but maybe he should have. Might have helped secure the kill. It looked like he was going to die right away, but the Great Ravage there really offset things from No Ping's side and allowed Morphling time to escape a bit. Ceremonial Robe is going to be really good. They got Scotty on Bloodseeker now, so even less healing, but here comes Thunder Predator.
No play. The finding here from Pakaz. There's the other Fissure. They blow up the Olakor. So a good smoke will be able to pick off one hero here and potentially put some damage over on this mid tower.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yep,
attack.
it's finally online.
Dire's structures
He
are
did have to require a smoke to go for that one, so he could get the vision with the fissure, but
Dire's
when you can pick off the Weaver like that, that's the guy to grab. Because he's going to save whoever else gets gone on with time lapse.
So I have the Aegis online here for RDO. They're a little bit scared over here, it looks like. Everybody hanging out in the base. We do get the Blink Dagger picked up for Batrider, so these initiations should go a bit better now for Dark Mago, as long as they're not the ones who get caught out.
Yeah. It's got Blink and the Aether Lens, so lassoing from a reasonable range is more possible here. But until No Ping gets alive with their Weaver, they're just going to play it safe. This gives them a couple of minutes, or a minute here, to catch up on net worth by just a little bit. It's a good start for their comeback. Alright, and back out on the map, No Ping goes. Weaver's up, going to go protect their allies as they control the map. Aegis still has 2.5 minutes, so still a really good window for No Ping to get stuff done.
Do they make the play on Dark Mago is the question, because I see he's there. No, he's just going to teleport out immediately. I don't think they have any sort of vision at this point, so... That reveal, though, that also means that they can put some pressure on this bottom tower coming out inside the Thunder Predator.
That's true. Yeah, they almost got Rupture off. I saw that animation coming. If it hits no Blink Dagger, then there's probably Monster follow-up with RP to secure that kill, but it ends up missing, so they will be able to control their enemy's Tricamp in the meantime. Oz is a little scared to commit to the tower, because right now we're not really seeing anybody showing it. We saw Bloodseeker a bit there. That's about it. Maybe a little Puck on the mid lane. Those heroes could TP at any moment, drop the Dream Coil, and make things hard, because Puck Ags is up, so that means BKB doesn't protect Morphling anymore anyways. That might have been why he didn't BKB before, actually, as early. But here's the smoke now. No Ping will try to force it. Puck Ags is the dream. Free Courier, that'll give him a little estimation where Ogre was.
Yeah, but they want the big boy. They want Pakaz if they can get him. Pakaz, though, already teleporting out. No one's showing on the map. They've got the Morphling illusions hitting the tier 3s here, so they know that they're probably up to something over on the side of No Ping. So everybody except for Mr. Panda has headed home. He still has a teleport though. He's got a Glimmer Cape too if necessary.
It's a perfect time to get the down.
I think. No?
Probably just to continue pressuring the wave. Okay. He's not as worried about dying in this circumstance, whereas Morphling wouldn't want to stay.
Atos, Glimmer Cape, they have the dust. The same game of cat and mouse that we've seen. And that's a dead Panda.
Oh, and they get a catch on Morphling.
Though, they have managed to find themselves a Morphling, and he has the BKB, but this is going to be very hard for him to fight everybody by himself. It's just looking too difficult. He's going to try to turn him. No, he can't. Egg popping. RDO getting the final hit. Oh, that is so costly for Paz and for the side of Thunder Predator.
Yeah, they did a great job finding him there. Across the map, they had the Observer right up from before. Maybe a little bit of mistake from Morphling to get caught in that circumstance. And he turned on Satanic, but the problem is that he's just getting hit by Scotty. So he's losing, 40% of any of his heal right off the bat. And is there any other anti-healing that they're dealing with? I don't see a Shiva's yet. The Spirit Vessel, of course, but I think he probably BKB'd. So, yeah, Bloodseeker with the Shard. That was plenty enough for him to out DPS his opponent. Paladin Sword and his Shard.
Initiation coming into play here as they're going to try to push back on RDO. No longer having that Aegis is a little bit suspect here.
Taking a lot of damage from these flame breaks. Holy crap.
He's got the Shard on top of that too. Like,
yeah, that's a lot of damage.
And also one correction, Avo I just noticed this now, that they are playing on Brazil this match. It is not Argentina this time around. Okay. So I don't know what the excuse is then for people. It happens. He's human. That'll be the excuse, right?
You're allowed to make 2 swarm mistakes when you're 9-4 and 24 against the best team in South America. Okay, that's what we'll say.
Okay, I think everybody can get on board with that. All right.
He's aiming for Blink next to be able to cover his teammates a bit more. Basher is what Bloodseeker wants next. At the moment, though, he's got the items to deal with what Morphling's dishing out. Morphling's got hybrid damage items. They are going to smoke and wrap around here. Endamu going to break smoke first, though. I guess they're just going to go up the straightway.
I guess they are. They do see Analog over the back line. The jump forward, the blink. They manage to follow up, but they go for the RP. The Echo Sled coming out from Matthew is beautiful with that Ravage. Oh my goodness. The Olacor is now being chased down as they've already lost RDO. They lost Monster. They're going to end up losing this Weaver too. What a fight for the side of Thunder Predator. They just ran up that hill. Nighttime be damned.
They basically did the perfect thing, right? They walked Ogre in first, so if things went really bad, you're like, whatever, it's just Ogre. He finds Bloodseeker, he breaks the Lincolns, and now the whole team fight's open. And the mistake that was made is that Bloodseeker needed to pop BKB in that exact moment. That was really, really necessary, because he didn't. He ends up getting lassoed into Echo Slammed, into Ravage. Chain Stoned all the way from full to 0 without popping BKB, and now Thunder Predator gets a lot of space on the map. Now looking for Analog. Ganked his Aeon Disc. Nicely done.
Puts him off the map a little bit longer, though, so he's not being able to go and cut waves or whatnot, so I think Thunder Predator's happy with this. But yeah, Pakazi's online. He's got the Satanic. Beautiful team fight, just enabling here. You've completed a Lotus Orb over on Oscar. More ways to protect Paz. And they're just going to continue to pressure this tower. Weaver and the Magnus are going to be up in a couple seconds. Still not going to have RDO for another 20-something. So we take the tower. Do they commit for these rats? I guess is the question. Looks like they're feeling pretty confident. Paz just going to finish off that other half. And the rest of the side of Thunder Predator, they're just going to walk away. They're happy with what they got.
I mean, that's just an incredible play by Thunder Predator. That's like a 10k gold swing due to them initiating that team fight really well. It is so hard to win fights in moments like this, but we managed to do it. And Pakaz is now queuing up what looks to be, it is an Aeon Disc. Aeon Disc Morphling. You don't see those too often.
I mean, he's struggling to stay alive in a lot of these engagements. If he stays alive just a hair longer and gets that little bit of a dispel off, it makes a big difference, I think. Especially
if he's able to proc the Aeon Disc and then break the puck coil, that would be a perfect solution. Because you get a strong dispel, and then for 2.5 seconds your status resistance is 75%. So you basically just don't take any damage, and then the puck coil stun goes away, and then you can actually play Dota afterwards. That's what he wants to do with this item, I think.
It's a bit of a weird sort of thing. Look at the way that the bodies are like just right around Pakaz here. The Atos on the wrong rider here. The force forward here coming out from Monster. Was looking to get the RP up, but not going to be able to over on the back lines. Beautiful Dream Coil, but they end up losing the Core right away. Oscar not looking great either. Could be the next one to fall. Buyback now coming out from Weaver. The egg will pop. Kaz making his way out. Be able to find Theola Core. This could be a dieback for him if he's not careful. Kaz is ruptured though. Let's go pop the BKB. They go in here. Again, popping that Aeon Disc, giving Pakaz just a little bit more time. He's got to be careful though. He is ruptured. Forward here, trying to find the angle. The Ravage from Oscar. They turn it back around. They get the kill on RDO. They'll chase after King Jungles here. Aeon just getting popped over on Slug. He's left all alone. He's going to need some help. He's trying to break some ankles. Oh, they find him. They see the puck. The clicks are out there. One more hit. Look at Oscar. Trying to get his body. Trying to put that fissure out just in time. But no. It's over on the back lines. He'll fall. Pause.
Dude, Thunder Predator did it. This one feels so bad for No Ping, to be honest, because, man, they had such a nice advantage and a chance to win this game, and they still do, but Thunder Predator has made such a comeback. Look at that team fight. That was a freaking 6,000 gold net worth swing. They started the fight off with Lincoln's being broke on Bloodseeker. They lassoed the Weaver to prevent time-lapse from coming out, and despite Tide getting killed without Ravage, I don't even see how he died, he ends up coming back with the buyback, and they crush the fight. Cleaning up, killing Bloodseeker.
Buybacks are coming out now. They might need more than this because they're going tier 4s. Okay, get a horn toss over onto Oscar. Try to push him into the base. Sunray, drag back. Get the rupture. Oscar's gonna fall. And they're needing to be careful as well. So the rest of Thunder Predator, they're backing off. Oh, the jump back in though. The double lasso coming out from Dark Mago. Pop that Aeon is over here. RDO, he's in trouble. They're gonna just get these clicks up. Because turning himself into the Earthshaker, jumping back down. Although he's gonna get skewered away by Monster. So because totally separated over here on the side. The puck trying to poke over onto the back line. To be able to try to run out the waveform forward. They'll be able to take down Analog. Dead for 119 seconds.
Dire's middle tower.
Atos tossed out over onto Pakaz. No Ping trying to figure out how do we get them out of our base. We don't have a lot of these big spells that we really need. They only have Egg. Monster again going for that skewer play. That's the jump forward. Dark Mago popping the Lincolns. Does get dragged back a little bit by the shockwave. The swoop forward though coming out from King Jungles. Going for the egg play. Trying to do everything they can to protect the rest of this. As they don't manage to get their RP off over on the side. Monster will fall. Dark Mago taking a lot of damage. They do finally manage to take down the Bat Rider. Monster is here. Echo Slam falling from Matthew over onto 2. It's beautiful. Can they do enough damage though is the question. They set up RDO. The chase is on over after Matthew. Picasso is being held into place as well. They have the Spirit Vessel to finally take him down. Matthew here is the next one to fall. They have turned the tables around over on Thunder Predator, but it has been very, very costly. And down mid they're going.
Great teamfight defense there by No Ping, but the major issue came when Batrider went to try to save Morphling. He's like, Morphling is screwed. I gotta save him. He jumps in, does flame breaks, but then all of a sudden the Aeon Disc goes off on Morphling, and Morphling just waveforms out, and Batrider's like, uh-oh. He's got to sprint all the way across the base there, ends up getting punished with great skill usage by Noping, and this could cost them.
Oh, they don't want to let Ardio have this at all. He's got a double damage on top of it. The frog was smiling down on him. Smoke play, though, coming out. Morphling and the Earthshaker making their way over towards this pit area. They still have Panda alive. They have Tidehunter. They have a Ravage up.
The tough thing, they're just going to start it right away.
How did they approach this? There's so much AoE that they can just dish out here on the side of Thunder Predator.
Carlos doesn't even... Okay, kills his bugs first, then he says, thanks for the bugs, sucker.
Thanks for the bugs. Monster, jump forward, horn toss, pushing right back out. They have the Lotus over the fall for the beautiful Ravage coming out from Oscar. We'll get the stun up over RDO. RDO is going to try to stay alive just a little bit longer here. The Sunray, though, coming out from King Jungle's because getting back into the pit. He needs help, though.
He's dying.
He can have his halberd. He ends up dying. Pagamu now left behind is going to be the next one to fall. And this Roshan is looking like it's going to be able to get taken here by Noping.
That is a die back there.
Oh my god.
Oh, free Ags and a cheese. Double Bloodseeker ulti. Now they're crossing the map looking for Matthew.
Yeah, they have him. They have him. It's not a problem. Look how fast Ardio just running down the mid lane. He's just cleared up the creeps that were in his base. Blink Dagger getting picked up now for the Weaver, so he can be even more of a ambulance and save his teammates. This game has just been back and forth. Absolutely
really
wild.
has.
16k net worth lead now for the side of Noping.
I mean, the Ravage is really good. That caught both the Bloodseeker as well as the Magnus, but the problem is that, I don't know, Morphling's damage didn't really seem that incredible in that moment. He's good in like little bursts. He doesn't have like super huge DPS due to his item build, but if he gets like enchant totems off, yeah, he's got some pretty decent DPS, but against this like 30 armor Bloodseeker, it didn't feel good enough. And I think he also used his Satanic a bit late. Needed to use it without Bloodseeker hitting him, because now he's just dieback for 60 seconds.
Oh, this is not good for Dark Mago. They even go and use the RP. He's just dead.
Just over. Gonna hit buildings. Well, Glyph is gonna buy some time. Ogre will defend this. I believe in him.
He's trying. He's trying to put that bloodlust down wherever he can, man. Hard knock life for this Ogre. Atos over onto Panda. Monster again, just shoving him into the rest of the team. Use that rupture. This is looking like we're probably going to a game number 3. Unless Oscar can pull off some sort of a miracle. But it's looking not so great for him right now. No rupture this time around. The buyback from Dark Mago, but immediately gets leashed up. So this Ancient, it is indeed going to fall. Slowly but surely, and after they get a kill on Oscar. And maybe a kill on Dark Mago too.
Alright, Noping does it. That's super impressive by them. They are fighting to stay in relegation, and they just beat the best team in the region who has not been touched by anybody else. Nobody got close to beating Thunder Predator. And Noping, as far as I'm concerned, they beat them twice this game. They beat them in the laning stage. They worked their way up until like a large advantage. Yeah, they threw it away, but they fought back and they got it again. So amazing play by Noping. I would love to see them take this series if they can. I'd be a little surprised, but they seriously outplayed Thunder Predator in this match.
Sounds like you're becoming a Brazilian Dota fan over here, Perch.
I guess so.
But no, for sure. Noping, definitely staying with it. It looked very, very good for them. Also, shout out to Thunder Predator. They survived for a decent amount of time, but at the end, they didn't seem to have the damage. They didn't seem to have quite the right initiations, despite, some really great AoE spells. But, I mean, this is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see a game number 3. And Noping showing that they can just beat back when necessary against the kings of the region right now, let's be really honest. So I'm sure our panel is going to be very excited to talk about this.
It's pretty wild, Moxie. I don't think anyone here was expecting this. Lyrical said it. The nicest thing we got on this panel was, this is better than the last draft. That was the nicest comment, the most positive one. So
that's how you started.
Tell me about this, guys. Tell me about the match. Lacoste, what did Noping do right this match?
Like, they played so aggressive in the laning stage this time around. Like, they didn't came out even. They were on top. Also, like, earlier rotations This Bloodseeker was actually a really good pick. Lyrical said about picking up the shard, but also something that we mentioned about the laning stage, where he's going to be playing with a lot of move spin, considering he's playing against Morphling, so that's always going to be good. And how many times did they rotate on a mid Batrider? Dark Magog did not have a good time. And at the later stages of the game, Puck, I think his atomization was on point, where he decided to get the Aghanim Scepter, understood where the threat is going to come from, and just be able to lock down. I also got to give credit to the rest of the team. Phoenix, AJ, and the rest, like they played amazing in terms of like protecting the egg, especially Monster with the RPs. Multiple times he managed to take down Morphling, catch him inside. Like a couple of times he even caught him before Morphling could get the shift off. Like even once in the laning stage, I think it was the first blood where he died to Shockwave. So different noping that we've seen in game number 2, definitely.
Yeah, would you agree with that, Lyrical? Did you see noping a bit weaker in game number 2?
No, noping was a lot stronger in game number 2, definitely.
Did you see? My bad. Did you see Thunder Predator? Because they used to be called noping. That's why my mind is going.
Gotcha, no problem.
Did you see Thunder Predator a bit weaker this game number 2?
Well, I think that there was just some very interesting things. I saw, like, the thing that was so interesting about this game was that the same thing that allowed Thunder Predator to win it also made them subsequently lose it, not doing that thing, which was patience. So, like, you had the patience of them to wait out this laning stage, get your Morphling into the Manta BKB, and then wait for that timing of the Aghanim Scepter. Like, take these losses. They would run 2 or 3 heroes into all 5 of no ping, and then the other 2 cores that were not there were like out pushing lanes. They weren't even really trying to find fights. They were just trying to delay the game as long as possible, and they were doing a great job of it. But then when they got the game delayed, they got their item, and they basically had won it. They ran to Fountain, or they like also the big one to me was the buyback on the morph to contest Roche, but then try and go in and take Roche. Like, I think in that moment there was a moment where they lost it, where they could have just sat out and waited for like either the next round of buybacks or wait for no ping to get antsy and look for a pickoff, but instead they just walked in and tried to take it, and that was the lack of patience that lost him the game.
Because Thunder Predator's Roche taking is super strong. They have multiple ways of defending it, especially like Batrider loves to play into that area. So does Tidehunter, and with 2 Earthshakers, it's very easy to choose where you want to fight. You can easily block them off. Like, this was the big timing that they were waiting for. Earthshaker plus Morphling Ags combination. How many times did we see this work out? Like, this is something that has been, you know, busted when it comes to this point, but no ping, they managed to play around it. Nicely done. Like Teolicor Vessel, he got off to a really good start, and he got this Spirit Vessel, which caused a lot of issues, especially on the Morphling, until he got his Manta style. Managed to bring him down a couple of times, and also being able to shut down Batrider was a key. Like, Teolicor was all over the place and was able to scale. I guess that's why he's called Teoli Core, because he can be another core for the team.
I love that. That's good.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll take that one. If we talk about players, that one comes from another player, because Bowie's been on this panel countless times, right? And he's constantly harping the fact that Analog's Magnus is... Yeah. And in this game, we saw Monster's Magnus kind of out of control. Did you guys see a notable difference in terms of play?
Oh,
just
for sure.
By a different player? Yeah?
I think so. That was the next thing that I was going to highlight, was that I was going to say last game the MVP was Matthew, this time Monster, 100%. He was the one that made those plays happen, pulling... Like, he made the game-winning play that pulled Morphling in. Granted, the Ravage came afterwards, but they were able to get that die back, and so many of these plays start and end with Monster.
Do you feel it's time to stop trying to force the Magnus mid and just give it to him again if they want to start with Magnus again?
Most def. I think like the performance from the mid lane, which kind of brings you the same thing, is much better from the off lane. We might even see Thunder Predator adjusting how they draft. Maybe they decide to ban it out this time around. They banned out IO twice, so maybe they leave that in the pool. Pretty sure Thunder Predator, they know how to play against Io, but this Magnus, at least the Monster Magnus, caused a lot of issues.
Well, I'm excited to see what Sorry. Go ahead,
Oh, it's
Lyrical.
no problem. My bad. My brain is going a million miles a second. The only other thing I'm wondering is who gets first and second pick. Because I
Right.
think both times it's been Thunder Predator with first pick. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
Thunder took second pick, so there's your answer, Lyrical. And
They're
I'm
changing
really
it up.
excited. I'm really excited about this draft. But before that, we do need to take a small break, and then we'll be back with Game 3 between Noping and Thunder Predator. Stay tuned. Game 3. We didn't think this moment would come, but indeed, Noping managed to bring in game number 2. They brought a really good draft. And Monster Magnus, that looked much better than Analog Magnus. Let's see if they do the same thing again. We seem to be back with our old bread and butter, though, the Trim Protector. That has not had much success, but maybe this is the one, right? Third time's the charm. Lacoste, Lyrical. What can we combine with this Trim Protector to enable this pick properly? How do we abuse this Trim
Medusa.
Protector?
I love Medusa, Tree, and Protector together. You stall the game for a long time until Medusa comes online. I think it's a valuable strat. I've seen it work so many times. This time around, they didn't go for Tree and Protector last pick, which is good. Also, the way I would describe the previous game from Thunder Predator's point of view would pretty much be panic, calm, panic, because we had like games divided in 3 parts, I would say, where they were not doing so hot. They picked up Ags on Morphling with the Shaker combo. Everything was going well. A bit of a throw, and then again back to panic mode. But no ping. There are a lot of good heroes left in the pool. Mars and Abba are banned out by no ping. They go with the monkey. Okay, a bit of a different approach.
I think it's kind of cool if they are thinking about going for the Medusa to just like drop down the ulti on top of her. Hates to have to run out of that stuff, but with Stone Gaze you can kind of do it. But that could be an avenue that you go for Thunder Predator, and maybe pick up something like a Puck in the second phase or whatever. And it gives you some flex potential too, which we've seen before. I also wouldn't mind a Phoenix for no ping to combo together with the Trent. And I do like the eventual idea of the Medusa. Yeah.
I mean, Phoenix to Trent sounds like a really good combination, especially for counter-initiating against heroes like Monkey.
Right. So one thing that I'm still unclear about, though, and this is the big question for me, was it like as the game got later and later, it felt like Thunder Predator were making better calls, like, and they were sort of maybe more confident or more calm, like Ross was talking about. But whatever the case was, it just felt like they were in more control of the game the later it went. And I wasn't sure if that's because they're more comfortable in those late game situations or because they knew that their draft was better when they got to Morph Shaker. So if no ping go like late game draft here, I'm just wondering if they're going to fall into a trap of like, having to make a lot of late game calls.
Agree. I think they need to have advantage coming out from the laning stage, and then they can play very good Dota, as we could see. This is something that happened against Hokori as well, because they were snowballing. They had a Luna plus Io, maybe even 2 games, if I remember correctly, where they just like came out of laning stage very hot and continued to snowball, make all the good rotations. Speaking of Luna, Thunder Predator is still respecting it, and in the end will ban it out.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, how does the Beastmaster though fit with the Tree Protector though? Because you have one defensive pick, one more offensive pick. How do you play the tempo for these 2 picks here?
Very good vision game. They can
like
stall the game, and they can like Trent Protector is one of the better heroes to like protect your tier 1 tower, especially the one on the mid lane. And also Beastmaster, one of the better ones to take the towers with. So his rotations after taking a tier 1 tower on the off lane can easily like rotate to the mid lane. They might be even paired up together depending like which route they want to go. It's a strong lane with these 2, even though both of them are melee heroes, but they have a ton of slow and they have like a lot of right clicks. Imagine Trent Protector with Beastmaster Aura. With 100 damage base.
No, it sounds good. I think that it's like also one hero to secure the lane, the other one to push the tempo, kind of, right? Like Trent's there to make sure that whoever the safe laner is going to have a good time. Because I'm assuming that they're not going to run Tree Beast together. And they just straight up take a Timber Saw.
I think this hero is banned all the time. That's why I never even like check. For me, it's a default ban considering how strong it is. It's very easy to protect Timbersaw in the second banning stage. Like you get rid of OD, Ursa. Saw a game yesterday where Shadow Demon looked super good against Timbersaw. Maybe they want to go with that. Doesn't look too bad. You dispel Monkey King's Jingu stacks. You dispel Ogre, and also Soul Catcher sounds really good. This is also a counter to Timbersaw in the laning stage. He might like use the Timber Chain to try to get rid of it, but it's not as easy as like people think, especially if he's paired up with some kind of a slow or a stun.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit wondering if this is gonna go poorly for him, because like you said, normally you can, if you get it there early in the first phase, you can like ban out a bunch of them afterwards. But now, I wonder, can you do like a Nyx Beastmaster lane? Does that just get beat down too badly? Because I love Nyx Assassin against Timber, but I'm worried that that lane might be too weak, and I don't know if you can fit a Nyx Assassin in.
I would prefer Shadow Demon that I mentioned. Okay, this is also okay-ish.
Right.
A bit more lockdown. Glimpse is gonna be their big like play. Whenever you have Disruptor, you need to have good vision, and Beastmaster can't provide that with just being in the front line with a Hawk, a casual boar walking around will set up a good glimpse.
I'm interested by his gyrocopter pick. I thought that Razor actually did pretty decently against a gyrocopter.
Yeah. I think he does. It just
Okay.
So I guess this is like an answer to Beastmaster in the lane. Maybe he's gonna like try and use Flak to kill the boar, possibly.
Yeah.
With like the ogre.
One way to like deal with it, Phantom Assassin was also, I think, a good option because she deals well with the Beastmaster. In the lane, you can easily kill the boars with the dagger, and also can break the static link with the Phantom Strike. But they go with Gyro, I guess, the same way of thinking. It's not as good as Phantom Assassin is against Razor, because Razor just loves to get on top of Gyro, run him down, steal his damage. They don't have like ways of protecting it. Maybe you can think of Bloodlust as a protection, because you can try to outrun him, but not gonna be easy.
I'm a little concerned for Thunder Predator here. I think this is a really good draft so far for No Ping, and they just need a mid now that kind of pulls it all together. This looks very, very good, I think.
What mids are you looking for, Gabe?
I'm looking for something with a little bit of control. Like, is OD still in the pool?
He is. First one that came to my mind is like Void Spirit. Even Storm works well, because Thunder Predator, they don't have a reliable stun this time around. Like, they have nothing that can like just go on heroes, anything elusive. Like Puck also works, any of the spirits pretty much. And what did you, Gabe, say?
I was gonna say that you could go what was it? OD?
OD.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind OD. I just feel it's a very good Void Spirit game. Kunkka is out of the pool, and he can cause a lot of issues. Just being in, I would say, almost unkillable, especially with that extra bit that Treant Protector with Global Presence gives you with that extra armor.
The other one would be Lina. I think that also could be a ton of damage out. But Invoker.
Okay.
All right.
It's a Dispel mechanic that we mentioned. Great against Ogre, Bloodlust. This is position 4 Monkey, so you don't care too much about Jingu, but sometimes it's going to be good. And also builds into Spirit Vessel against the Timber Saw. I think this might be the best draft that I've seen from No Ping.
They've done a
And now
really good job.
what does that Mago play? His Kunkka, Tinker, Bat Rider are out. He has TA, but that's not a thing.
I actually, maybe they take OD. I think they need some save, because I'm seeing a Beastmaster, and I think this Invoker might even turn Exort with Beastmaster playing together with them and a Treant. Like, you could just blow up the Gyrocopter over and over again.
This man just unfortunately has a little bit of a limitation in terms of the hero pool.
That's fair.
I think the only heroes he has left are Leshrac and Void Spirit. Oh, of course. I completely forgot about this because it's been so long since he's picked this. Yes, this is his bread and butter. What do you guys think of the Tiny pick?
It's very South America pick. I don't see it in any other regions. Like, even when the hero was not played as position 1 or mid, they were still picking it on the position 4. Even after all these nerfs, like, they are like, well, Tiny, toss back, it's gonna be good. They have ways of dealing with Tiny. Heroes are not easy to burst, other than Disruptor. Like, Tiny can't really combo off anyone. it's a mid tiny, so he can, if he's off to a good game, and plays with one extra hero, they can be able to kill those heroes. But I like what Noping got.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna go with them this time around.
All right, a nice little change. Lyrical, will you follow suit, or are you gonna stay on the Thunder Predator bandwagon?
Join the dark side, game.
I kind of want to. If Dark Mago and good old Oscar compare together and make the tiny timber kills happen, if they're on sync, the game is on those two. So
okay,
I'm gonna go no ping. I don't think that they're gonna be able to do it. I think no ping got it.
Right. Our Purge was the first to join the Brazilian side. Now our panel becomes Brazilian. Will Moxie be the only person to support the Peruvian Thunder Predator? We're going to have to see as we gave it over to the casters, Moxie and Purge.
Man, we have a just straight up Brazilian, fanboy thing going on over here. But, this is a big deal, right? This is pretty huge. If they're able to take this series off of Thunder Predator, they've already taken off a game. I looked it up, Purge. They have not lost a single game until now for Thunder Predator.
Yeah, that's really impressive that Noping was able to win the last match, but this one might be a little bit harder, I feel like. But that said, I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of the Tiny, so maybe that's the value that they need, because their draft does look really solidified and solid. Yeah, maybe Noping seems to have the better draft, I guess. I like Tiny or Invoker. I don't think he's going to go Exort because there isn't very much setup on the Noping side for a while. But with Quaswex, he can move around. If he mana drains Tiny enough, if Tiny doesn't snowball really hard, I could see Noping getting enough advantage to pull out another win. And they've got good tools against Monkey King. They've got, it looks pretty good for them.
It doesn't sound like when you say I could see them winning. I suppose it's very.
Yeah, I don't like the Tiny that much, frankly.
Okay.
It's obviously a good snowball hero if it works out. Like he can kill Disruptor very easy. But the rest of the heroes are relatively survivable. Him paired with Timbersaw is potentially very good. Monkey can set up and give him vision, which will be good. But a lot of it comes down to how good his blink timing is, and then whether he finds a couple kills to really push himself into a huge net worth lead. And I kind of like Tiny against Razor a bit. It's not perfect, obviously, but there's counterplay both ways. If Razor goes on Tiny first, Tiny has to do a bad toss. If Tiny goes on Razor first with a little follow-up from his allies, yeah, you can be effective against Razor because of the burst. Razor wants to fight in long, extended fights. Tiny wants to do burst stuff.
Matthew getting a little body block here over on King Jungle. Just gonna open up with that EMP. Throw out a missile. Just a bit of scrapping back and forth. Matthew seems to be a little bit careful, though. Very, very low as he's gonna get punched here by trees. And no, not gonna be able to quite finish off Matthew. They'll pick up the bounty rune. Matthew tree dancing away. He's got the salve. He's gonna jump right back in again. They want this blood on Theolicore, but Matthew's still going to be the first one to pull. Next will be Theolicore. So we are off to a bloodthirsty start here in this game number 3 of Thunder Predator versus Noping. I gotta say, I like it.
It's kind of a goofy level 1 fight as well. There's a lot of shit abilities used there. You've got tree toss, tree grab. You've got timber chain. You've got EMP. It's okay, this is the best they can do, but it's funny because both lineups are not that strong at engaging at these exact moments. Fire Blast is fine, but not incredible. We've got Beastmaster, so you have a 10% bore slow. It's guys, this is not the fanciest level 1 fight I've seen before, but hey, first blood goes to Noping. But Thunder Predator's crushing the net worth advantage. Oh, JK, sorry, changed. Oh, it's back to them again. They're winning.
Thanks, Purge. This is the this is the commentary I love to hear you say. Top lane, though, some aggression being put over onto Monster. Again, they're running a tri-lane here. Fire Blast, that's going to be a dead Beastmaster, and Theolicore is forced back. And I have to say, I like the fact that they put Matthew on a very mobile hero. I feel like this is the type of hero he really shines on, especially because they had a lot of issues, right, with Dark Mago having difficulty in that mid lane. This is a hero that can make things happen, that's very, very mobile, and can definitely help secure that mid lane this time around, should Mago get jumped upon.
Yeah, for sure. I think he played it the other day and played excellent on the Monkey King. I think that was the match maybe against the OD, where he kept interrupting the Meteor Hammer.
Yes, it's amazing.
Really impressed me with how he played that game, so I expect to see something similar. But very important to zone out these heroes, because that's going to help justify Gyro's net worth. Matthew does get cut down here by Theolacor. Good guess there. And
That's how bloodthirsty this match is, dude. It's a giant tree cutting down his own brethren. They want that victory.
Tiny's doing great though. 13-4 right now versus the 10-0 of Analog. So good start for Tiny to begin the game as he aims towards lots of levels and good item timings.
I have to say, the way that the lanes are set up this time around, I'm liking it quite a bit, honestly. I like the fact that, you know, yes, you've got RDO on this Razor, King Jungle's, you know, babysitting for now, trying to just put out a little bit of harass on Oscar. But honestly, these two heroes down here kind of can have themselves like a gentleman's agreement, right? You can leave both of them alone. King Jungles can kind of roam around a little bit, try to make some plays maybe over on the mid lane if Tiny gets a little bit too far out of position. And then again, like we talked about with Matthew, being able to pair up with Pandamu and be very aggressive in various lanes is just, it's nice, I feel. I feel like it's better than just, you know, the usual.
You can, but it would make Oscar's lane a little bit less good. And here's a good example of that. Full link duration towards Oscar. He's got great armor, so he's not really killable here, but yeah, being able to play Timbersaw against the Razor here, and almost any other matchup would have been pretty catastrophic in this tri-lane scenario. Ooh, we got the boots. Not bad.
We got the boots. Now, a few harassing monster as well. He's just following him around. Talk about rather non-conventional lanes. Not often that you see the Beastmaster jungling.
You know something else that's really interesting? To look at the item build that Gyro's gone for at the start of the game here. He's building towards treads, but he picks up the Robe of the Magi, actually. This gives you 0.3 mana regen for 6 int. He's basically like, my lane is so won by my 2 supports that I'm going to go mana regen for my treads build up over damage and attack speed. It's pretty cool.
I mean, the aggression is real coming out here, and that's going to be another kill here for Picasso. A little bit of a fight over in the mid lane. We talked about this. King Jungle's being able to go and gank the mid lane if Dark Mago's out of position. Already realizing that, you know, he is going to be trying to just go after these runes. But there is a bounty rune. He's got a bottle. He's going to be able to get right back up to speed. And Matthew just hanging out now over in this mid lane.
Yeah, it's good to pressure. If you can get a gank on the mid lane hero, it's a huge difference maker in terms of net worth. Really messes up the tempo. It does force Dark Mago back to base, which is going to mean Invoker pulls ahead, but still, he survives, so not the end of the world. And yeah, there's the jungling for Beastmaster. He's got armor, he's got regen, he'll be able to tank just fine. Just messing with him. This is a great way to play against him. I mean, this is the perfect thing to do. If you force the offlaner into the jungle, you go split experience with him and you steal some of his last hits. And if you're successful doing this, they did spot his rotation perfectly with this ward, by the way. If you do this, basically this catch-up that Beastmaster's supposed to do is even more mediocre than it was before, making it bad. So this tri-lane that they started off with, knowing that Timbersaw was going to get this lane matchup, it's making the draft look irrelevant because right off the bat, Beastmaster is going to be super behind in terms of levels. Gyro is getting absolute free farm and mega denies, and the other 2 lanes are still going good for Thunder Predator.
I like it. I like to see something a little bit different going on in my games, and it's definitely nice when you can see a team just adjusting to the play style and really maximizing what they can get out of it.
Yeah, Moxie, is it still okay for me to flip-flop at this point in the game?
I mean,
I'm ready to flip-flop.
The Brazilian fans are not going to like that, Perch.
Well, they're not going to like it when their team loses either, based on how this laning stage is going. It's not looking great for them right now.
It is looking rough for sure.
It's not the end of the game or anything. There's only a 1k advantage right now, but Thunder Predator basically got everything that they want. They still do have to worry about some of those other hero issues, like Tiny potentially being weak, but Tiny's last hits right now are good. If we check his net worth, it's not quite as high as Invoker's, but it's still pretty good. Some of those last hits are fueled up by small camps, and he did get a small camp block. I feel like we're gonna die most likely.
This is looking like another kill here for Picasso. He's gonna be very happy about this. And the upper teleports down into the bottom lane because it looks like Oscar was trying to get it too cheeky here with RDO. Plenty of damage. Steel coming out with slow. He's got the Timber Chain, but the Glimpse right back in again. This is going to be a dead Timbersaw. So very nicely done. But at the same time, look at this. Matthew on the monkey. Finds himself monster. They've got the call down. They realize, all right, if everybody's going to be jumping on our Timbersaw, we're going to jump on your off laner too. And that's a cancel TP as well.
Man, this landing stage for Thunder Predator is actually so impressive. I love all the little things they did. That was the Robe of the Magi on the gyro to get him intelligence. Then he goes straight into a flat cannon build. So not only does he have skills that allows him to help get kills in the lane, he also instantly transitions into a farming build. So he basically loses nothing from this. Dude's got 2 parts of his Ags already. It's insane. His net worth is 4,300. So even though Razor does eventually kill the Timbersaw here, Gyro's going to have a stupidly fast Ags. He's got the freaking tower dead against a tree.
Indeed, and they're still hunting. Okay, they do realize that Matthew's over here.
I mean, good luck ganking the safe lane now. This is the most catastrophic thing about this tower being gone. Like, Invoker rotating is going to take time and movement. And if they're not getting something else out of the map in the meantime, it doesn't look good for them.
No, Monster still level 4, pouncing down out of the trees. Comes Matthew, Band is ready, because see with the flak. They get slowed down just a little bit because of Nature's Grass, but it's just another kill for the Gyrocopter. King Jungle's making his own rotation to join up with the Yola Core, but the damage has been dealt.
5
know what he
kills.
can hope to do. He might just die along with everybody else.
I mean, he's 1,300 gold away from an Axe. This has got to be a record if he gets it at a reasonable time. If he doesn't get ganked like once or twice here. I don't know. And he didn't even go that poor. He's got 2 slippers and he went treads. So, like, the standard itemization. But with all of these kills, he is just stupidly fat. Timbersaw's fat, but he's really fat, dude. And on the other side, Razor didn't like win his lane, basically. He did okay in a 2v1 scenario, but his net worth is 600, 500 behind Timbersaw's.
Nice little play here from Analog, though, just continuing to EMP Tornado Dark Mago, who's never going to have a whole heck of a lot of mana, but does have that Invisrune bottled, so he'll recover. Grabs himself up with Keen Optic for the little bit more mana regeneration, and he's very close to that Blink Dagger, which is when it's going to get even scarier for Noping. What's their play here? How do they do this now?
Yeah, I was gonna be like roar people. Oh, that's right, Beastmaster is level 4.
Levels, yeah.
That one's tough. Overgrowth people. Oh wait, that's right. Treant Protector is also level 4. Disruptor ulti. Oh, also level 4 at 9 minutes. This level and skill deficiency is really costing them.
I don't know if you want a glimpse back on that. Okay, Oscar not connecting the Timber Chain, so if buys a little bit more time, Tornado's going to connect over onto Matthew, who's been a thorn in their sides. Does have some 1 charges, but figures he's not going to survive it anyways. So they do get a nice pick off, because this Monkey King has been giving them so much information this entirety of this game. It's only been 9 minutes in. How many?
They bring the one other hero that is in level 4. It's Invoker, and they get a successful rotation, which is going to force Timber to have to play more defensively now.
He has been a part of every single kill, this monkey. Every single kill so far for Thunder Predator. Like,
yeah,
he's been
very
giving
good.
them so much intelligence, but not in the manner that I'm sure people think I'm picking.
12 mana and 0.1 mana regen? Is that what you're... Or
No.
0.05 mana regen? No?
Like CIA, Central Intelligence Agency. This is the Monkey Intelligence Agency, of where they spot out multiple times. Oscar's gonna...
Oh, he gets the ward.
A little bit.
That was close.
You have 4 heroes chasing this Timbersaw, though. I think you're very happy about this. Matthew, think about going to Boundless. 3-man Boundless. Ooh. What a strike. It's beautiful. But Oscar getting glimpsed right back in again. The rest of the team, though, starting to make the rotation. He's very tanky. He's going to survive a little bit longer. It looks like he's going to be able to jump down here from Matthew. They have RDO, Dark Mago with the Blink Dagger, tossing up into the air. They do have the living armor over RDO. I'm not sure it's going to be quite enough. They need to get over there. Timber Chain not quite landing. They'll do a 3 toss, but just can't seem to finish off on the Razor without more lockdown.
Okay,
a little bit more damage.
But hell, Oscar lived, so it's still pretty solid there. He had an absolutely insane amount of armor. He had like -8 from the Razor, and he still had like 25 armor or something crazy like that. It was cool, almost saving Oscar as well. That Monkey King stun needed to be the same time that he threw Timber Chain. If he did that, he would have been able to disengage. But either way, they rotate over, they give them some space, and in the meantime, Picaz is still hitting creeps. Zags is done.
Can someone ping Knoxville and ask what's the fastest time for an Ag Scepter on a Gyrocopter?
This has got to be up there.
It's got to be up there, dude.
It's really fast. It's really, really fast. You don't see this kind of separation almost ever. Keep in mind that Razor is not a traditional carry. This is one of the downsides to the hero, is that if you don't win your lane, you don't farm as fast as a traditional carry, so it's entirely possible that Thunder Predator blows this game out of the water. I mean, they're up by 6,000 net worth at 11 minutes. Yeah, this is like, we're mad that you broke our streak, and you're going to make our Liquipedia not look quite as nice as it did before, and they're going to get him back for that.
Yeah, they're smoked up over on the Tiny, but they do have have some more information. Another smoke coming out to play. Dark Mago is going to get thrown up into the air with the static storm. So this is looking very, very good starting out here for Noping. Should be able to get enough damage off so that they can take out the Tiny. The rest of Thunder Predator said, okay, all right, but you know what? This is so much space. So much space for Pakaz to continue to just hit creeps. He stacks his own creeps for himself on top of that. This guy's a big boy.
Yeah, and getting the Possessed Mask is legit incredible on Gyrocopter because you do struggle a little bit with HP regen on the hero. But this is going to give him just enough with every attack. He's getting 7 HP here. Flat Cannon clears out his stacks. They're going to defend the top tower with just a Glyph alone. And we'll see if Timbersaw decides to defend it. At the moment, it looks like Dark Mago is going to be the one that does it. Not a bad little gank here, cleaning up neutrals. And Helm of the Dominator creep. So they'll delay the tower dying. Monster's just going to leave because he realizes chipping this down is going to take frickin' forever for him. And back on the other side of the map.
About, right? Like
it is.
Usually, you
it's
know,
hard.
the Beastmaster just charges through and takes down all your buildings, but he's had such a difficult time.
Yeah, it's just really far behind. The only upside to this, at least, is that because Thunder Predator feels like they can defend easily, they will do this, and they're going to be a little bit more spread out on the map. But the negative is that Gyro is still hitting creeps. He's got Yasha finished. Manta is probably in the cards this game. Very common solution against Tree. It's okay against Roar as well. If he's about to cast on you, you press Manta, and that buys you another second of attacking or so. But, so maybe not the perfectly idealized Gyrocopter build, but it should be quite effective. Or you could just go Sanjin Yasha, lower increased status resistance. That's another option. But I don't think he has to worry too much because he's not really in like a super traditional carry matchup. The only bad thing that can happen to him in team fights is that they get on top of him, static linking him.
Another gank on Dark Mago. These static storms are working out beautifully for the gang squad of Analog, King Jungles, and Theola Core. And that's probably the best that they're going to get for now because it feels like they can't take on all of Thunder Predator in an actual team fight at this time.
Yeah, great grab. It's a highly leveled hero, and stopping him from snowballing is one solution here in this match right now. If they spot the Hawk here, and that's going to realize they're going to realize that's what gave them vision there. But Beastmaster's still going to push in the top lane with some summons. Matthew might be able to deal with this. We'll see.
Oscar is going to get glimpsed back in again to this kinetic field. They don't have the static storm, though, but will be able to burn a lot of the mana, take a lot of the damage away from Oscar. They've got the Spirit Vessel as well. Going to try to teleport out, but this tornado should just barely clip over onto him, and that is a dead Oscar. But again, that is a lot of heroes devoting time over here. Well, in the mid lane, you see some pressure is being placed over on the mid tower here for Radiant.
Yeah, Noping's done a good job stemming the bleeding for sure, because at the moment it's only a 6k advantage for Thunder Predator. Keep in mind Gyro has not gotten into the engagements yet, so it's not quite a perfect scenario for them at the moment, but yeah, he's going to go BKB immediately afterwards, after the Yasha. That way he doesn't have to worry about Glimpse or Disruptor ulti. He could BKB off Overgrowth, that's another solution as well. But once he gets into these fights, I expect him to do an insane amount of damage with Flat Cannon and running at his opponents.
I mean, he's very powerful right now. Like, he's sitting top of the net worth, 10k net worth comparatively to RDO's just 6.6k. Like, that's...
It's like he's an alchemist. Like, his net worth is so far ahead. It's absurd. It's actually absurd how farmed he is. They can't fight into him. He's got tons of levels, level 13, so even though he went all this Flat Cannon, he got 2 points in stats, but I love that he's going back for his regular abilities afterwards. I think this is definitely the way to play the hero. Like, his build was like a perfect mix of like winning the lane and then farming, and then he's like, alright, time to team fight after this, because I've clearly got a net worth advantage where having more stun duration and damage from nukes is going to be beneficial over having like 4 agility.
I feel bad for Monster. He's just had not any ability to be able to play this game the way he would like to. Spending a lot of time just hiding in the tree line, being too afraid to be spotted out. You have to be careful with the Monkey King, of course. Do have another smoke gank, though, coming out from the side of Noping. It's the same group as before. Last time they got themselves a Dark Mago. This time they're going to get themselves a Panda. And these little ganks are just very necessary for them to staunch some of this bleeding.
We stole 2 Spirit Vessel charges because Ogre Magi has 2 heads. That does confirm they are 2 people stuck together.
No.
Well, that's how it works. Pretty sure.
No.
You read the lore really quick. Forged by a god to entrap the soul of another. What do you got to say now?
It means he's got 2 souls in one body.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Was it?
Yes, that's what I said.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Sure. Feels a little anticlimactic now.
I guess it does. Yeah, maybe you should listen to me.
I was agreeing with you now.
Or I should have worded it much more clearly.
That could be it. Smoke play, though, coming up inside of Thunder Predator. We've got Bakaz finally joining in this battle here. So they're going to jump immediately. Oh, Static Storm just a little bit off the mark. Is Analog going to possibly pay for this? They've got plenty of damage. Bakaz is going to find the opening here as Timbersaw is chasing after King Jungles. Be able to just blow up the Disruptor, and that's going to be a tower that should be available here for Thunder Predator.
It was perfectly executed by Matthew. The first sign that there's danger, he jumps down right away. They don't get the perfect Avatos because of the Static Storm AoE, but they get both spells individually on top of Invoker. He gets crushed. Kaz doesn't even have to use his BKB. His missile does like as much damage as you'd expect a missile shooting a man to do because of that veil damage and 4 points in it. They crushed that fight.
That was a very flashy way of announcing that they have arrived with Kaz. For sure.
And I don't know if they realized quite how farmed he was. That could be one of those like oh shit moments where you click on his here and you're like, oh my god, it's 18 minutes and he has Ags, BKB, Yasha treads, like holy shit.
Well, they left behind an item, they left behind the Essence Ring. Oscar.
It literally doesn't matter. But yeah, that's a nice find actually. That's a good find.
It's a really good find.
It would have been really good on Timbersaw, I gotta say.
I know, that's
it would have loved that item.
About this. Did they know what the ward they're doing? I don't know. Oh.
Nethershall is a great compromise though. Slap that baby on the Timbersaw. He is going to be hard to kill.
All right, another 5-man smoke here coming out from No Ping, hoping to catch someone in the jungle. It's always going to be Panda though, it feels like. Either Panda or Dark Maga who ends up walking into everyone. The 5 tank and the gank, I think you're fine with this if you're Thunder Predator. And you're wishing it was someone a little bit juicier inside of No Ping.
That's a juicy hero. I don't know what you're talking about.
He's
not worth that much
sure.
gold. He's really thick, dude. A lot of mass to that dude. Mount
a lot
alone.
of mass to that ass.
That is. I've never heard somebody say that before, but that's amazing. Yeah. I bet that's got to be in a song. It's like way too good. To
no,
not be.
It has to. I just literally thought it up right now, but I'm sure it's in a song. Gotta be.
If somebody put it, somebody put
not.
that in a fucking song. That was like way too good not to put in a song. A lot of mass to that ass. Oh, it's so good.
Monkey Matthew lining up. They've got the vision on Analog. They need a little bit more with the sentries, though. It's going to be available. Overgrowth is going to come into play with the call down coming out from the top. He is nearby. RDO finding the kill here on Matthew. Got the link of the buyback coming out now from this as Analog will fall. They'll be chasing after RDO here. That BKB is nice, but it's not going to last forever as they're able to go take down the Razor. They see Fiola Core over here on the side. They'll cut down a tree while they're at it. And Monster just running back home. Doesn't want to be out in these woods.
I mean, the fight didn't go great there for Thunder Predator, but somehow they're all alive, and there was a buyback, I guess. There was a lot of committal to kill the Monkey King, and even with the damage stuff on the Bakaz, it just wasn't enough, because by the time BKB runs out, then he just kills you with his magic abilities. Like, Gyro against the Razor Core here is a pretty solid matchup, assuming that you get to play through his BKB. They didn't use Manta, they didn't even use BKB. Bakaz still has everything in his quiver. And now it's going to be an Aegis as well.
Okay, immediately coming out of the pit. Panda continues to just throw his body forward, trying to tank any ganks that might be coming forward. Thunder Predator's hunting. Ooh, Monster! Oh, Monster's just trying to live his life, trying to play the game of Dota since he wasn't able to earlier with a monkey chasing him, but it's going to be a kill here for Dark Mago.
50 gold for his big boy Thunder Hide too. Turn that into a purse or something.
He can put all of his gold in there.
Yeah, that's true. Alright. Your 2 tower, very likely to fall. He's queuing up a Crystallis. He basically bought all these defensive items and he hasn't even needed the damn things because he's so far ahead. But I like that he saved it.
Yeah, it's wild that we haven't seen the end of the BKB get used. They still have this Aegis now. They can just walk into the base at 20-something minutes, 21 minutes. Thunder Predator walking in, knocking on the front door. Here, ready. Are you, though, is the question. Doesn't feel like they are.
And Oscar's so happy to tank this here. He even went +6 reactive armor stack and duration this game.
He knows what his goal is.
Yeah, with the Nether Shawl and the Hood and the Plate Mail and this, his survivability is massive.
Jump forward here from Dark Mago onto the back and the toss back. They want to just get rid of Monster. There's not going to be any sort of roar. BKB gets popped here by RDO. They'll drop the Wukong's command. They're going to try to force him back as now they'll lose the Olakor over in the tree line. Timber just cutting down everything. Buyback from the Korean. Dark Mago already popping the BKB. Does manage to get a very nice avalanche. They're cutting down yet another. King Jungle's buying back. It is so difficult for No Ping to approach this fight.
Just get flat cannoned if they get even close. 8 attacks, 18-second cooldown. Dark Mago is going to toss you back to force you to fight into this death ball that they're not ready for. Matthew giving perfect vision. The Force Staff keeping him safe as well. Some great jobs.
That's the play. Okay, good Colts now.
Too greedy.
Prevent Dark Mago from being able to go and just toss back. Matthew waiting patiently in the tree line.
Took on Ava first, but he wanted to save the resources, but missed it. Either way, it doesn't matter. Not able to punish him. And they are back on the map. Crystallis is up. That'll help offset whatever Razor static links from him. I'm sure Daedalus is going to follow, but they can keep pressuring. They've got 2.5 minutes left before the Aegis goes away. And if No Ping can find a good initiation, this would be great. But it might be tough for him.
I mean, they're low on resources. They don't have any of these big ultimates other than the Disruptor Static Storm, and it doesn't feel like it's going to do anywhere near enough.
Even roaring is really difficult right now.
And I think they already used it, too. Yeah, they did.
Like, if you think of Matthew's Boundless Strike, that's the initiation, right? It's either Avatos Blink or Stun into Tiny Follow-Up. So if you even approach these trees, somebody gets killed.
It's so good, too.
You basically...
look at this wide swing coming out from the side of No Ping. They're like, okay, we gotta get something here. We gotta get someone. And again, it's probably gonna be Panda who breaks the smoke from the back line. In fact, it is. So the pin string coming around. They turn right back around again. The Blink 4 coming out from Dark Mago. They're just gonna try to blow up Monster. And they get the Static Storm up, but they've got the BKB over all the tiny RDO running for his life. They'll turn their attention over onto Analog, who's been left behind to be a dead Invoker. King Jungles doesn't manage to get a glimpse, but they're gonna go right after RDO, right after King Jungles. This Black just ripping everybody apart. Look at these multicasts on top of everything else. Yolakor. Oh, they call it. So, No Ping, they managed to take one game off of the champs here, but not going to be able to get the entire series.
Still very impressive for No Ping. I'm sure it's not going to feel as good as God, an upset would have been insane. Winning one game the way they did was still already incredible. But yeah, Thunder Predator plays a match like we expected them to. They played excellent in this match. The draft lineup stuff that No Ping went with didn't matter because Thunder Predator outsmarted him, basically. They said, here's our solo Timbersaw against a dual lane. He did great. Then they tri-lane to give their gyro the easiest game ever. And they didn't kill Timbersaw like one time in the laning stage, I don't think. So Razor was basically just behind, couldn't outfarm gyro. And all of a sudden, gyro actually participates in the game, and they just completely roll their opponents.
Yeah, definitely felt like they had some very good solutions in the way that they wanted to play their draft as well. Having, the rotations going after. And again, I love seeing Matthew on these heroes that's able to get, some sort of information, whether it's just from vision or being able to just be very mobile. I feel like he shines the brightest on them. And you could definitely see that in this particular game, especially as he followed Monster around. Poor Monster just tried to get anything so he could be a part of the game. And it just was too difficult. And like I said, what was it early on? I don't remember the exact timing, but he was involved in every single one of the kills. So absolutely amazing job coming out from Thunder Predator. No Ping fans, they got that one game though. You have that, and that's bragging rights right there because Thunder Predator has been looking absolutely dominant. But unfortunately today for you, you're not going to be able to take the entire series. It's going to be Thunder Predator who takes the series 2-1.
Indeed, maybe not the expected result entirely, as the No Ping does manage to take a really good game too, but in the end, Thunder Predator does manage to bring the series home, and they will end up with only with 0 losses in the DPC, at least in terms of the series, right?
Yeah, it's still very impressive that they managed to lose one game to No Ping, or No Ping managed to take one game off Thunder Predator, considering that they didn't get too much stuff done so far in the DPC, but getting the game off of them shows a bit signs of life, which is going to be good for the tiebreakers that they will need to play.
Yeah, because that does set us up for a lot of them going forward here now. And I think that there are things that they can build upon. To me, this is a series, 3 games that they can look back through each and every one and learn something different from. And that's the most important thing for these types of teams, is to continue to build and continue to get better as time goes on.
On the point of Thunder Predator, Lyrical, you were talking to me you're telling us, the audience, last game about how the Timbersaw and the Tiny had to pop off, but we kind of saw Gyrocopter having an absurd amount of farm in the early game. What a ridiculous Axe timing. Was this within your expectations?
No, so I think I underestimated just how strong the the combo was against like the Beastmaster, and how well they were able to sort of set up a good answer to that lane just across the board. And I think that was like the thing that won him it. You know, I think that there was still a moment there where even when he got that super fast Aghanim Scepter, if they could like get into him on the first fight and find the roar, find the link, you probably can still kill that Gyrocopter, but you had to win like that one pivotal fight, the first one that Gyro showed up to. And if you don't do that, then the game's just too far gone at that point.
Yeah, for me, basically, this says, or the story of this whole series was the setup of the lanes, because both games that Thunder Predator won is when they manipulated the lanes. First game, they managed to throw their like safe lane on the off lane and get the most out of it, because they didn't care too much about like losing their off lane, so they had Tidehunter on the safe lane. And in the third game that they also won is that they run an aggressive tri lane, and they said, you know what, Timbersaw, he will make a new lane for himself. He's not going to play the lane against Razor and Disruptor, and this is what Timbersaw is really good at. He is good at being able to cut the waves, go into your face if you don't like get a kill, and then he gets level 3, gets level 5, becomes very hard to kill. They rotated Invoker once, managed to grab a kill, but it's also Timbersaw, so even though he is a momentum-based hero, if the rest of the team is going well, he doesn't necessarily need to snowball. Like, he needs to be able to get the levels and get the items, doesn't necessarily need to go like 4-0. But yeah, good stuff. I think Thunder Predator has a very good understanding of the game in a certain situation, and they adapt very quickly, like we saw in Game 1 and Game 3.
Now we know Thunder Predator is going to be, that's a tough one. It might be competing internationally. There's a chance that they might have a chance to compete internationally. What do you think their chances are looking like now? If there was a major, what would it look like? Do you think Thunder Predator is a kind of team that would be able to give it to the rest of the regions?
Gabe?
I think that's a tough one. Because so one of the things is that just in terms of the way that they play the map, there are times where they look like a top team, and there's a lot of times where they don't. And then the big question outside of that is, okay, but what are like the relative values of these heroes? And that's where we don't necessarily always know things with the patch. And particularly if there was going to be a major, there are people that were anticipating that there would be a patch before it. Maybe they could figure it out more quickly. Maybe they would be spamming the right heroes, and maybe they'd be the ones that come out on top. So there's like a lot of unknowns when it comes to cross-regional play that you don't find out until you get to the tournament.
It's very hard to say, like, if they're gonna do good. I don't think they're a team that can like win a major. Competition is too hard. A lot of things would need to line up, I would say, for them to be top 6. Thunder Predator, the old Thunder Predator, when they did good at the major, and then also like completely bomb out of TI, is inconsistency. I know you talked about it, said like the region thinks it was a fluke. But I think like this squad has a bit more stability to it, and they would definitely cause some upsets. So this is not a team that would not get a single win when we're talking about the international competition, no doubt about it. I can see them matching up nicely against some of the teams, because in terms of play style, they are very similar, I would say, to a lot of Western teams as well. Outside like Tinker, Windranger 4, their drafts look very westernized. This is something that we see in EU East, EU West, also North America, because I feel like people realized, like, if you're looking at the teams who look the strongest, you want to copy what they're doing. And even like the teams from other regions, like, well, why should we not try and maybe get a little bit of a twist to it with our own touch and make it work? And Thunder Predators so far 6-0, looking good. They're definitely. I hope Valve does something, and we get to see cross-regional play, because it's going to be very interesting. We've been on this patch for so long, so a lot of the teams just got better overall. They understood the meta much better.
Yeah, I actually can't wait to ask Thunder Predator themselves what they think, as we have Panda, their position 5, here for an interview. So if we can go to that.
Hola.
¿Qué tal, Panda? ¿Cómo estás?
Hola.
Veo que animado,
Bien.
ya.
Yo quería venir solo por ti para joder un toque.
So Panda, this wonderful player, he doesn't understand English perfectly, but we want to give him the chance to express himself as much as he wants. So we'll ask the questions in English, but he will answer in Spanish, and then we'll translate. What are they arguing behind you, Panda, right now?
Están hablando algo aparte, cosas X.
All right.
Fuera del juego.
Okay, we won't try. Okay. So let's talk about the series first before we go into your team. How did you feel after that game 2? Did you? It was your first loss in the DPC at all. Did you feel like you didn't play the best game? Did you feel like you had a lot of mistakes to improve on, or how did you deal with that?
Nos estompearon, pues, o sea, jugaron bastante bien y nosotros bastante mal. ¿Qué se puede hacer? Nos bajaron de la nube por un momento, pero teníamos que devolverse al tercer juego.
All right. So they said they stopped us. Yeah. What are you gonna do? They played well. We didn't play as well. He says they brought it down from Cloud 9, but we had to bring it back in Game 3, and that's exactly what they did. Indeed, you guys stomped them. I would say in Game 3. So let's talk about your team. You guys make a top seed. You don't lose a single series. You must feel pretty proud. You've already done this before, however. But last time I talked to your team, you guys were telling me about how you guys wanted to, or looking forward to that international competition. How does it feel to maybe not get that?
Ay, bastante triste. Quería a los europeos. Quería hacer eso. Pero triste no poder hacerlo. Otra temporada tendré que esperar. Pero si es que hay algo con los de Norteamérica, se lo voy a hacer a ellos.
He says, I'm pretty sad. I wanted to smack the Europeans. I wanted to show them. But unfortunately, it's not going to happen. They say they're going to have to wait another season. But if there's something that happens online, and that includes North Americans, and he can always, smack the North Americans as well. He got it. Panda's in full spirits. I see that you're like, some of the reactions to that idea were a bit more on the sadder side. I think you seem to be in high spirits. Is it just because you're taking it, you're thinking of the whole season here? Is that why?
La verdad, a mí no me afectó tanto porque igual una Major es una Major. Voy a ir a las otras que quedan del año y voy a ir al TI. O sea, me da igual una Major.
Dale. So he says it didn't affect it much because he's like, one major's a major. I'm gonna go to the other major. I'm gonna go to TI. Why would I be affected by a single major not happening? So that's the winner's mentality. All right, Panda. Let me ask you about your thoughts about the international play when it happens. Right now, that you can qualify to a major. You got that in mind. I know your team was looking into the international play. You said you're going to smack the Europeans, but do you actually, like, how are you feeling about that international play? Do you feel stronger than last year when you went to We Play Major?
Yo siento que en la Animayor éramos bastante fuertes, pero nos tocó un mal matchup. O sea, nos tocó contra los norteamericanos, con los que íbamos streameando más de 6 meses. Así que ellos sabían todas nuestras estrategias y todo ese tipo de cosas. Pero yo siento que si hubiéramos jugado contra un equipo chino o un CIS, no sé, cualquier otro, podríamos haber ganado. O sea, en mi perspectiva. Y aparte de los streams que hemos jugado. Sabiendo que streams y playoffs es distinto, pero igual siento que nos hubiera ido bien.
Right. So he says that actually he thought that during the Animator they were already looking pretty strong. The problem was that they got just a very unfortunate matchup. They got seeded against Squid Crew, if you guys remember, which is the North American team, and they were the team that they've been scrimming for the past 6 months. So they knew all their strats, they knew all their plays, and Panda believes that if they were up against an EU team or a Chinese team, they would have done much better. In fact, that's what was showing in the scrims they were playing there. Of course, scrims and officials are different, he says, but still, it must be an indication of something. And he thinks that they could have showed a higher level. Do you feel like your mental fortitude has increased ever since that moment as well as a team?
Creo que sí, estamos bastante bien todos, no tenemos ni un problema. En ese tiempo habían problemas de vez en cuando, algunos jugadores con otros. Y ahora ya no hay eso. Ahora ya no pasa eso, así que todos estamos bastante felices.
¿Ya no hay problemas o ya no están los jugadores?
Yo no dije nada, tú lo has dicho solito. Yo no he dicho
Yeah,
nada.
okay. Lo he dicho en español por algo. He says they feel like their mental fortitude is much stronger. There used to be a lot of problems. Well, there used to be some problems between the teams, but now there's no problems at all between the players and stuff. So they have a really good vibe. They feel really comfortable with each other. And I'd like to ask you as a side note to that. Do you guys hang out outside of Dota? Do you guys do things together outside of Dota?
O sea, hemos intentado hacer un par de cosas. O sea, vamos de comer. La gente quiere jugar partido, pero yo no juego partido desde que salí del colegio. Estoy fuera de forma, no quiero salir. Aparte que no me
Partido de
gusta salir
fútbol.
mucho, prefiero fútbol, sí. Los demás han salido un par de veces y yo no he ido, pero yo siempre voy cada vez que vamos a comer o algo. Sí, igual pasamos bastante tiempo en la bootcamp.
Fanta says this is a pretty good answer. He says, we like to try to do activities outside. We sometimes eat and we play football match, soccer for you American soccer matches, right? But he says he's a bit out of shape. He hasn't been playing football or soccer since he was a kid, and so he doesn't join us much. He joins them mainly for eating. Eating is great. He joins them less for the soccer, but they always spend a lot of time in the boot camp anyway. So it's just they have a good relationship. Do you
Mira,
consider the team
incluso
now
me he
your-
comprado, me he comprado una consola
Okay.
para jugar con todos. Vamos a jugar Mario Party.
Oh,
Sigo esperando la oportunidad para jugar,
oh,
pero nadie quiere
¿qué
conmigo todavía.
dices? All right. He says he even bought a console, Switch, I presume, to play Mario
Yeah.
Party together, so they can play games together. They haven't played yet. They haven't had a chance, but now with the break after DPC, maybe they might. Are you afraid that's gonna break your friendship forever? Because that is a tough game, Mario Party.
No, ya hemos jugado Play 4 veces también, Dragon Ball, peleas. Así.
Okay. They've played Dragon Ball games before. He's comfortable. They fought with each other before. It's all good. It's all good. All right. Would you what would you like to say to the fans that actually I'm gonna give you a spicier question. Every time we get an SA DPC match, it comes the one or two people that come by and go and say, "Oh, SA not worth anything. They're gonna be beaten internationally." What would you say to those people as top of your region, as potentially being the best team right now?
O sea, son 2K, no me importa lo que opinen. O sea, ellos pueden pensar lo que quieran de su región, pero de ahí van a ver.
He says, "You're 2K. I don't care what you think. You can think whatever you want from your region, but I don't care. You're gonna see it when we play internationally." Those are the confident words of position 5 here for Thunder Predator. Thank you for your time, Panda. Gracias. Un abrazo y un saludo, amigo.
Gracias.
Cuídate.
Chao.
And
Un placer.
goodbye. All right.
Awesome.
I love it. He got spicy this time. Now he's a winner. He gets to say these things, right? It's nice.
He also has
so-
a panda behind him.
Yes,
That's right.
Is that a thing? Does he always have it? Is that his good,
that's the first time I see it.
charm? Oh,
I don't. He used to have
We
like
gotta
a panda hat as well. I think he's just a big fan of the animal.
We got to get him on land and bring the panda there. I was going to mention, like, that the course of that, Lacoste was talking about their relationship and or he's talking about how he sort of felt like they would do well against the other teams. The mentality that I'm seeing there, it really reminds me of the interviews that I also saw from Hellraisers, and their playstyle kind of reminds me of it too. And it's interesting, like this younger generation of players that are coming in and with positivity, not broken, depressed brains. Like, I don't know how to handle it, but it's awesome. They're down with it. It's awesome.
Yeah, they definitely look like a team that is having a lot of fun together. And I think you said it well, Gabe, where like these new players, they're not so worn out, maybe from playing the game for so long. They're bringing like new ideas, and they just like do their own thing, which I kind of respect. Like, I think the good example is also Team Spirit, what they managed to do last DI. He also touched upon Animajor, where they were a bit unlucky because they played against like both Quincy and EG. Like, they didn't win a single match. They didn't win a single match like series, but they won one game.
Two matches,
of both of them. Yeah, and he said that he would definitely like feel better. They would match up better against some Chinese teams, which I think is okay because like their play style would definitely allow them to do so. And I definitely want to see them on land to see like you did it once. It was not the best performance. You managed to take a couple of games off of them, but just hoping for that LAN. Hoping for Valve to do something, and maybe we get these boys on LAN to be able to see what they can do. Because after a season like this, I think a lot of other people from other regions will look up to them and say, this is a good team. If they can go like undefeated, without almost dropping a game, these guys, they know something.
All right. Will we get to see them in LAN? Hopefully. I can only pray at this point. But what we do know is that we have another match for today. And this is going to happen for sure because it's online. There's no chance it's getting canceled. It's going to be Beastcoast versus SG. Gabe talked about the new blood. Now we're going to see some of the old blood. Beastcoast, they have old players, 24-year-olds. These guys are at the end of their lifespan, really. Yeah. And they're going to be fighting against some of the new blood here at SG, which actually has the youngest players in the SA DPC. We'll see who gets to win this next matchup. Probably Beastcoast, but we're going to have to see. Noping surprised us here. Will SG do the same? We don't know. Take a small break, and we'll be back with next game of today between Beastcoast and SG. See you guys then. Hello, guys. We've swapped our panel members ever so slightly. We've expanded Gabe's face. Now it's winter here, always with the best camera angle possible. How you doing, my friend? You happy to join us for this 6 a.m. game for you? 7 a.m.?
Yeah, of course. Just a good start for my exciting morning. I wake up and some SA games,
Yes. And what a game we have for you today. Beastcoast versus SG. Such an exciting game that Beastcoast made a whole promo of this game, despite the fact that SG is already mathematically eliminated. They have no chance of staying in Division 1. But Beastcoast thought this was the game of the week for them. So, Lakoski, tell me a bit about this matchup? Do you think SG is gonna play to their fullest just for honor?
Definitely, because they already are eliminated. They are going to Division 2. From what I've seen from some divisions, people tend to say, whatever, we're not going to show up, but I respect them showing up, and it's a good practice, of course. Playing against Beastcoast, so far managed to win only one game. Not the best performance. I guess they still have a lot to learn. Does not feel like a team that can compete with the top dogs in South America, but learning experience this is. Also, Mr. Chan, good to see you. It's been a while.
Yes, it's been a while, Mr. Stipich.
When was the last time? Yeah, when was the last time we worked together? It was probably a Star Ladder event.
I think Ukraine, yeah, probably. 3 years ago.
It's good to see you. Good to see you still being part of the scene. One of the smartest guys, one of the coolest guys, and the most sarcastic one.
What? No.
That's true.
No.
That is 100% true. Yeah. Do you have nothing else to say, Winter? No nice words for him? And you're just gonna leave him hanging like that?
No, I don't want to start the day by flaming, man. Why are you debating me?
Oh. Yeah.
My
boy Winter. Just loved to work with him. Didn't have much chance in the last couple of years because of COVID and everything. But yeah, good to see you back on the panels, buddy.
Good to see you too. I've been, listening to your stand-up jokes on your casting. I've been paying close attention to that. Picking up some of the jokes.
Good to hear. Good to hear. There were a couple. But yeah, let's focus on this one. Beastcoast. Winter Chan, tell me more about it. How are they gonna beat SG?
How?
Yeah.
Just by, closing their eyes.
Yeah. I know you're the biggest fan of Beastcoast. You think they're a really good team. But you think there's one thing that they struggle with, don't you, Winter? Which is the drafting sometimes.
I mean, I think they have a specific way of playing the game. Sometimes I don't really understand the way they pick, but yeah, you're right. I'm a really big fan of how they use the map. Who's playing the dead lane? Who's doing what on the map? I think they utilize the map really well. And even for SG, even though they are eliminated, I feel like sometimes I look at their games, right? Like the first 15 minutes, I feel like they're not actually that bad. It's just after the first 15 minutes, they don't really know how to play the game after the laning phase.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it happens to a lot of the teams that are trying to get better. They play a lot of pubs, so they know the hero matchups and everything. They know how to counter certain heroes. Even the draft, sometimes they feel good, but the decision making, who needs to rotate where, and what is the goal 10-15 minutes into the game is what they struggle with.
How do you train that?
So sorry, and Lacoste, in this region, usually that is quite common, and some of the teams here, they say that it's hard for them to fix that because they require I think Alvaro brought this up earlier during the season. He said it's very hard to fix it because they can't really hire a coach that speaks their language, so it's difficult for them. If they get someone from outside that they can fix the problem, but they have language issues with that person.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's something that I think South America wanted to do for a while, but as you said, this is the big issue because you need to get a coach, and you probably need to get a translator that is gonna hold his hand 24/7 so that you can actually work together.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think SA has a lot of really good players.
Yes.
Ever since I started casting their region this season, I started to realize there are actually a lot of really good individual players. They understand a lot of things in the lanes and the itemization really well. It's just that small details, during the mid game, what they are supposed to do, when they're supposed to smoke, where is the ward going to be placed. If they can fix those small issues, I feel like they can go really far in the future.
SG esports turn to
It's the only scene that's growing, so the future is where it's at there. That's what they're gunning. Everyone is the youngest scene on average. It's the scene that's getting the most investment. Yep, on average is the youngest scene. The scene with the most new players as well.
Do you know who's the second youngest scene? Is it
East? I'm assuming EU now, because that was the last I checked.
Where are you seeing these stats? Is it in?
I
some site?
did this average myself because I had this stat a while
Oh.
ago. 'Cause I checked out that because a lot of the SA players are like 16, 15, like genuinely, especially in Div 2. So they really bring down the average, right? And they don't have anyone. I think the oldest player in SA is Oscar, and he's 26, 27.
Huh? 26 is the oldest? Oh my
Yeah,
god.
I think that's the oldest. They all call him the grandpa of the scene. If you actually, whenever he comes into the lobby, he will like usually type things like, "Oh hey admin, whatever," and then he makes a joke, and then Panda will go, "Oh, I'm so sorry, my grandpa left the retirement home. Ignore him," and they always make that joke about him. They always call him the grandpa of the scene. It's pretty funny. And also ageist. How does that make you feel, Winter, as a 30-year-old Dota player?
I'm the true grandpa. Tell them relax. I'm the true grandpa here.
Does it make you want to put your hands behind your back as you walk?
Oh my god, come on, stop that. Ugh. What? Yeah, he likes to make fun of me because when I take him out for lunch or dinner, I put my hands behind my back. And he says that only old people do that.
Well, he's correct. He's correct. You are a boomer.
What? No.
Same as me. Let's check some of the drafts. Spirit Breaker, Queen of Fate.
Oh, thank
strong
you, thank you.
opening. Yeah, I gotta keep you boys on track. Very strong opener for SG. This time around, very good Queen of Pain game. You don't care about clockwork rotations. You can get out of the Mars arena, like the pushback, to also stop the fight for like 2 seconds. Gonna be good. So right now they're protecting Queen of Pain with 2 bans. Clock really good against Queen of Pain, makes her life really hard. With the coil, she can't defend herself. Like once you get the coil, there should be like some kind of a rotation from position 4 or 5, and it's, I would say, pretty easy to spot these kind of rotations because you know that you can't solo die the puck, so you need to bring extra, and then your position 4 or 5 need to match it. Spirit Breaker should be like one of the best ones. Puck is not in the game, but they also like banned out Lina, which is a good matchup against Queen of Pain. I've seen in other regions, like pretty much the only one who does well, who's left in the pool against Queen of Pain, is Leshrac.
That was a team that picked it here as well.
Do you think Queen of Pain is like better in a way on the safe lane nowadays, like with how she's being itemized and played?
Yeah, I've seen Queen of Pain being played as a safe lane, and she works really well. People realize, you know, this Orchid kind of outdated. There is Kaya Sanj type of build, which is the best item for her with the shard and BKB plus level 10 talent. You get 11 strength, you become super tanky. One of the weaknesses was always like she blinks in, she dies, and she was also not the hero that you want to like buy BKB like straight away. Sometimes even I've seen like even if the game's going okay, I believe it was Nisha who was playing it, who decided to go BKB first item on Queen of Pain. And yeah, a different way to itemize, super strong. Definitely one of my favorite heroes in the meta right now, because she doesn't have like many weaknesses. Leash mechanic is their puck, and they got rid of that, so it looks really good for them so far.
Yeah, and she's a flex pick, you know. That's I feel like the hero is a little bit like too valuable right now. He in the high level game, she's I would say that if I'm picking the hero, I wouldn't mind picking her like to start the draft, you know, in most cases, because she's so strong. And I always talk about in the meta right now, you want to carry to help your team get fat as well, to get rich, not just like for Protect 1, you're farming and everyone else is dying. You want to participate and fight and help your team. I think Queen of Pain is just like perfect kind of hero for that.
Doesn't have weaknesses. That's like, and you can, as you said, like first phase the hero and still end up with no bad counters to the hero. She scales well. Also one of the heroes that is insanely good in the late game. Like just, and one of the best heroes to rotate with. If we're talking about the runes, one of the better like rune control heroes, and also one of the better heroes to have bottled runes, especially the arcane one. Witch Doctor, not sure like why they decided to go with Witch Doctor. Doesn't strike me as a, this is like
he's good.
Really
he's good against
SB.
SB. He's good against SB and Quap. Like you mentioned earlier about how Quap is playing right now. You always go in, go out, go in, go out. So it's good to build all those tanky like Kaya Sanj, get the shard. And I think Witch Doctor is really good against that kind of playstyle, because if she comes in, you get the Melodic on her, and usually because of how she's building the hero, she's very tanky. But if you are playing against Double D, you get Wet Melodic, and you're at half health, and sometimes you can just die from that.
Okay, this is gonna cause a bit more issues. We'll give them even more survivability, so they can extend like an extra couple of hits from the towers. Because of it, Trent Protector Global Armor, also Spirit Breaker Charge. They have a lot of ways to play aggressive. SG, I'd say they have a very strong draft. They have ways of controlling, like they have way of choosing where they want to take a fight with Treant Protector ulti, and also no tower damage from Beastcoast. They literally have no heroes that can kill the tower, so they need to play with the catapults, and it's going to be even harder with the Treant Protector pick. So their last hero needs to be something that K1 will go in and deal damage to the towers.
Oh, I like Morphling though with SG's lineup. You have Morphling,
Turn
Spirit
into
Breaker.
SB, yeah.
Yeah, and Morphling is really good against like all their heroes, the Clockwork, the Mars, WD, the Ember. Easy game. And if that happens, you probably have to pick like some, I don't know, like some Terrorblade or some hard carry. Like you say, they need a hero that can probably out carry the Morph and kill buildings.
Oh, PL.
And Terrorblade seems, PL too.
If they decide to go for Morphling, it's a good Morphling game. The only burst that they got is Queen of Pain, so he needs to be careful about it. But looking at Beastcoast's draft, they're a better team, but their draft looks much weaker to me. Do you agree?
Oh, that's totally normal. That's totally normal.
This is what Winter says every single game.
I mean, I remember the first game we casted this season. I casted this season when I was watching Beastcoast. I think it was the same opening. They had this Clock Mars, and then they drafted 5 melee heroes in that game, and they were supposed to lose. I think they were playing against was it Hokori, and they were supposed to lose that game, but they just won it because they were just better as players, as a team.
Yeah, it was like a 40-minute comeback, like 45 minute, and then they suddenly started winning off just like you said, being better team. It was pretty wild, honestly. And you were livid about that. You were really, really surprised, and that's when you started to understand how SA Dota works. It's not about the draft at all in this region. Also, just to remind you guys about the push, Whisper does tend to go for Mars Meteor Hammer, so we do have a little bit of push there. It's a very popular.
Yeah, you are correct. I remember him going for the item, and he played well. I was casting one of those games, and he was all over the place. I believe he was like top 2 net worth with that kind of a build.
Yeah.
What he won? He won a game with that build?
Yeah.
No, he won many games. He did this build in TI. He beat top teams in TI with that build. Yeah.
You know what I would say here? Kunkka is a really good pick for them, because they can flex Queen of Pain and Kunkka in 2 different lanes, and Kunkka against Ember Spirit matchup is really well. Like, even though Queen of Pain is also a good matchup, but they will go with more traditional stuff, like late game carry that can jump out of Arena, can jump out of Clockwork Cogs, and they don't have that like much lockdown. They have chains from Ember Spirit, but I'm not sure if that's gonna be enough. So what they need something that matches up nicely against Phantom Assassin. Morphling now sounds even better.
5 seconds remaining.
Bloodseeker is also the other one that comes to mind. There's
Oh,
Clop and
yeah.
PA.
That's an Ector hero as well.
Yeah, just rupture them and then type GG. Like PA is so sad when you get ruptured.
Oh.
PL. Oh, I guess PL is good against like Trian, the other heroes, the SB. You can't really charge the PL so easily.
This doesn't strike me as a like godlike Phantom Lancer gotcha game, where you're like, if Phantom Lancer gets the 3 items, he's gonna win. But Phantom Assassin naturally builds into Battle Fury. Queen of Pain has decent amount of AoE to deal with PL until he becomes tanky. I'm gonna go with SG Esports this time around. I like what they got. I know Beastcoast is a better team, but I just can't go with the draft that they got. I think this is very strong in terms of laning, very good scaling, and like carry to carry matchup. I love PA more.
Well, I've made that mistake before with Beastcoast, but I kind of feel like one of the other reasons PL is picked here is because when I work in teams, sometimes the carry players, when they are playing against like some Trian or some Bane, some hero that's so anti-carry, they tend to like to build heroes that have innate way to dispel the root or dispel, like you naturally build Manta, or you have something to dispel the overgrowth. I play with players the carry players that think like that, so maybe that's part of the reason. It doesn't feel like it's such a good PL game, but sometimes I know some carry players that would actually think like that when they see Trian. They just hate buying BKB early.
As someone who's been with Hector in a drafting room, that is exactly what he said. Like, word by word, he said that. Like, if they have Trim Protector or Bane or other anti-carry heroes, he will always try to distract them with PL. That's always go-to hero. What a guess, Winter. This is the second time he does this with Beastcoast. He just knows exactly their mentality. On point. Will that be enough? Will the selfish carry be right? Or is the better draft going to triumph this time? Well, SG will take one game off Beastcoast. We're going to have to see. And on the casting side of things, this time we have a person that we've known on the panel before. He used to be here, but he's moved on to the other side. He's also a multi-role person. It's Lyrical, and joining him, of course, it's Trent.
Hello from the other side. You like my singing voice, Trent?
That was really good.
I'm really good at karaoke.
Those vocal warm-ups are really, really working. I can tell.
Well, we do have a great match for all you fine folks out there today. Beastcoast versus SG. Hopefully it's going to be fine. The last one looked like on paper it was going to be terrible, and it ended up being very entertaining. So maybe this one's going to be the same, because holy moly have SG been struggling. But Beastcoast, likewise, they haven't looked infallible. There's a chance here.
Oh, there's always a chance. And yeah, SG has been they're one of the, I don't know how to put it, more frustrating teams to watch, because I can see the potential. And then at some point, usually around 15 minutes and 42 seconds, they just crumble.
Well, and now we have it down to a science.
Let me
We'll
write
know
that
what to
down
watch
here.
for.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The battle begins.
Gojira making the move on over and trying to scout out, are there any wards here? Not seeing any. Okay, we're fine. Don't worry about it. Pick up the bounty rune and all in good time. And that is going to be 2 bounty runes apiece. Is already a charge going on. Oh, Stinger, what have you done, sir? This is the way you want to start game at number 1 if you're SG. Let's go. Draw first blood.
Yeah, certainly the ideal hero of that trio to get the first blood gold. The Spiritbreaker off to a fabulous start, and give something else for Hector to try and worry about this game.
Yes, definitely. Something that he's not going to want to have to worry about. We saw that ward placed down there on the bottom side, and Widge is going to try and set up for a good laning stage, giving Arms a nice time against Whisper and Gojira. It's interesting. Also, the sort of panel was talking already about that Meteor Hammer build coming out from Mars that I hope we get to see. It just allows like kills to happen so much earlier and not necessarily need an arena. You can just do it off the spear. Super cool if they go into that.
Yeah, he rocked it a lot in pubs for quite a while and has been known to bring it in his officials. So I'm still expecting it. For sure. I will say, Gojira, I'd be very happy to be Clockwork. I always think of him as one of the heroes I like being versus Tree, just because it's hard for Tree to actually use some of his better tools versus you. Like, sure, that you could say, like, oh, well, he's global living armor and you're trying to make ganks and stuff, but at least you have a laning presence versus Tree.
Right. Yeah, some stuff that we're seeing already, just the cogs push back coming in. He's going to get another one at least there onto Widge, and burning through a lot of that mana. No extra mana regen either on this hero right now, so no more Nature's Grasp. He's also skilled in the Leech Seed. He's just going to be punching. Still punches very hard, so that's nice.
He does indeed, yeah. And before Battery Assault, that is something to be worried about.
Taking a look up here on the top side of the map, it has been, the panel talking about Mr. Hector trying to create a little bit of separation and craziness going on with the tree in the game. We'll see if that ends up working out. At least in the early goings, he's going to have to contend with Eco and LPH, who actually going to get going on a little bit there. Just a little Maledict and the cast getting thrown out. But not an easy lane by any stretch of the imagination.
Just watching Gojira battle it up here with the Battery Assault. You actually you get 2 tries to stop Widge because the interval is 0.7 and his current attack speed is 1.62.
Ooh.
So, like, even, like, let's say, because the ideal play is if you try and Battery Assault and lock down Widge, then Arms will jump in, right? And then as long as Widge gives off, like, a couple punches, you're probably dead. But, you've got 75% chance that you'll stop the attack every time if there's only 2 units.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, it is a long windup. When it hits, it's good, but it takes a while to get there. Definitely. Water rune picked up, but a spear back underneath the tower. Arms going to tank through a couple of those tower shots. Not necessarily what you want to see happen in Gojira. Just be a little bit careful. In trouble. And, not going to be able to get away. Had us out. But the big jump in comes from Arms. And now Whisper also, he's taking a beating here. Has creeps to help, but not easy going.
Yeah, that was not great. I'm assuming he thought he had it. Had the mana for battery salt. That's all I can imagine by the way he started that play. It seems like a weird mistake to make, though.
Right. You know, in the mid lane, see Smile getting fairly low is going to get a bottle refill. Oh, with the kill! What a play! All right, KXY is going to go down, but you take that.
Worth.
Damn. Hey, he got the bottle refill, though, okay?
That's true. And now Gojira can actually steal it, right? Pass it back to the Ember when he comes in and gets a water room back after. So
okay,
that's easy stuff there.
I mean, that's still, you take that if you're caught. But what an insane play to jump in, right?
Why didn't he bottle? Okay, I guess he just gets the water room on the way back anyway. Yeah, that was pretty insane. Imagine if he grabbed the bottle, like they'd done some ground jump. I wonder if that's half the reason why he went for it.
Yeah, maybe.
I was thinking like maybe. I mean, that's just GG. You grab that Ember's bottle. We got game 1, baby. That's a default win.
Pretty awesome. And Quap, actually, they're going to try and put some kind of pressure on down bottom. Gojira catches there on Widge. Gets this catch afterwards. Also mid lane, the Sonic Wave was laid out, so they get the kill on the Ember. They also find Widge down bottom. Whisper might pay the price, but with so many other kills going back the other direction, I think you take this, but no, the spear comes out, and then the Sal Passover tries to get in range, and now he might just end up dying himself. Arms, he blinked into this. No, not like this, Arms. They were meant to be. Can they bring down the PA? Yes, they will.
10 minutes and 40 seconds early. Arms has activated.
Jeez.
Oh, that was the most Arms play. This guy, I don't know. He gets so unlucky sometimes, it feels. I mean, I don't know if you call that, sometimes having good luck is putting yourself in a lot of very fortunate situations and eventually things click. So maybe you could say the opposite about bad luck.
This is big, though. They're just now going to see KXY on this ward, and it's going to be too late. Whisper gets brought down. So KXY literally salvaging the game right now as he has killed Ember twice solo. Actually, 2v1 one time. Now rotates bottom, kills Gojira and Whisper. He's everywhere.
I still can't believe he just went right back mid and killed Ember. That was pretty crazy in hindsight.
Yeah.
Like, C-Smile is still 5.5. He's level 7.5 on KXY.
Yeah. This is nutty.
Unfortunately, it's Ember, so even shutting him down, it can feel a little empty and hollow sometimes.
That's fair. C-Smile is going to be blessed with the haste rune, and really important that they managed to get that as Arms backs out. He's going to try and salvage this lane a little bit if possible, but yeah, at least for now, as Hiko gets gone on up top, gets on the Maledict, but can't really do anything else. There's still a charge afterwards. The lane I would really want to watch and keep an eye on is where Quap goes with this next Sonic Wave.
I wouldn't mind just killing C-Smile again if you can. Just like charge mid really quick. But I guess the haste rune makes it a little bit worrisome because you don't know if you'll have the kill unless you wait till Hiko has 6.
Jira in the meantime just ends up eaten again. It's brought down. Ember is coming in, has the haste rune, wants to get active. Widge is there as well. TP coming afterwards from the Spirit Breaker. He wants to get active. LSH, oh, they catch him.
Nice
Smile. Dude, what a charge through stun connection onto C-Smile. They're bringing in the Quap now. Sonic Wave doesn't connect onto C-Smile, but takes down the Mars and the Witch Doctor. Dude, SG, they came to play.
C-Smile shows up. It's just like, yo, why are you guys all feeding? Like, I don't understand. Runs away with his haste rune. 9-3. Still a rather small lead gold-wise. But it is spread across the course. I mean, look at this gap in the mid lane. It's almost a 2K gap right now. It's Arms and Widge. They're going to find another one here.
Gojira, he went on Widge, and Arms is now there to try and help out. Whisper, hoping to make something else happen. Ooh, good break. Everybody's low. Dude, Whisper could kill them all.
Dude, no!
Oh my god, Widge, what are you doing? That is not the way to go. Gojira gets caught, gets killed. Hiko has to back away. And the arena is down, trying to do a little bit of twinkle toes action. Can he survive through this? No. They take down the Spirit Breaker. Just mayhem.
Arms? Next to camp for Switch Doctor? No, he's good. All right, no bounce.
Gets out of there.
Yeah, totally fine. Arms wouldn't do anything crazy. That would be insane.
Gets the D ward down bottom while anyone Hector very happy that all of this mayhem has been going on away from him.
Yeah, things have been looking pretty good for SG, but then you think of like, what's been going on up top? Well, nothing. Much to his satisfaction, just hitting some creeps. Pico is 6, so actually, okay, just bash him like 3 more times, and maybe you'll kill him.
The dream right there. Actually gets the chip vest now too, so that's going to be a nice little pickup for the Spirit Breaker. Always love to see that one. But the next couple minutes, it feels like things are settling down a little bit, at least until the next round of ultis are back online. And actually, KXY gets Sonic Wave back up again. But last time it was off the back of a haste rune that we saw some of that action. The C Smile is farming up in the jungle, taking out that hard camp.
Yeah, he needs some recovery time, so as many stacks as possible would be lovely for him at the moment. Sort of the only one that really takes advantage of them is Hector will get charged, but makes it to a low ground point there, so hard to follow up with the ulti from the Spirit Breaker. Also, invading here before they have the kisses available as well. So, not much real opportunity to kill. Just getting down some good vision.
We're getting to that 10-minute mark as another charge comes through there. Flips Gojira on his way past. Go up the farm game, but arena down. Caught one, which definitely going to die here. Oh my god, have I spoken too soon? Trying to survive.
Definitely.
Dude, he's got a range up. He's not dying. Oh no, and now afterwards, Whisper, he thought he was dead also. But to no avail. They find the kill onto Whisper. Dude, this bottom lane has been just vile.
Yeah, Beastcoast got to stay away from there. Nothing good happening there. And a few issues for SG as well throughout all that. But we finally have a little pause here. As LTH apparently needs a second. Take a deep breath here, guys. 17 kills in 10.5 minutes. And a very surprising kill lead right now for SG.
Well, and I mean, perhaps not surprising is the fact that the gold lead is relatively small in spite of that. And I think, again, a lot of that's coming back down to as we to replay the first split. Nice.
Yeah.
Let's see it. I guess some of that is just like sort of the disparity between
this was sick.
Yeah. Oh. Imagine if he just pops Flame Guard right there. Like, you know what I mean?
He's got the timers. His brain's too big.
I guess. Nice stuff. Now, we're getting ready to hop back into the game now as the pause has concluded. But yeah.
That is not a real replay. Ember is still level 8, in case you were confused at home. Well, Queen is 10.5.
Yeah.
And has an Orchid. So, again, back to a timing of where you're hoping to try and punish C-Smile. You're already punishing him in some ways because he's going to be forced into this Yule's first by the looks of it. Certainly a playmaker Ember game, as it were. But hey, you called it. Another haste rune.
Tries to
not
make
a
something
replay
happen.
once more.
They have to be careful, though. I mean, they still have a lot of heroes nearby. This haste rune, it makes you feel invincible. But will he be invincible? The jump forward, catch, finds the cookie, finds the kill. Guess what? Tree gonna be perfectly happy with that exchange as Whisper dies too. Dude, they are firing on all cylinders. SG, where was this at the start of the season?
I know, right? Hiko, though, has been battling with Gojira. Waiting for a potential follow-up after the hookshot. Well, he's actually going to keep charging him right now because KXY's here.
Oh, shows up, tries to find a kill. Is it going to be enough? They need another blink in a second. Can go for it for Hector and finds the kill. Gojira now tries to catch him up and, well, we'll see if they decide to stick around that much longer. Hiko now gets it, manages to find it. Absolutely insane. And finally, the blink away comes from the Quab.
He risks it all for the Nether Strike. The creep actually takes the bullet for him, but it's not enough damage in the end.
Oh. This is, like we talked about, just sort of a battle of at this point, like feeling a quap. Oh, that's the Eul's.
Radiant's top
Wow.
Yeah, all right.
Dude, Trent, I don't know. This is looking scary.
It's good to make the game interesting.
It's true.
All right, now I pray KXY. I pray. BKB next, right? Is there any reason not to go BKB next?
He has an
Orchid
illusion rune.
BKB.
Excuse
Okay,
me.
that's good. That's pretty good reason. I have a defensive option already, sir.
Just now finishing off his treads. Pretty tanky. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if he decides to go the like Kaya-Sange build instead.
I feel like he will. He'll just click it. He'll be like, I'm so strong.
Yeah.
I want to get it. The spell lamp's really good, and it is. It's very good versus the PL. I get it. But I feel like you just need to really lean more into this idea of just like, I want to live and make plays and let my PA become something. Because I think Kaya-Sange is playing for Queen of Pain.
It's fair. Spear catches up top there. Hiko likely to die and is going to be brought down off the back of that smoke gank happening. In the meantime, though, they do get the bottom tier 1 tower, so rarely seen tower taken there. Sonic Wave out. XY reveals the wrong one. Oh no, she didn't orchid the right one. With the blink away, and that might be enough to get her out and surviving.
I like the attempt.
Yeah.
Shutting him down once more would
Dude,
feel,
are they going back in?
devastating.
Oh my god, Hector. Oh, she's going. She's definitely going. KXY's going. There's no way she's not. Oh my god, she kills him. Have some mercy there. Witch is in some trouble. And now the turn trying to kill off the freaking Witch Doctor. He's also going to fall. Overgrowth. Who wants some more? Get over here, Whisper. You want to spear me? I don't care about that. My buddy Hiko's here. We're all going to take you down. Godlike in 14 minutes. KXY the Menace. Dude, give me mana for Orchid. That's all she needs. One more time again. Dude, why not? Arcane Boots, just keep coming. I promise it's fine. The next one will get me surely.
Okay, look, it says KXY has an ultra kill up top, but that's not really what happened there. That's Widge. Those are Widge's kills. All right, this ward just did everything. It's the thing that let him dive at like the first time. It created all of this opportunity, just that vision. So we need at least some team play. Bonus gold should be handed over. My God, that's a lot of gold. 1,070 gold to KXY. He's like,
immediately buys a Kaya.
He had the BKB queued up, and he got 1,070 gold. And he's like, I'm so sick.
Oh, that's so good. That's unbelievable. What a series of plays.
All right, I'm with him though. Honestly, don't play for your PA, man. Don't play for Arms. Play for yourself. I believe in you.
This is KXY's world. We're just living in it. Oh, down bottom.
East Coast are dying in it.
Finds another opening here. Doesn't have Sonic Wave. Who needs it? Finds another finish beyond godlike.
Oh, this spree is gonna be so juicy when he does.
I know. That's all I can think about. I mean,
smoke popped up there. Or Gojira. Yeah, Arms getting surrounded. Arms, that's not your base.
Arms. Oh no, he thought Stinger wasn't there. And the Witch Doctor ulti comes down. Arms has got to escape. Wow, though. Snapfire ulti coming through. Trying to take down Gojira afterwards. Do they have enough? Can they find the rest of these kills? Oh man, Quap is moving in afterwards. Beastcoast, they have to be careful. They brought in Hector, waiting for that moment, looking for the opening. Do they find the real one? It's right there. Oh, Sonic Wave afterwards. Doesn't even need it. Just beats him down to death. Hector down.
Oh, they want more.
Found more. Sonic Wave out. Gojira dead. Oh, the root is there for Mars. And C-Smile might be able to clean up, though. LTH. Wait, no. Walks back in. Too big for their britches, possibly. Widge has to run away. Doesn't quite have enough mana to make any extra plays here.
That's why. Don't do it.
Dude, this tree is level 10.
Oh, yeah, because he was in the trees for that entire triple kill.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They have both their supports now just kind of stacked up. He's almost 11.
Yeah.
You know, Hiko's just like, why is so much action happening without me?
Right.
I'm the spirit breaker.
This game is crazy.
All right, so now Beastcoast have, some might say, have a habit. That they're struggling to kick of doing this every single game, but then somehow winning. Is this looking like one of those games, do you think?
Dude, I don't know. I mean, the thing is, at the end of the day, it's co-op, right? So, like, you die one time and you probably lose. So, I don't know how I feel, but she just constantly has these people around to play with her and keeps getting kills. It's another
He's also
double
being
kill.
chased down up top. He's dead. He just got walked down on Ember. Like, he just didn't have any mana.
Oh, man. Dude, SG... Are SG gonna win this game? I think they're gonna.
I don't know. KXY dies like 3 times in a row without BKB now. I'm just going to be so sad. I'll just be thinking of what could have been. But I believe in KXY.
And look at this, though. Like, it's kill after kill after kill. It's not stopping. There's so much gold on this quad. Like, level 16, the next highest in the game is level 13. Everywhere she goes, she's killing people.
I got a Smurf, guys. That's what this is. There's so many people watching this game like it's like every one of my pubs. And I want this Queen of Pain investigated.
Report for smurfing, but don't avoid. Report, but don't avoid.
You want to get them on your team? That's true.
Yeah.
Fair point. Yeah, that's tactical.
Yeah.
I'll just report all the legitimate players in my bracket and avoid them.
Yes.
I'll never avoid the Smurfs. Yes, good.
Yes. Well, in the meantime, EA is almost at the BKB. EL, how's Hector doing? He has Diffusal Blade. Looks like he's immediately going for Heart, possibly? Or is he going to try and sort of just stick with the Vit?
Yeah, he might just tank it up so he can try and survive some of the bursts to go back for the Manta. Be a good play. He did just find a Philosopher's Stone for Gojira, so that's pretty sweet.
That's nice.
Great teamwork there.
Widge is about to have a Blink Dagger.
Radiant's top tower
Is that what he'll buy, though?
Oh, no.
Radiant's top tower.
Oh, no.
Speaking of which, never got that Meteor Hammer, did we?
No! Yeah, instead felt like he needed some more survivability. They find mid. Quick jump, see Smile. Don't even need the quap. Just killing with supports and offlane.
This might be the worst game of his I've ever seen, and it's on his Ember of all heroes, of which, as you can see, he has played this a lot. I mean, look at that Dota Plus level.
I mean, the kills have been just coming so fast that, like, I haven't been able to process where all the wards are and all that stuff, but it feels like Beastcoast are always under vision.
It's that, and it's also that, like, he got trashed in lane, and then he's playing versus a Spirit Breaker that sort of had a bit of free farm after because of the threat of the Queen of Pain around the map. That Hiko hasn't even been, like, required to make a lot of moves. So he's actually, like, he's got 87 last hits. I'd say it's kind of high.
Jumps in, Overgrowth afterwards, trying to take down Stinger. Is it going to be enough? Yes, with the Sonic Wave out and all the kisses from downtown, they find the kill. Now Hector, he's still going in. Doppelganger trying to get some separation, but they get the cookie in, and now the right clicks from down the other side. The weird, crazy hook shot doesn't connect. I don't know what happened there.
Do what? Did that hit Hiko?
I'm not sure. It looked very
really
strange. I wonder if it connected on like a doppelgangering PL or something.
I have no idea. Yeah, it went like flying sideways.
Maybe Ember.
Oh well. Thankfully, for the side of Beastcoast, they don't lose their Phantom Lancer after Hector jumped onto Hiko to start all that off on that portion of the fight. So, costing the buyback onto Whisper, but that's okay. Keeping everyone else up and active, and only lost Whisper like 50 gold in the end, so bit of whatever. And if you're SG now, classic, absolute classic Dota maneuver. You're winning the game, everything looks good. You take one bad fight, so you panic and go Roche.
Yeah. Here he goes. It's going to be coming in here on the replay in just a second. We'll see what it was that came through, but it was a very strange hook shot. It must have been, I don't know, something. Regardless, it ended up looking pretty good there.
Why did it look so weird like that?
I don't know. That was strange. Meanwhile, Whisper going to get found up top and ends up falling. Another notch on the belt. And charge onto C-Smile right afterwards. They're going to continue this. Has the Sleight of Fist. So that is no chance for a kill.
Back into Roche with Max Little Shredder. No Deso here, but Double Blightstone action.
Jira.
All right, Gojira. Yeah, he's got the slot. He's got the flare. Better hurry.
Has
Witch,
hook shot
find
ready.
The angle.
Yeah, hoping to break it. Spots him over there, gets him to the, and yeah, they aren't going to be able to connect with the hook shot in. And instead, they find him. Now in some trouble. Hook shot's back to his Witch Doctor. And instead, it's the cookie. Oh, it connects.
Ooh, you've got to be kidding me.
What? I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, on the one hand, okay, you know, you've got this Yule Scepter to deal with the Orchid, but he's just dying to, like, cookies.
Yeah, he's just getting overgrowth into cookie.
Radiant are scanning.
Rough stuff.
Yeah, it's quite the awful game for him, to be honest. I don't think he's having a fun time.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, in the meantime, move on in. Arms is there. We'll jump back to the side and keep the farm train going. Has BKB done? No Deso yet.
This just might be a shellacking. I have to say it, you know?
Oh, yeah.
It's shellacky right now. They're getting shellacked with the shellac.
And I don't know if it really gets that much easier. Because, like, the snowball is not stopped.
Yes, Shivas.
Yeah.
KXY. Why?
He
Please.
is so farmed.
Actually, it's a sick Shivas game. There's no doubt. As long as he doesn't die, he's clear. You know, I can't get mad. So, it's fine.
Well, he's also about to hit level 20. So either the damage or the AoE Shadow Strike, either one is, like, really hard to deal with. Eco. Spots Whisper. Gonna move on in and steal the Illusion Rune. Charge afterwards onto C Smile. Tries to go for the solo kill. Another bash. Are you kidding me? And Arms comes it in to finish it off. Oh, it hurts. Oh, it hurts so bad. One big crit ends the life. Gojira's get chased down. Say it ain't so, Trent. Say it ain't so. Meanwhile,
and bottom. It's not even over. How about that? Whisper.
Oh, God.
He's done.
He's just constantly in tumble. Misses the spear. There's nowhere left to go. Poor fella. Meanwhile, back towards mid. KXY finds A1 Hector. He dies also. Put a fork in him. They're done.
Okay, so this time, Beastcoast are not going to come back.
Oh, man.
I think they finally found the limit of what they're allowed to do before the game just... It can't. It can't. Surely you can't win this game. We got a 3% chance on Dota Plus, and I think that's pretty accurate, actually. I wouldn't go any higher or any lower. 3 is just right.
Okay. That's the
That's quality math right there. I trust.
Is that 3% the fact that Quap just queued up a Satanic?
That's why I went down to 2%. It believes even more.
Okay, got it.
Yes. Oh, what a beautiful chain stun there. You know, it's funny, when he first queued up the Yules, all I could think was, man, like, I wonder if he needs Aeon. Like, is this the mid 1 Aeon game?
Yeah.
Is that how bad your game has been? And I wonder. You know, I guess back then, though, of course, it didn't have the horrifically scaling cooldown, so it's much harder to admit that you need it this early in the game.
Right. After that series of deaths, there's another one that just got caught off screen. Not the most important in the world, but Witch Doctor goes down again. And, I mean, at this point, Beastcoast, look at this. I mean, there's just got a jetpack away. Somehow he has a shard. It's kind of crazy, but that's fine. It is mega worry time. Yeah, that level 20 talent for the PA, too. Very nice.
I will say there's, like, no value going high ground right now for SG, though.
Yeah.
Just get your wards out. You control the whole map right now. Like, you have this Queen of Pain who's everywhere. You have Spirit Breaker. It's fine. You got Tree.
Well, Tree is going to get the D ward. Afterwards, Arm shows up. Oh, Eco there, too. They thought they were going on the Tree, but the Tree surviving does eventually die to the Spirit Vessel. But the rest of Beastcoast are going to pay. They keep going for more. Why not? They find Hector again. Sonic Wave out. Done and dead. C Smile trying to escape, but KXY is on the case. Chases down. Finds the finish. Disconnects. Oh, Whisper's done. They've had enough.
Yeah, Stinger called the GG.
Jeez.
All right, well, that was kind of awesome. Very unexpected here from SG to manage to pull the upset game 1 versus Beastcoast. And, you know, Beastcoast, like, sure, we can talk about how, like, SG have, you know, nothing really to play for. Beastcoast have stuff to play for.
Yeah.
This isn't free. This isn't finished up here in SA right now.
That's a good point. We don't know what the situation is going to be, obviously, with...
Other than SG's out.
Yeah, exactly. That's literally the only thing that we know. But you know what they say, never get in a fight with somebody that has nothing to lose. That's what's going on here, Trent.
Yeah, and, you know, there's actually nothing more fun than playing spoiler, I feel like, in your own region. I think there's a lot of motivation there for these guys, and... After that game, like, they just look like they're straight up having a great time. Why change anything? You know, it's not like this is any skin off their back to play that well. Maybe the fact that they're going to be like, wow, can't wait to go Division 2 and play like this next season. That'll be hype, guys.
Guys, like, guys, don't worry. I promise that we won't change up and, you know, get poached. It's going to be
you know, he's just hoping the Division 1 scouts are watching this game. He's like, yo, I want to stay. So these guys...
Anyways,
I don't plan on going anywhere.
It was a great performance
team
from
live on air.
Yeah, it was a great performance from all of SG. They all absolutely fulfilled their roles. Really sick stuff. Beastcoast gonna need to go back to the drawing board, but game number 1 in the books. Let's head on back to the panel. Let them break down all the action.
Certainly wasn't expecting this score to begin with. SG, the team who has not managed to win a single game, now is the first game against Beastcoast. The curse continues. This is exactly what happened as well in one of the first DPCs, where they only lost against the worst team in the DPC. What happened?
Good draft. Great draft by SG. I don't think Beastcoast can afford... Like, Dota would be so boring if Beastcoast is the best team in South America for 5 years. No one can... That's not what's going to happen. Like, you might think about it because the time goes slow, you know. Every month, they're still look like the best team. But definitely, like, this is not going to happen. Like, it has never happened before in the history of Dota for someone to dominate for so long, and that's going to be the case with Beastcoast. So they need to get their stuff together. Maybe they got a bit relaxed, or they're like, whatever. You know, there's no major, but they also lost the game against a full series against Infamous. So that's also a downside, but you're still playing for DPC points, and there still might be a major in the end. So they... Like, I'm not trying to take anything away from SG, because pretty much they played a perfect game, especially KXY on a Queen of Pain, only one death, 18 kills. Like, they really enabled him. Him and Spirit Breaker played all across the map, getting all the kills, just playing aggressive Dota. And Beastcoast can't afford, like, you guys were joking about it, but they can't really let this become a habit where they just pick the hero that they want to play. But this was a serious outdraft from SG.
Yeah, like having Spirit Breaker and Quap is like two of the best heroes in the meta right now. Like they really showed why the heroes are so strong. And obviously, I felt like the Ember kind of tilted. Like, I think Chris Luck, after the bottle transfer, he got killed there. He definitely shouldn't have died there. And then I think after that, he kind of felt like he was like so tilted that he just kept dying and dying and dying.
Also, this build on Queen of Pain, a bit different than what we usually see. It was not Kaya Sanj, it was Orchid into Kaya Sanj to be able to deal with Phantom Lancer and also deal with the Ember Spirit. Forcing Ember Spirit to get a Yule Scepter as a first item is not something that he wants to do. Like, he wants to be able to scale, get a Maelstrom, and just like play from there. But also great against the Phantom Lancer. And Phantom Lancer did not have Manta Style early on. Like, we can see right now, if you caught a glimpse of his item build, it's... also a Vitality booster, which delays his Manta Style, and then he can't get rid of the Silence. And once again, like, he's just gonna die. And Spirit Breaker, Aiko, he had a really good time on Spirit Breaker, which means that, like, his Shadow Blade timing gonna be really good. He was very active early on, and then getting to Aghanim Scepter. With Aghanim Scepter, the game is just bonkers. Like, it's very hard to play into. I don't know if SG, because I didn't watch all of their matches. I watched some, the ones that I worked, and they didn't look great. But where was this team before? Because, like, doesn't matter which team they play against. If they play like this, high chances that they're gonna win. This was pretty much the perfect game.
I mean, Lyrical mentioned as well during the class. It felt like one team didn't really want to play, and the other team was like just having fun, and then they were playing without pressure. Because like if you look at what do they have to actually play for now? Just DPC points, right? They are already. Can they get any higher than their position? No, right?
No, they can only get up to second. So they want to guarantee second because otherwise Infamous can. Actually, if they lose this, Infamous is already tied with them. Yes, if they lose this, both Infamous and Apple King of Kings are tied with them, and theoretically that means tiebreakers.
Yeah, Apple King of Kings and Infamous, they play against each other, so that means one of these two teams is guaranteed 5-2. So Beastcoast, they need to win this one, and they're also last match is against Thunder Predator, which they can also lose, especially if they play like this. So there's a chance that they don't even get a top 2.
Yeah. And I mean, I guess now it doesn't matter as much, but it's hard to tell what this is going to turn into, right? Because again, with the announcement of potentially another tournament, does that mean the top 2 go to the other tournament? How are they going to work out? We're unsure, but it could be bad for Beast Coast. Obviously, also a little bit of loss of money as well. There's a difference of 2,000 between the top positions.
I mean, there's still game 2 and game 3. You know, they could still win the next 2 games.
Do you think they will? Do you think they'll be tilted in this game too? Do you think SG is going to be?
Nah, I think they can reset. They are more than capable of resetting and just playing well. I felt like if they draft somewhat just a little bit better, they should be able to, do much better. I felt like this game, even though Chris Lucky, I felt like he tilted so much. But at the end of the day, like Lacoste mentioned, the draft was like way too one-sided. It was really difficult for them to play the game. And on top of that, I feel like even though they're a way better team, but if you put yourself in such a position, it's just way too difficult for you to play.
Okay, we'll also have to see if that actually happens and they do reset after that small little rage quit, or if SG, they're going to come in here and 2-0 sweep Beast Coast, Hey, maybe this is the first win of the season, and it would be almost as hype as a 2-1 here, as SG is really desperately looking for that single win. It would be really, really hype if Beast Coast does this again, where they lose to the losing team that go into Division 2. We're going to have to see, though, as we're going to take a small break before game number 2. Beast Coast or SG will continue in a couple of minutes. While we wait for that to begin, take care. Game 2 about to begin between Beastcoast and SG, and we know about the side and pick order now. We're coming in with fresh new information. SG chose Radiant. They had the option of choosing center pick, and they chose Radiant as their option, which is interesting. Lacoste, you were telling me off camera here. Usually people just pick the pick order.
Yeah. There's more strategy involved around like getting the first or the second pick, depending like what you want to play. So very surprised they did go with the Radiant, but they were also Radiant the previous game. So maybe they just feel better like feeling Radiant and being able to threaten Roche, because it's much easier for Radiant to play Roche. Once you take down the enemy safe lane tower, you play the top part of the map, so enemy needs to be careful. Like this time around they didn't have like the best Roche taking lineup, but they got really like tanky, they got damage. Phantom Assassin, like she takes Roshan, don't get me wrong, but it takes a while. You can't just like rush in. It's not Ursa, it's not like Beastmaster plus one type of a hero that goes inside a pit and takes it by force.
I mean, I agree that usually the pick. I think a lot of teams, they've been prioritizing, getting second pick, and you kind of base your draft around the off lane. I like that kind of strategy a lot, but at the moment, I feel like sometimes being on Radiant, it feels like it's easier to be rewarded because of Roshan. Like you want to play the kind of first strike Dota. You always want to be attacking. You don't really need the overall last pick to have the strongest hero in the game. I feel like having that advantage, like being able to get Roche, and if you can get an advantage from the laning phase, I feel like it's a lot easier to play the game right now. Maybe some teams feel like that's enough merit for you to, when you win a toss or when you have the choice, it's good for you to pick Radiant.
Yeah, I mean, how did you feel when you were playing? Like, you've been a Dota player for a long time, Winter.
Oh, it depends. It depends on my team. Like, what kind of team I'm in. Like, if I have, because back then the draft was always centered around the carry, and a lot of carries, they like to have the overall, like the 24th pick, so they see all the heroes, and then they pick the overall strongest hero. Then if you have a player like this, then obviously maybe it's better for you to have second pick to do that. But right now, I feel like if I get second pick right now in the current meta, I want to save my offlane hero for the last pick so that I can figure out the offlane against carry in the lane matchup so that he gets an advantageous lane. And then it's easy for me to make that first rotation. I go to the offlane and I kill the enemy safe lane tower. That move becomes very easy for me. And I feel like the offlaner will dictate a lot of play later in the game where he's going to rotate and he's going to be able to kill the middle tier. After you kill his tier 1, the offlane tier 1, then you have to move to kill the middle tier 1. And then if you can do that and you're on Radiant, the game is so quick that I feel like even if you're on Dire and you have the overall 24th strongest hero, you won't be able to deal with that pace of the game.
Okay. Yeah, just the area that you unlock while playing Radiant and killing mid plus offlane tower just feels more
easier to play the game.
Yeah, more easier to play the game, just more valuable overall. So Beastcoast this time around, they decided to open up with the Earth Spirit, which is a bit like surprising. Doesn't strike me as like, wow, this is strong. It's something that they play. Queen of Pain is still in the pool if they want to run it. SG.
Well, at least they banned the SB,
Oh yeah.
Even if they're not picking.
SG also a team that ran IO, but not too many times. They decided to go with the Snapfire, which is like standard. Like Snapfire had a really good performance in the previous game with the cookies, rotations, was playing like in their face, very aggressive. Mortimer's Kisses, playing with the Spirit Breaker and Quap, like just a charge, one stun, or a slow from a dagger was enough for her to set things up.
Yeah, 3 and 2. I kind of start to like this hero a lot. I feel like he fits the meta so much right now. Like the ability to play the dead lane, defend your towers is so annoying. And he makes it so that the carry has to buy something to deal with your ulti. Like usually you never want to buy Manta early. Like, sure, for certain heroes it's fine, but okay, we see a straight up counter right now, the Timber against the Trent. I think we saw this in the the previous series? It was Timber against Beastmaster and Trent. Was it the no ping game, right?
Yeah,
the previous series.
It was Timbersaw, but they were messing things around with the lane, so it's a possibility. They ran an aggressive tri lane. Good Timbersaw games, Snapfire plus 3 and Protector, both strength heroes. Maybe they want to get rid of Spirit Vessel carriers from the mid lane, Invoker, someone that buys it fast.
Let me
Yeah,
ask
that'd
you,
be good, yeah.
Lacoste. Let me ask you, Lacoste. Do you think Manta is legit item on Team Vessel?
It is. It is. I think it is. Especially like the games that I saw when Manta was being built is when he was playing against who was it? It was Grimstroke, and then you like just kill Phantom immediately, or like he was also playing against. Maybe but there was an Ethereal Blade with one of the heroes, so they went for a full combo with E-Blade and that, so he dispels it and then like kills the Phantom, dispels the Ethereal Blade. What do you think? You think it's a legit one?
Nah. I think it's only good for the Grimstroke purpose, the ghost, because you can't really remove it with usually you want to get like Lotus, right, as your it's just like a common item for Timber, but Lotus doesn't deal with the ghost from Grimstroke, the Phantom. That's the only reason.
Is if you have your ulti out and then you get a Phantom, you can't attack, Chakram is out, you're like, well, I'm screwed right now, so this is when Manta comes into a play.
That's probably the only reason, right? I can't think of anything else.
Siege.
I don't
attack the high ground with the Timbersaw illusion. I don't know. I'm just trying to...
It seems like I don't think this might be the game for it. Whisper's not quite Amara. I don't think he reaches that level of creativity just yet. We're gonna have to see. It is scary to see his Timbersaw though. Lacoste, you were speaking about it last game when they picked the second phase. It's rare. You see this pick as an insta pick because it's so easy to defend him as well. Do you feel like this game might be a similar situation, or SG needs to pick up something to counter it now?
They have banned Ursa, which is really good. Builds into the Fusel Blade, the stacks. It's not strong in the lane as people think. It's more about like getting being able to always kill him in fights, especially if you have another way of locking him down. But the Timbersaw does well in the lane. Like you can always create a lane for yourself, especially if you're paired up with something else. Ursa is not a strong laner. He got nerfed way too many times for his laning stage. Queen of Pain is pure damage coming out from the Sonic Wave, so that's like one way to do it. They banned out Batrider. Batrider is one of the better counters against the Timbersaw, and they go with the Invoker that I mentioned. Like the Spirit Vessel is nice. OD is also one of the choices, but I think having OD Invoker Trent Protector is a bit too slow. It's too sluggish, so I don't think they will go for it. The pure damage from Orb is going to work out nicely against Timber, but I don't think they can pick it here.
I'm surprised they let the Invoker pass, considering it is by far Faker's best hero. By far, the hero he used to when he was Infamous, he was the only hero he used to play.
I mean, if you look at the bans, the Ursa and the Monkey, it's basically for protecting the Timber. And Corp is like a strong hero in the meta. They don't really want to give it away, so I feel like it's kind of hard. It's reasonable that they actually gave the Invoker. I feel like everything that they ban made sense. Maybe for certain players, they would prefer to ban the Invoker, let's say, over the Ursa, because Ursa is not that strong right now. But I think overall it makes sense, like what they're doing here. They go with the Void Spirit, so they have sort of like a catch when you have Timber in the game, because Timber means that you're gonna be lacking stuns and catch, usually as an off laner. So you kind of have to use the mid laner to compensate, or even as the position 4 to, you prefer the position 4 to have stuns, a lot of lockdown, and Earth Spirit is pretty ideal for that. The only downside of having the Earth Spirit with the Timber is the lane is not that great at level 1.
Yeah. If they want to go for SG, Faceless Void sounds good. No saves whatsoever. Vulnerable to these like slows.
Oh, that's the save. They know.
They're preparing, like, because it looked very good, especially with Snapfire and Invoker. I still think they can play around it. I think there's a way to play around the Shadow Demon Disruption if they want to go for Faceless Void. Like, you have super strong late game Faceless Void these days. Like, you can get 5th item refresher if you're talking about like post 40 minutes, where you get like Scotty, so you have enough mana pool to actually cast 2 ultis, and then you don't care about the first one getting disrupted. You still have enough time to kill him with the overwhelming damage from Invoker and Snap.
Yeah, but that's kind of like post 30 minutes, like with this kind of Timber Void Spirit, maybe if they go for like aggressive carry, the game might be close to over at that point. And I think the other reason the SD is being picked here is also because of the Purge. You want to be able to remove the Treant armor, so that could be one of the reasons why they're picking the Shadow Demon here. I mean, just overall, he's very useful to give your teammate a save, and Bloodseeker is really perfect here against the Void and the Timber.
So Bloodseeker, do you think it's gonna be a carry this time?
Yes, I think so. I mean, they might still swap things around, but this is what Winter talked about. They have the last overall pick, and they don't see the carry yet, so they like want to utilize the offlaner more, and also a lot of ways to amplify this Bloodseeker, whether it's just a Trent Protector armor, maybe a Solar Crest from a Snapfire, Alacrity, Invoker, himself casting Blood Rage. So that's gonna be quite a lot of damage attack speed that this Bloodseeker can do. And they have like no abilities that go through magic immunity other than Shadow Demon ulti, which Bloodseeker, cares a bit about it, but I feel like with the move speed that he has, like he should be okay in the team fights to be able to deal damage. So looks like a really good Bloodseeker game. And against Timbersaw, pure damage and also the silence, he needs to stay. And they have ways to, like, the Snapfire Trent Protector is not like the most damage you can do unless Snapfire uses ulti. And we Invoker also Quas Vex, Spirit Vessel, that's one way to lock him down. So they can deal with this Timbersaw is my point. I said a lot of words, but I actually didn't say anything.
Wouldn't you argue, though, that the Bloodseeker as a carry would struggle if it's a bad core-to-core matchup here because of the Shadow Demon? Because Blood Rage is like your bread and butter to deal damage, especially early, right, into Snowball. And the Shadow Demon just takes it away from you for the whole fight. Even if the movement speed doesn't matter.
I would actually prefer BS to be offlane this game, and you pick a carry depending on what the enemy team is going to pick right now. I feel like, for me, I personally feel like this game, I would want the Bloodseeker to be more on a utility role. Maybe you can get like a Axe, Atos, that kind of thing, Or the Beastcoast team actually went for the Faceless Void this time, so it's going to allow them to have more this setup for the Timber. But that's the only thing that really works in the Chrono. The other heroes doesn't really throw a lot of damage into the Chrono, except Timber.
Shadow Poison, just stack.
Yeah, sure. Shadow Poison, yeah, sure, bro.
So what's the carry here for, or what's the pick here for SG Esports?
I would still say it's an offlaner that they need, something that pressures Faceless Void more in the lane. That's my guess.
Venom?
I was thinking about. I just saw the pick and forgot. I think Viper is okay.
Oh, okay. OD is. I mean, you have a save against the Chrono. That's also nice.
Okay.
A little bit more on the greedy side, I think, but I think it could work.
Yeah, you talked about this earlier, Lacoste, that it might have been too greedy, too slow with the OD.
But the pure damage is, I think, it's good against the team. He has a lot of usage this game. Pure damage good against Timber. He have a save against the Chrono. I think even though he's a little on the greedy side, but if they do well in the lane with the Trent and the Snapfire support duo, I feel like they can pull this off. Because it's going to be a Quas Vex Invoker. He's going to rotate around and make space for the Bloodseeker and OD to farm. So it should be fine.
I don't think SG would go for OD if it was other hero than Faceless Void. They just wanted to have some kind of a save inside of it, which is going to be good. In terms of laning stage, I don't think Faceless Void cares too much about it until there's like Meteor. But I think it's very important for Invoker to rotate. His first 2 rotations need to be successful, get those earn charges, and then like you can start playing a bit more aggressive. Because if Invoker is shut down, he is the playmaking hero in this game. I think they might struggle a bit, so definitely something to look out for.
Yeah, if he gets shut down, I think it's straight up gonna be GG. If he doesn't have a lane and he can't do what he's supposed to do. This is one of those games where the mid player's role in the game is so crucial because everyone else is being put in a very greedy position. So if he doesn't work out well with his laning phase, they're gonna have a lot of problems this game.
Okay, so does that mean Winter that you're once again with the Beastcoast people?
Yeah, I think that they finally woke up. They were probably drunk or something the last game. They were they were high, but this game I feel like they're ready to bring us to the third game.
I'll go with SG one more time. I think they got what it takes to take this whole series.
I'm glad. Lacoste has moved on completely to the Brazilian side. Well, Winter refuses to let go of Beastcoast, much like every single Peruvian out there when they were watching TI. So let's see if this happens as well. And Beastcoast manages to bring this to a game 3 as we go over to our casting pair, Lyrical and Trent.
The time is nigh. Are they going to be able to step up to the challenge? Beastcoast, they've done it a bunch of times before. Surely this time, Trent, surely they're going to be able to pull this series back and tie us up. What are you thinking?
Once again, their lineup looks pretty good. Although I will say, we're going to have Widge back on the tree and LTH back on the Snapfire. And I think those two were spectacular in their support duo last game. I think they complement each other pretty well in terms of just heroes. Like, didn't get talked about too much, but like, Widge made a lot of really small plays throughout the game. His ulties were on point with the overgrowth. And LTH's cookies were crazy good. Like, constantly, he's the reason that C-Smile died.
Right. Well, you think about the way that the game sort of fell off the rails, and definitely part of it was like the performance of the Quap that took over the mid lane and managed to find the kill and then the solo kill, and it was insane. But the other part of it was the early movements from all these supports, and that has not changed. And you know, granted, it's different heroes. The Beastcoast are playing. Everybody's just like, I don't want to play whatever I was playing in that last game. Give me something new. But there's still some potential here. They could run into some issues. So we'll watch and see what happens.
I am very excited to be watching a Gojira Earth Spirit, though. One of the best players. Doesn't really grind that much in the pubs, obviously, but I would put a big old, level 25 Dota.
Oh, you'll get there.
Plus. I don't know what I was trying to say there, but anyway, 25 plus Dota plus level. That's what I want to say, because he's really good at Earth Spirit. Nailed it. Yeah, looking forward to that. Great hero. Don't get to see it all too often, and he's also got his brother in the Void Spirit mid to help out too.
Sneaky Stinger made his way around the side and picked up one of those bounty runes. Boots first on the Shadow Demon for top lane. And Widge, in the meantime, trying to go and, well, it does spot a courier, but it realizes I need to go down bottom. Because Whisper is here, playing together with Gojira. Let's see what ends up happening.
I like his locked clarity. Oh, he's unlocked it now in Stinger.
Got it.
Yeah, just very intense. Yeah, Boots first, as you said. Very interesting. Essentially just lets him trade more. I mean, your other option would be like, if you want to get really greedy, like a null or something, I guess, right? It lets you actually like snipe and bully couriers potentially. Very interesting.
Yeah, this is a bit of a weird one. Loses his courier now.
Speaking of,
I guess maybe part of it is that he's playing against double range, so he feels like he needs to have that maneuverability to like sort of position himself around the creep wave in a good way. But regardless, it's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, it's also one of those things where it's so useful in the laning stage as a support. It's definitely underrated to have that fast movement speed. Like, I notice it right away whenever I play Coddle. I'm like, oh man, stacking and pulling is so much easier. It's just like, yeah, I just have a bigger window for it because I'm so fast.
Right. Yeah, it makes things a lot nicer. And then the thing to be sort of worried about is, okay, well, what happens if you run out of regen? And speaking of which, they have 2 tangos and a salve up there against, well, similar stuff. But C-Smile, he makes it happen in the mid lane. Guess who's back?
Got him with the Aether Remnant, even like near his own tower, too.
Yeah.
Into the Resonant Pulse. So, tough stuff there. You heard what Winter said in terms of the mid laners dictating a lot of how this game's going to go. That's not the way you want it to go if you're an SG fan.
Just realized that I had all of Beastcoast muted. I'm going to unmute them now as Whisper get chased down a little bit here. Widge and Arms trying to run him down. Oh, no. He knew. He knew where he was going. And Whisper's going to go down. Nice play there by Arms.
Gojira? Okay. All right. Nothing crazy there. Just trying to get like a roll kick back in the tower range or something there. All right. Yeah, kind of rough. I mean, you're dying as Timber saw, but also a little bit to be expected. Kind of like Darkseer, everything before level 3 is a little whatever. It tends to be when you get punished, but for Timber, 2 points in the reactive armor gives you a lot of safety. Unfortunately, it's also not the way you tend to want to see the hero lately. I feel like people try and avoid going 2 points in reactive if they can. But you also know you're going to be living a very isolated life because of an Earth Spirit in your lane who just wants to roam.
True enough. Yeah, and that means he needs to be able to survive there against all these big right clicks coming in from Widge. And right now it looks like just going to pull the creep wave back. Might double wave this one and then TP out. I guess he doesn't have a TP for a little while. So yeah, that might be a little bit tough.
Actually, you can just keep stacking them up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Bring around the Rosie a bit here with Widge. So we'll see if anything comes of that. If anything, it's just going to be like more annoying stuff for Whisper. But instead, up top, Getting some roll-in action going. They find LTH, and he is going to fall. Pick off.
This is where you then run mid with these two heroes. They had a smoke. You just try and do it to the Invoker, too. There's a lot of vision covering there from the Radiant, though. Well, they might try it anyway. Nah, just getting runes.
Okay. Good pressure back there onto C-Smile after the death on KXY, who had just an absolutely amazing game.
He actually gave him a healing urn this early in the game from the Earth Spirit.
Oh.
Not something you see very often, to have to come and give that to your mid. Obviously, it's great to help turn things around if you don't feel like dying as a support, but that's also very costly.
Yeah. I guess... I don't know if he has the best targets to go on for kills with it. I guess you could go on Bloodseeker or something, maybe. But could be a little bit tough to go for those kills, particularly if there's like a Hiko rotation or something. But he's probably just going to be staying in lane, trying to get to that Meteor Hammer ASAP. As Whisper trading hits here with Widge, who is on deny duty, playing together with Arms. So...
just under his tower, just like, all right, cool.
Yeah.
I guess. Widge takes like 4 tower shots.
Runs away. He's going to be fine. Level 3. But you can see across the board, the CS very even in this game right now. And the bottom of the cores is Whisper. Did have that big creep wave coming in, but wasn't able to get all the last hits under it.
Whoops. Accidental smoke there from Beastcoast up top.
Chase. Oh, Hector. Going to live. Has a lot of minus arm right now, though. Those punches are going to hurt a lot and might just be dead as he comes out of this. Nowhere left to go. Tries to take down LTH, but manages to find the kill in return on Stinger. Right click coming from the grave.
Now a battle for this top rune as well here, but Gojira has the kick, so...
You smile. Going toe-to-toe, trying to kill him off. The roll-in afterwards finds a kill, but it's after they take down the Void Spirit solo.
And that, that's like, I was trying to point out the rune. They were doing the same thing as me. You're like, Trent, the mid heroes. So Gojira realizes he ditches before the rune spawns, but he's just not there in time.
Yeah. Jeez. Well, heads up play by the Invoker to make sure that you get the kill.
Yeah, he got a lot of XP. Now, mind you, that did also give 440 XP over to Gojira, so pretty early levels here for an Earth Spirit. And now KXY wants a revenge kill. It goes instantly bottom. They just want a freebie off this Rupture.
Are they going to be able to do it, though?
It ain't free.
Arms. Yeah, that's a problem. KXY now gets hit with the chop from... Oh, trying to live, but the sentry's down, and that'll be more than enough to get the finish. And they also missed... on an opening, they couldn't quite catch the Faceless Void with the Meteor Hammer. So Hector away off in the jungle now a little bit. And OD's going to be free to farm.
Yeah, no, Gojira is just handing these things out like candy, man. He has a lot of plays. He had 4 charges.
Whoa.
He still has 2 more to go aggro on people with. So, yeah, very happy on the Earth Spirit this game. As oh, well, pause there. I believe Stinger actually is going for his Shadow Poison here. In this pose. This is not a disrupt. That is quite the stance, though. That's a beautiful showcase mode shot.
I like that. Ooh.
Oh, that replay just freaked me out. Thought I missed something.
Yeah. No. Hey, we're going to get back into this one here. But yeah, they did manage to find that one kill onto Hector. Definitely not a blowout like we saw in last game as we get ready to head back into this one. Hector not quite level 6. Was threatening a little bit there on the LTH, but nothing ended up doing afterwards.
Roll mid lane.
Out and then, ooh, chance. He smile, find Widge, and he's gonna drop. Too easy.
I've been spamming this hero in Agnum's Labyrinth. I just want to say, guys, if you've never played Void Spirit, this hero is so much fun.
It is great.
I can definitely see the appeal as to why he's one. I mean, all Spirit heroes are just like that because they give you mobility, which is the most fun thing in Dota. So you just want to like play them every game.
Right, of course. That's nice. I think it's a hero that's fallen out of favor recently, but still super, super good.
Yeah, the hero's still fine. It's just that like a lot of other heroes feel a little bit better, like Kunkka and an Invoker and stuff. So they you know, he gets a little bit left behind.
Go, makes the rotation bottom. Meteor Hammer going to be dropped onto Whisper, and with the EMP afterwards, that's going to get some urn charges. KXY needed that because his game was starting to fall apart a little bit there. Well, up top, trying to take down LTH. Even going to drop the Chrono. Knows that there can't be any more TP rotations, but it's not enough for the kill yet, at least. He's going to start getting damage back, or HP back from the Shadow Demon, and, well, Arms can't make enough of a difference in the end.
Rather costly for nothing but a Snapfire, but at least you're getting kills.
True.
Hiko making his way all the way down to bottom and going to stay there as Gojira steals a bounty rune in the face of Widge. Widge pinging it like, what just happened? But he was missed out on. Now they're going to throw down a sentry. So Widge just spotted a ward, so he's very happy right now. I can't tell if that Dire sentry sees his sentry, though.
Yeah, it might.
Because depending if Gojira comes back out, but I don't think it's going to... Well, yeah, I guess with his obs, right?
Oh my god, they placed another one. Interesting.
Oh, no. Oh, that's bad.
They might not realize it, though.
Yeah, unless he just don't get spotted. That's the most important thing. It's nighttime,
right.
so I don't think Widge saw him. So yeah, they're not going to suspect that ward's there now.
Okay. That's something.
I would just TP out right now if I was Gojira. Like, please.
He's taking the dangerous walk, but he gets out.
Yeah, they didn't see him. It's like, I don't even care if you die or whatever. It's just, I don't want them to know that you were there again.
Right. Definitely. That's the most important part. We're getting closer to the Yule Scepter being done for C Smile. Has double Null Talisman already. Radiant Skin is going to connect. LTH moving over. Doesn't have 6 yet. Does have 3 points up in the little shredder. Well, KXY, they're going on in. Meteor Hammer, they time it incorrectly. Oh, I know you want to hit it perfect, but they didn't at all. Big punish coming out. And now they're going to look to try and take down LTH. Oh, man. Beastcoast starting to fire on all cylinders here.
Is that the second one they missed now?
I think they hit one of them earlier, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, but didn't he miss the one up top as well? Is that what you're saying?
No, he couldn't get the Astral off, sorry.
Oh,
Couldn't get range earlier.
But
Tier 1 tower goes down, and C Smile makes the move back over there towards mid to defend. Well, the roll-in comes, and Widge gonna be in some trouble there. Gets the kick, gets the ulti, and the tree is going to drop. So a 3,000 gold lead being built up now for Beastcoast and SG. They come up with some answers.
I'm looking through Hiko's profile right now because I want the deets on what he's been playing.
I mean, I can understand a little bit too. Like against Void Spirit, you want to try and hit it almost perfectly so that the Dissimulate doesn't get off. Drops it there now onto Stinger. Gonna find a kill.
He's been playing enough.
Yeah.
He's played Smoke, dude. He's no scrub. Obviously not much recently. I was just curious. Or maybe he just doesn't have Dota Plus, actually. Yeah, he doesn't have Dota Plus. That's why.
But towards mid. They've lost one tower on SG down bottom and now trying to claim this mid tower with Meteor Hammer up and ready to go. Likely to go down. Wrap around. See Smile just trying to find arms.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Do they fully commit to this up top? They have the perfect setup, able to catch him and stall the blow up in the world. That's all they needed. Damn. Wait, are they going back in? Roll in. Shadow Demon's there too. Doesn't have ulti though. Has to be careful. Faceless Void has the Chrono afterwards. Drops it down. Catches one of his teammates, but it is going to be enough for the kill. And now coming in one by one, Beastcoast all showed up. SG, where's the rest of your team? They're all dying. KXY is about to drop. What a huge move from Beastcoast there.
All just from a simple roll under tower for a Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
Part of it is that Gojira doesn't have the silence yet either. So, like, you're coming in and you have all this hope. You're like, oh, okay, no, this is fine. Like, they already used this, but he is maxed out on the roll. So he's out, he's back in, right? Like, the scaling on roll is actually insane when you play this hero.
Oh, do they kill Hector here? They do. Roll to try and save it, but it doesn't come out. So they managed to get something back in return. SG. And they also did take mid tower, so like losing those heroes definitely hurts. But some retribution at the very least. But back up top again. All right, never mind. Just as we say that, another hero dies. Game is wild.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, I'm watching. A courier flew over this ward, but no one noticed.
Nice.
So like the courier gave the vision of the ward, and there's like 3 couriers flying over it right now, and the 2 other ones just missed.
I think they pinged it. I think they know.
Yeah, Snap might have spotted it.
Radiant's top tower is
Gojira?
under attack.
Silence? Oh my god. What a bait play. Trying to drop the Meteor Hammer down. Is going to connect. See Smile there. He drops the ulti. Tries to back away. Is getting a little bit of separation arms. They actually used the jump in from C Smile. Might be in trouble now. Tornado goes out, able to connect. Whisper hoping to get a bunch of damage out onto these guys, but the overgrowth comes out just in time. And now the run, great Astral in the end. And now the Meteor Hammer drops down after the fact. Does have an imprisonment, but will that be enough to keep Whisper alive? Oh no, he just no! That is not the way that was supposed to go. So just win. SG giveaway 4, now Beastcoast giveaway 4.
He's trying to be so cool. Oh, that would have been so sick if he did it right, though. So basically, if you guys haven't seen that one, basically he's trying to cut his way far so that he gets a further tree. But unfortunately, his latch did not connect. That looked like me last night trying to practice the hoodwink thing where you throw the bush first and then the acorn.
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute.
Harder than I thought, not gonna lie.
Hector! Oh!
Is this a replay?
Too?
Is that a replay? Is he dead again?
That's a haster, and Hiko's just out. Oh, man.
They just had such a big lead. It's gone. 5k gold. Poof, vanished. It is magical, Papa.
And, you know, obviously, we don't know what the situation is with the players or what's going on here, but, you know, it
Oh, no,
feels...
I do. What questions do you have? I can tell you.
Well, I'm wondering how much, like, the news of no major is changing the way that these teams are playing or something, potentially. Who knows what's going on there, but it's not the same Beastcoast that I feel like we saw a week or two ago. Who's to say?
Maybe it's just not the same SG, you know?
That's a possibility, too.
Fire are scanning.
That's definitely a possibility, too, Trent.
They're too good. They have the ultimate motivation.
Jumps in. Chrono down. Catches KXY. Is it going to be enough, though? They have C Smile on him as well. After the fact, trying to get the kill. The roll in, it's going to be there, but in trouble. Hector ends up falling. Other side of the fight, there's the potential for more action coming in. There's the catch. Arms, though, just dies. Oh, no. And they miss the Meteor again, able to get the Dissimulate off. Our 4 heroes going to die again, or is it going to be 5? Hiko trying to run away. Rolling out, but out of stones. Gojira gets the jump forward, finds the finish. And back again we go.
The clan shoes are out here.
Dire's top
Hector has spent more time dead than alive in the past 3 minutes. I'm pretty sure, as that is his 3rd death, essentially back-to-back with a chrono chucked in between.
Radiant are scanning.
So his game's still fine. He's 3rd on the board right now, so I guess it's not the worst thing, and he's certainly elevating his allies. There's no doubt about that, as Ember actually got like 725 gold. He's actually lowered himself and brought up Whisper to equalize the cores over here.
Interesting. Yeah, that's I mean, I don't think very good, but it's something.
We're putting a positive spin on
Yeah,
that.
no, I'm with you. I hear you there. I mean, it's still been just an absolute farm burner. 33 kills in 17 minutes, much like game number 1. It feels like both these teams are just running in at people constantly. And I'm not sure really what's going to end up happening here towards the second half of this game. You're going toward, I mean, KXY has really been struggling. After a phenomenal pop game, it's been pretty tough.
Yeah. To me, the question is the BKBs on Beastcoast.
Right.
I feel like those are going to be pretty crucial, as Arms is about to have his own BKB, so they can start forcing fights. And yeah, KXY's game hasn't been great, but in the end, if you're Invoker, you can hit your spells. I believe in you.
Right.
So go hit your spells with other BKBs and try and get Bloodseeker to this BKB, this Greifnir, and a Shard. And then I feel like you're very, very happy.
Jump in.
Nice cookie.
Big magnetize afterwards. Save the life for the moment. It's not going to be looking that pretty. Eco in trouble. Eventually falls. See Smile, though. Oh, good disruption there. Going to keep him alive. Meatball drops. Is it going to be enough for the finish? Doesn't quite look like it. Oh, Sunstrike. The play. He finds him. Oh, that hurts. You hate to see it.
Easy game. Yeah, I mean, I think he was still ruptured. I'm guessing was the issue,
yes,
right? That's
he
why
was.
Yeah. I mean, they had so many nice plays, too. He actually did a Yule's dodge that dodged both EMP and Overgrowth.
Yeah. What was interesting is that it looked like Hector was like standing on top of him to try and share the Sunstrike damage, but then moved away at the last second. Oh, no.
You're not worth it.
Hector. They find him. Tornado lift up. Cookie afterwards. Landed perfectly. Dead again.
Oh, and a neutral item.
Oh, it hurts. It hurts, Trent.
Nah.
No? Okay.
Nah, they can't. No. They're not going to do it. Are they? No. I don't believe it. No.
I mean, look.
No.
They've got
Come
Roche
on.
taking potential with Snapfire, maxed out Little Shredder, and a medallion. They got minus on it.
Is she really going to beat Beastcoast 2 games in a row?
It might just happen.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, this is definitely one of the times to make it happen. Arms running up the hill. They find Stinger. Hello, hello. How are you? See Smile afterwards. Gets clapped, gets caught. Now, Void, Faceless Void does have Chrono up. A lot of damage out that Chakram there. KXY, Chrono connects there onto 2. No save from the OD. Do they have anything after the fact? Self-save for the moment. Buyback from the Shadow Demon now. BKB out from Arms. Hiko taking a lot of damage. Gojira will roll back in, and this is a good fight for Beastcoast. They take down 3. And maybe gonna get another. Arms in trouble, dead. Triple kill for Whisper, and they're not done. Which also is going to die here. And it's just like, when they decide to turn it on, it's pretty. And then when it doesn't happen, it's kind of ugly.
This game has the most one-sided fights I can remember.
Yeah.
It's just wipe, back and forth. No, with no back and forth in between during the actual engagements. It's just all or nothing for one team, and Roche unfortunately has no team. He's all alone, and soon he'll be dead. As Gojira will die. I don't know if he was just making some space over here or what, but it's gonna work. It'll keep him out of the Roche pit. We'll take it.
Definitely worked. Yeah, Roche is theirs. Will it end up mattering? That's one big question. If the fights keep going the way that they have been, it might just be another run-in here in a bit. It all feels very freeform.
We do need the Dire to get the Philosopher's Stone. For the Radiant have one, and Dire have one item left. So Hector's going to grab it right now at this camp. Here we go.
Let's see.
2.
No!
That's a pretty good item, though, to be fair.
Yeah.
Grovebo's hype. You pop that thing in before you go for a Chrono. That's a lot of damage.
It's pretty cool. I like that
what?
a lot.
He sent it back? How dare you? Where's your respect?
What's the
Grove Bow?
seal?
Yeah, but when you're going to go smoke and go fight, you put in the Grove Bow.
Okay. I see what
And
you're
then you
saying.
bash like crazy.
Yeah, that's nice.
You using those backpack slots, huh? Clearly, we just need to go back to the original neutral items where you just put 6 of them on Huskar.
Oh, that was the best. Those were the best days.
yeah, that was the best.
That week.
And Iron Talon was a neutral item. Man, bless up. Bring back Mango Tree. I
go.
unironically want that back, by the way. I hope the next rotation has Mango Tree. The item was hype.
There were some really cool things you could do with it. Definitely.
I just wanted mangoes in my base. I just loved being able to take out a bunch of mangoes because no one else used them.
See, the place that I really liked it was like sort of Dire mid directly next to the tower. If you
That's
drop,
pretty good.
yeah, and then like you just need to hope that they don't scout it. But you can suddenly just like have a mango constantly right next to you in laning stage. It's awesome.
Oh, you know what else is awesome? Is Void Spirit's Agnum Scepter.
That's
And it's
pretty
delivered.
Good. Ooh, dog.
So Invoker has nothing versus that. Neither does Snap, neither does OD, and neither does Tree. So this is a pretty brutal Agnums.
They also have no BKBs though. So I kind of wonder if that's going to be an issue. Yeah, Timber's dead, so is Tree.
Well, the Void Spirit has BKBs. Or, I mean, sorry, Faceless Void has BKB, and Arms has BKB, so we got one on each
he
side.
just completed it, yeah. Okay. They didn't have it before then. Now they
nice
got
try, Lyrical.
my bad. Terrible. Gojira does a little roll off to the side there.
Are they gonna construct a tunnel or something back there? I'm not sure.
He's getting set up to fight if they need to. I was wondering if they're going to trade towers, but it looks like both just going to sort of head back and farm first.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We'll see. Some interesting things that could happen here soon. Is this a shard coming out right now for the Snapfire? It is. So now with Blink Shard, that's pretty cool.
This is where he really popped off last game. He's so good at Snap, actually. I think he's very strong on this hero. But, yeah, they want that next Roche really badly for SG because they're going to have all their items on Bloodseeker at that point, and they want to give him that shard, I would imagine.
Right.
Just ups your damage so much.
Dinger. One that's checking out all the movements. Gojira there as well. Walks in, tries to find him. Kick back afterwards. TP away. Oh, but they break it. That was big. Very well played. And LTH is also going to go down now.
Arcane Rune Ember. Being smoked now. They want to continue.
Oh. Chasing forward. Chrono's there. Oh, just barely. But Arms, they don't spot him. Finally catching him there. And he does have BKB, but knows that his life is forfeit. Triple kill for C Smile across the map.
A rather devastating set of minutes here. From a Roche kill into the Aghanims into just a domination across the entire screen right now. For the side of Beastcoast, so they're going to take down that mid tower. Probably not able to get another one, at least at the moment, as Bloodseeker does complete the Gleipnir. So, getting there still. Near.
You know, it's interesting, though, because AXY has finished off the Aghanim Scepter. So you've got some answers here, Widge. Oh, no, he gets caught. See Smile right on top of him. Poor Tree. Silenced afterwards. Oh, the Ags hurts, and they get the kill.
That is true. They have Blink, Overgrowth, and Cataclysm. That is pretty gross.
Jumps in. Cataclysm. Oh, he pushed him away, though. No, LTH. It's not meant to be. Oh, that hurts. Oh, that was the first Cataclysm. That's a backbreaker.
I wish he did the Faceless Void line after you said that.
What?
You said it was not meant to be. That's a Void line.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Missed opportunity there, K1. All right, maybe next time.
Well, Trent, it's still only a 4K gold lead, but the momentum has fully gone over to Beastcoast's favor.
About time to get caffeinated, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be here for another game.
Yeah, it might be. AXY rolls on in. They get detection. Rupture is down. In some trouble and dead. Gleipnir, not nearly enough. See Smile. Oh, he just goes invis. And not low enough for the thirst to be working. And afterwards, they pull him back in again.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
What is happening? SG's falling apart.
Meanwhile, Hector is BKBing so he can keep farming Ancients after apparently losing a bunch of his mana pool here. LTH also in a little trouble. Ooh, is he living?
They have another Astral. Okay.
So no was the answer.
Who needs a blink, right? Surely he wouldn't have been able to blink out of that. That's unfortunate. I thought maybe with another OD. I guess that he needs to get the shard. He's still a little ways away from that one.
All right. Salvage this game. Let's see. How long until Cataclysm's back? I should have taken a timer.
You're not playing. You need a timer.
Well, so that I know when they can make a play.
I guess that's fair.
Because, like, right now, their only play is to smoke, blink, tree, ulti, Cataclysm.
He's veiled, too. That'll be nice.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Of course, you have to kind of hit it or something. So, slight issue.
All right, let's see if they can do it. Now, there will be those BKBs. as well as Yules. So it's going to be tough. Roll in. Gojira drops the Magnetize. Hits onto several. They roll forward. They find him. Oh, Astro there to save KXY. LTH off to the side, looking for the jump forward. Wants to get a Cataclysm down. Doesn't hit a thing. Buyback now afterwards. And no Invoker. They do drop the hammer and get Gojira, but afterwards, he's just going to get chronoed and maybe dropped as well. Whisper on the triple kill. Give this man a rampage. They're coming for you. Chase down one after another. Arms hopes to get out. The Gleipnir is there. Hector chases down LTH. The runaway train. Beastcoast are driving.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Well, it's crashing right into that Radiant base right about now. Fortunately, there's no creeps to that tier 2 in the mid lane. There is a little bit pushing in bottom, but they don't actually seem to be committing for any of that right now from Beastcoast. Just satisfied the fact that they just took a ton of space over this map and a lot of golden XP from those kills. Arms comes back down the bottom lane. Invoker back in 15. I think they need a little bit more in these two to get that kill.
Yeah. It's tough. I mean, the inventories just look really rough right now. I mean,
C-Smile is just like... He's so... It's actually just flipped, right? Between C-Smile and KXY, these two games. I mean, one could argue that C-Smile's game last game was worse than what KXY's getting here. Because he still felt like fairly relevant.
Yeah.
Whereas C-Smile was kind of like completely out of the last game, but... K1?
Okay. Overgrowth. Nice. That's a good kill here. They can finish this one off. Arms, though. Oh, the turn. Oh, the turn. Not like this. Don't let it happen. Oh, Arms, you're in trouble.
Oh, what's happening?
Oh, where was this Cataclysm?
Good Astral. Good Astral. Oh, Whisper's in behind, though.
Afterwards. But they have it. The Yule Scepter lift up. C-Smile's going to be fine. They take them all down yet again. Whisper with the chase. They're going to be there. They break the TP of the OD. Tornado only able to connect onto the Faceless Void. And one by one again, they will all fall. GG is called. We're going to a game 3. Yikes.
Well, it was slightly meant to be.
Yeah.
I think when did things look good for SG this game?
There were a couple points in there. There was some good rotations, some playing with Snapfire and Tree together. They made some kills happen. It was nice.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's true. It didn't get like crazy out of control until once I saw the Agnums on Void Spirit and I looked at Radiant's heroes. I'm just like, I think Beastcoast just wins this game. Like, I don't actually know how you're gonna kill C-Smile with like the current state of how things are going, and that certainly proved to be true. Widge and LTH not able to carry this time on that support duo. Not for lack of trying. They did make some good plays and everything, but the lanes in general just going so much more favorably for Beastcoast this time. I guess Hector died 3 times in a row. That was something.
That was the nice part. See if SG can go back to those good times themselves, or if it's going to be Beastcoast that continue the turnaround and prove their dominance in this region. We'll see what ends up happening in just a few. But first, heading on back to the panel.
All right. Well, Beastcoast does manage to bring game 2. Winter, you never stop believing in them, and you were right. That game, I think. Well, you guys agreed that it was just about Faker had to pop off. It depended a lot on the mid lane matchup, and he had to kind of recover all the lanes, and it was just a bit of a tall order for him. Not really because he played necessarily badly, but it was a lot of things to recover. And the Whisper Timbersaw always a scary threat, no matter when. What do you guys think that SG could improve upon in that game that they did in game 1? They might have not done in game 2. Lacoste.
We said it's a bit of a greedy draft. Invoker needed to pop off. He died level 2 or level 3. Not sure, the camera was not on him, but definitely not something that should happen on a mid lane. And at one point, Chris Luck was almost double as farmed as
I think
KXY.
triple at some point.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, in the end, but he needed to recover. Spirit Vessel, I love it. It's good. Like, you have this extra bit of a damage, overtime damage, especially against the Timbersaw that you need. It's just like the Snapfire plus Invoker needed to be the playmakers. OD can move around a little bit, but he got shut down on Invoker, and that was pretty much the key. I don't think Crystallock could have asked for a better game on himself on his Void Spirit, and yeah, as you said, like Whisper on a Timbersaw, putting a ton of pressure, like just dying once. What he did was pretty much circling around the bottom tier 1 tower for such a long time and dragged 3 creep waves to his tower, and then they didn't have enough damage to kill him.
I mean, it's just the story of the mid laners. Game 1 it was KXY on Quap. This game it was Chris Luck on the Void Spirit. I think they were just both allowed to do so much because of how well they did in the laning phase itself. And yeah, I mean, nothing much the others could do. You know, they put up a valiant fight despite the Invoker being so far behind. There was like a couple of points in the game. They were like, I think 4-5k behind, and then they got a couple of pickups here and there. I think it was the Void Spirit. They killed. Sorry, not the Void Spirit. The Faces Void. They make a smoke. They go to the Ancients. They kill him like 3 times in a row, I think. Yep. And the game started to have some sense of balance. But then after that, Beastcoast just decided that they had enough, and they were playing like so beautifully on the map, rotating around. Like the Void Spirit, he was always pushing the lane so far, and SG just couldn't deal with the waves and the movement of the other heroes fast enough. The waves were always constantly shuffling in, so they had to send someone to clear the wave. But every time that happens, the smoke gang is already there to kill the person who's taking the wave, so they couldn't deal with the pace of the game.
Also, they did, like there was one point where Invoker finished off his Ags. There was a Cataclysm. I don't think it hit anything. It was.
Was it because of the shard? The shard actually pushed the. Was it the? Was it the? Yeah, the Snapfire shot pushed the hero away, so he couldn't land the Sunstrike. I think it was that.
Yeah, but overall, like they still don't have like the best setup. Treant Protector ulti into it sounds good. They will have like Eul Scepters, Lotus Orbs, BKBs at that point, so it's not gonna be easy to execute. Overall, Beastcoast, it still feels like. Maybe it's their style, but if they want to go and compete against like international teams, they also need to play all of these matches like they matter. It's like, you know, you're playing every single match. Yeah, pretty much. Because if you don't practice discipline, you're not going to be disciplined when it comes down to that. So you always have to like try not to overextend. It's their own play style. They're a bit, more the Vaidotka type of a team, but you can see some of the downsides from it as well.
But at the same time, they're really comfortable with this kind of play style. You know, maybe it's not the the cleanest way of playing, but sometimes you need the players to be comfortable so that they can bring their best. You know, even though it means that sometimes you're gonna have some messy games here and there. But it's the way some teams work.
Yeah, and that's been a question for Beastcoast, particularly from the South American fans for a really long time during the online period. Pre DPC, they were even though they got top place at TI, they qualified to a major, they were doing really well. All of a sudden they dropped, right? And then the meme became that every week one of the players on their streams would say some sort of excuse, like, "Oh, this player was sick. Oh, we had bad food the other day. Oh, we're not in the team house."
Bad food.
Yeah, that was one of the excuses they used. Like, I mean, dude, it's 6 months of a weekly excuse as to why they lost the game. It became a bit ridiculous after like a month, and then they continued that for 6 months. And the joke was that Beastcoast has a serious mode, right? They have modo serio, they call it, and they only do that sparingly. They only use it in small drops.
I believe it,
right?
Look at the game 1. Like Chris Lucky was like tilted so much from the solo kill in the lane. The last game he was so good. I think it was like minute 6 when the Bloodseeker, he was close to reaching level 6. They just killed Invoker in mid lane, and they knew he kind of knew Invoker was going to TP bottom because Bloodseeker was almost at level 6. He wanted to rupture the Timber, and then the Void Spirit, before the Invoker was respawning, he already TP'd bottom, and he was camping and waiting for the Invoker to go down and rupture and kill the Timber, and then they killed the Invoker again after the Invoker TP'd down. That was actually so good. Like one game he plays like a god, the other game he plays like whatever, I don't care about the game,
Yeah, it shouldn't happen. At this level, for the team that has international experience, they should know better and just overall try to reduce the tilt But I guess just how this team works. I mean, who are we to judge them?
It feels like it's also probably a motivational thing. Like some players, they find it like when maybe they found out, oh, the major got cancelled, they're just playing for some points, some placement, and then it's hard for them to get motivated for every single game. And I know some of the players, they don't really like the format of you have to put camp like the whole time, but 1 week you play like just one series, and it's hard to keep up the motivation throughout like for the whole 2 months. Maybe the first month is easier. You're still not bored of the food yet, but in the second month you get bored of the food, and then you see this guy, he's not cleaning up the plates after he's eating. He leaves.
Yeah, you're right.
He leaves the trash there, and you get angry, and then you can't play well.
Yeah, because like I personally, I don't think I would be able to do what I did like right now, what I did, back in the days, especially when the travel arrangements and everything weren't the greatest. Like there was not so much money in the esports in the organization, so sometimes you had to suck it up, some things. I agree. Like staying together with people, like sometimes you can't even, you have a fight with your wife and you love her the most, but these are the players. These are players that you play Dota with, and there's 5 of them, maybe even a manager, a coach. So there's like 7 people around that you need to be all the time, especially if you're boot camping for a long time. You kind of get bored of it. But let's check the draft this time around. Beastcoast, once again, banning out 2 same heroes. SG making a bit of a adjustment, deciding to remove the Timber Saw, which Whisper really played well, and also opening up with the Earth Spirit one more time. I like.
So if you ban Timber, you want to open with Trent? Is that what's the plan is?
Maybe. I don't mind Quap. I think they should get Quap straight away. The hero is just too valuable.
And they didn't.
Yeah.
They went Bane Snapfire. Interesting.
I agree.
What do you think of
personally
this
feel
opening,
like
though?
I personally feel like when you open in second pick, I know some teams they like to open with 2 supports in this kind of when you're second pick. But I personally feel like I would rather have like one core that's flexible and then a support.
Silencer, not a great hero, but against both Bane and Snapfire, you have this ulti to stop both of them pretty much, especially because they love to play together. Bane, Fiend's Grip, Snapfire ulti, it's always going to be really good. And Beastcoast is one of the teams that loves to run Silencer 5, maybe even offlane, so could be potentially a good pick.
Oh,
not
GG.
necessarily right now.
Game is over. Game is over. We're done. Let's go home.
Also, like Dragonite. Dragonite was historically the counter to Queen of Pain, counter to Puck, because you don't lose the lane. You always have this reliable stun. Not anymore. Like Dragonite is not as strong. He got over nerfed because he was super popular because of Dota anime, and just doesn't.
The stun got nerfed too much, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Do you think it was the anime that made it popular?
No, we needed Dragonite to be good during the anime time, and then we had to nerf it. Now anime is coming up. Dragonite probably gonna receive a couple of buffs.
I mean, sounds about right.
Meta.
We saw some new heroes. Lina was the new one, right, in the trailer?
Yeah.
And we have
what is
going to
be
dragons.
your voice line this year? What music are you gonna copy?
Depends. It depends. I have to listen to the anime and steal the voice line from there.
See what inspires you when you're watching it.
Yeah, I'm not as good as you, Avo. Yours has been super popular. They've been spamming it, and it's a good one. Rat-ta-ta-ta-ta.
It's just because I forced Oscar. I don't know if you saw last game. I tell him every game I spam him. It's like I still need more voice line money, please. Anyway, we have a draft in front of us. Thank you, Lacoste, for indulging me there with some nice praise. But I would like to hear your comments on this because Bane Snapfire, not the strongest opening. You talk about the co-op. What could condition a team to start with these 2 supports? What makes you think that this is the right pick?
Quap or Bane Snap?
No, the Bane Snap. Like what makes
it's strong combo.
thinking?
This is something that T1 ran during the first season, even the second season, 2021, they've been super popular, and they played very well with these two heroes because you feel like you can do stuff around the map. They also had like Snapfire plus Lion combination was one of the most played ones, where you always feel like you can do stuff with these two heroes, and if one is not having a good game, the other one can, you know, carry you to that like 10-15 minute type of a timing. But both of them right now are super strong in the lane, and you have BKB piercing ability, you have a bit more of a tower damage, you have Roche taking with Snapfire, the minus armor is valuable. So I don't think necessarily opening it up with your 4 and 5, if these are the ones, is bad. I like
I
it.
mean, the thing is like when you open up with your 4 and 5 like this, like you mentioned just now, or there's always this kind of picks back you can counter right away, like a silencer, or even in this case, I feel like even the Earth Spirit is already good against the Snap and the Bane in the team fights because of the silence. It's easy for you to either cancel the Mortimer's Kiss or the Grip. And because you open up with 2 supports like this, certain carry heroes become a lot more valuable. Like these 2 supports, I feel like they are not so good against illusion-based carries like PL or like Terror Blade in some way. But at the same time, I do understand that why certain teams, when their second pick like this, they want to open with 2 supports because they want to save the core picks till later. And the way you do this is you just pick supports that are really strong in the lane so that you open up a lot of heroes for the other core players to pick, because the lane is going to be strong, so you can pick pretty much anything.
Yeah, I think you explained it a bit better than I did. I just like see things. I've seen this so many times that it works out well for the teams. But Queen of Pain, a lot of protection for co-op. One of the worst things she can play into is Coil. Lina does well. I've seen Lina beat Queen of Pain to one extent, and also Invoker, like you don't care too much about the Shadow Strike damage. You can out-region it, and then that means you're doing well as well. This time around, Queen of Pain plus Earth Spirit, similar to what happened in Game 1 when they had Spirit Breaker plus Queen of Pain. They can play very aggressive. They can get so many kills out on the map early on.
Wow.
Okay.
That's interesting.
So this could be to block potential silencer pick as well. You were talking about being really nice.
Ruin him. You know what? If they want to like completely ruin this Night Stalker, if this is K1 Bloodseeker, pick Viper as well, because Viper Bloodseeker, they've been historically very good always against the Night Stalker. He loves to run in and then either Rupture or Viper Strike, and he's done. Like there's not much he can do.
I mean, the thing with this kind of lineup, it feels like pretty like unstable, you know. For this, okay, there you go. The silencer anyway. Is still gonna be picked. I mean, it's just way too good against the Bane and the Snapfire. And you guys mentioned earlier that it's like still a flex pick, right? For them, it can go off lane or position 5.
Yeah, I mean, Silencer Earth Spirit is not a bad lane if they want to run it as the off lane. They still don't know the matchup, so they will have to reveal one hero right now. So this will give information to Beastcoast what they want to do with it.
How do you think the Night Stalker vision could be abused this game? Are there any picks that come to mind that are pretty good here?
Tinker.
Right, that's what I would think. But like, is this a good Tinker game? Can they run it?
I've seen this like thinking Night Stalker plus Tinker, and I think he was playing against the Bloodseeker, so a lot of that is taken away. Even if they were thinking about it, it's not good anymore, because what you want to do with Night Stalker is provide vision, and Bloodseeker in 90% of the time will use that Rupture on you, so you will have to stand still, which means you're not going to provide vision for Tinker, and a lot of the damage from rockets will not be there.
Yeah, I think their lineup right now, it would be much better if they have a faster hero that can brawl, you know, like some kind of like against Silencer, I like to pick Tiny, because you want a hero that can actually just get to the Silencer and kill him right off the get-go, and then you take out the global, or at least you force the global to be used in a very defensive manner, then it's not so good.
Okay. Night Stalker has a difficulty fulfilling that because of the Bloodseeker, right? So maybe they can pick another hero that can fix that role. What do you guys see the Kunkka as, by the way, right now? Is he mid or carry, or like what are you leaning towards?
Does Arms play Kunkka? I don't think I've seen him play Kunkka, right? Does he?
I don't know.
Not that I remember.
We haven't seen him. Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, if he doesn't play Kunkka, they can just pick like maybe like some Gyro and then just keep fighting. I'm sure he plays Gyro, right? I don't know, but I think the main
I'm sure he plays He plays PA. You know, that's what we've seen him play.
I'm thinking more of anything that is kind of brawly. Maybe even like they need to show what this Bloodseeker is, because I don't think they can like hide it anymore. I don't think you can pick like a carry off lane type of a hero that they can swap between Bloodseeker and this. So Razor is still in the pool after they see like where this hero is going. So this could potentially be it. But then again, it's not the greatest matchup against Quap. Earth Spirit can run away, but maybe it's gonna be a lane matchup. I'm just like thinking out loud.
I mean, Night Stalker is just weak in the lane, so I think pretty much almost anything can do well against NS off lane.
Yes, I do think that when Beastcoast runs the Bloodseeker, it's mostly on Hector, though. So I would be surprised if that was the case.
SG Esports turn to Legion.
Oh, LC. Yeah, the one of the best offlaners when you don't know the carry matchup, blind pick. You can just pick LC and you feel good about it.
I was waiting for that comment. Thank you, Winter. I appreciate that. At least one mention per game. Thank you. You can receive your check in the mail.
Yeah, that's a really good pick with their lineup. Luna and Night Stalker, Night Vision. And Luna is also one of the heroes that when you get Rupture, you don't really care. You just stand there, right click, whatever, just do your thing, cast your spell.
Is this a good end to the draft, like Oz? Do you feel like this rounds it up nicely?
Yeah, they have a strong draft. It's a lot of early tempo. It's also a lot of scaling into mid game. Like this is super strong lineup if you're talking about like 20-minute mark with the nighttime. A lot of damage. Luna, she can pop off in this game. Also worried about the silencer. I mean, I called a pick, but I've seen this hero fail so many times. Like you become useless in a lot of situations. You become a global, and they have good ways of like getting on top of you, especially with the Night Stalker. I think this could be interesting. Like this could be straight up 50-50, but this is also one of the drafts that I'm like Beastcoast. I look at the heroes, I like know this is Beastcoast draft. Like Bloodseeker, Silencer, Earth Spirit sounds like them.
Yeah, well, one team has the better draft, but the other team has the more comfortable. You know they're gonna play like this. Their draft most of the time, like especially Beastcoast, you're gonna feel like the opponent has a better draft, but and you gotta think about but Beastcoast likes to play like this, and they're the better team. So you're like, okay, your heart tells you look at the draft and make a decision, but Beastcoast is Beastcoast, So I think they're gonna take this.
Okay, Beastcoast is Beastcoast. What a way to summarize the analysis. They will take game 3. That's what my panel thinks. Will SG be able to surprise the panel? Will SG be surprising the casters? We're gonna have to find out. I want to hear what Lyrical and Trent have to say.
Will SG surprise themselves even? That's the real question. Can they take it all the way, all the distance for all the marbles, Trent? What do you think?
Yes.
I was actually asking you. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, they can.
All right.
I tried to do a surprise thing on the camera, and I came in too late. It was pretty rough.
It was great. You know what? You try something. Sometimes it goes well. Sometimes it falls over.
Sounds like game 1 and game 2.
You're not wrong. And let's get right into game number 3 because we are already into it. No pause is here. No pause is needed. They're ready. Now, one thing that I will say, the panel mentioned this. I kind of feel like Luna's a really good hero. They're talking about Rupture being able to punch people. I think Luna's a good hero to play when you're the underdogs, because it's like very clear how you win the game if you win your lanes. Hit the triangle, get Roche.
And it's also one of those heroes like Terrorblade where, I often will harp on teams maybe for going a high ground a little early. But Luna can bypass that sometimes, because sometimes you just go high ground and the game ends because you've killed enough heroes. So if they find that opportunity, maybe SG can seize it. And that's why I do like it as an underdog hero here as well. So
30 seconds.
I don't know, the Lyrical. It's a tall mountain. It's Beastcoast. Can they do it?
I think that Beastcoast definitely woke up in game number 2, and sort of got their rears in gear a little bit, ready to play. But there's definitely still some concerns that I got. Last game wasn't completely clean, particularly in like that mid-game area, and that's the point in time in the game where SG are likely going to be like taking over So that's something to watch for, and it's something I'd be a little bit concerned about. 3 bounty runes already starting for SG isn't a terrible way to start it. And the other thing is they've got great lanes on SG. Look at this, Bane. Who doesn't love Bane?
Bane's a good hero. Probably one of the absolute best heroes right now, especially if you're a 5 player. So laning into Legion Commander, though, also a full game versus Legion Commander. Pretty annoying, obviously, with the Dispel.
Oh, no. Having a disconnect. This is a rough one. Hopefully
that's okay. Yeah, it just gives us time to take a look at these lanes. As top lane, though. Oh, jeez. Oh, we're dropping them everywhere. Okay. Top lane, we're going to have Night Stalker Core with the support Snapfire here. Silencer, I could see having some issues. Not only just because he's disconnected, but also because, you know, you don't get to bully the same way as Silencer anymore.
No, it's true. And that's something else to speak to. I was wondering if they were going to bring back the old Whisper Classic of the Silencer 3. How do you change the color of the text that you put out? Is that just if you go to TI?
It's magic, my friend.
Okay.
No, it's just everyone's been able to do it.
I want my text to be purple.
Someday.
Dare to dream. All right, well, let's see. Down bottom, Widge trying to trade a bunch of hits here onto Whisper. Obviously, having that Lunar Blessing at the start and already really good base and Brain Sap. This is going to be a hell of a tough lane. They're double melee into this, too. You have to win this lane if you're SG.
I think you bide your time until you're level 3 on 2 heroes, and then you go for kills as Beastcoast. But until then, yeah, you're just kind of chilling. Mid lane, C-Smile already dropping pretty low here. Tough matchup. Queen into the Kunkka. So hopefully KXY can get his mojo back after game 2. Because I feel like he should be off to a good start. Ooh. And up here up top, though.
Oh, sorry. If he hit that torrent, C-Smile is dead. No point in blink yet.
There are issues for Hiko and LTH, though, just because you do have this Bloodseeker with Silencer combo. So Silencer can't be the super bully like you're able to before because everyone has a courier and there's more regen coming out. But if you get the silence and silence, you get the bonus damage and Arcane Curse, which is kind of cheesy. So we'll see if that comes into play.
Straight and hit some more constantly. And backing out, Widge. Is he going to be okay? How's the salve? Pops it now and Whisper. Not going to be able to run down that pesky Bane. Instead, it's Gojira that does break that salve, but still has Brain Sap available. And level 2, level 1 supports. Trading hits constantly.
He's doing some math here. He's like, I might get this kill.
Oh, good job there. Trading over the Nightmare. Whisper knew that he would have been dead otherwise.
And Widge ran. There's a Windlace too. Very good choice. Just gives him enough spacing here.
Good damage there. LTH on to K1 Hector. And C-Smile back towards mid. Gets hit by a random torrent. And is still taking a lot of damage. But you can see going for this no blink build. Instead wants to be able to stand toe-to-toe against this Kunkka. But it's a lot of harassment. And as the levels get up, it only starts to go up even further, the amount of damage you're able to deal with that Tidebringer.
And really, what are your counterplay options in this game? I guess Gojira coming through would be huge.
Right.
You know, you have the Earth Spirit, the best hero in the game, at assisting your mid lane. Unless you're a really good Mirana.
I guess, though, you compare, C-Smile does have more denies, so that part at least has been good as Widge. Gotta be careful. Oh, tanks the stun, but Arms, he can end up paying the price for it. It looks like it. First blood drawn by Whisper. What a way to start it. This is the lane they're supposed to win, Trent.
Well, I mean, they bide their time. They made it until level 3's up. You got more spell power happening. The roll being available even at level 2 obviously make a big difference. Widge was playing so aggressive before trying to hold it down as long as possible so the roll was there. But once that initiation is an option, problems will arise. It's not so bad, though. I mean, Luna's still top of the net worth board. Yeah, dying kind of stinks, but she's still feeling kind of all right about the situation.
Right. Well, and you would think that having this nice power spike also that they get of getting plus 15 damage instead of just plus 5 would be really good for SG, but didn't end up happening that way. And, well, bounty rune picked up by C-Smile now. Arms trying to finish off and get the last on that creep. Whisper, as they are blocking out the small camp, won't give it to him. Freebies at least. Back towards mid. XY. Man, and even X's himself to come back in. That's awesome.
Oh yeah, you're not missing on anything. That's true. Yeah, in like the panic TP home to still go for that. Easy, and just secured water runes too. Very nice.
Still is a little bit behind in terms of levels, so has to watch out for that level 6 coming out from C Smile. But off to a decent start is Widge. Going to trade some hits with Gojira. Does the kickback, make sure that he won't end up gaining any trouble there at all. And still biding their time. Only 1 kill so far. Go.
Oh.
Ooh.
Is that actually gonna save him? I think it is.
Yeah. Well done.
Oh, he's taking so much damage. He's gonna get the double.
Dude, I think he's got him.
Yeah.
He's done. Well done. Hector picking up a kill also.
That is crazy. I remember it is 2 times slow and damage, so even at level 1, that adds up very fast. That's equivalent to being hit by level 3 Arcane Curse when you're silenced.
That's so much damage.
Yeah, it's actually ridiculous.
They need the Snapfire to rotate in here. The jump comes out. Cookie afterwards connects onto both of them. Well played, and the passover of the salve to boot. Dude, Beastcoast thought they had an opening right there, and SG just outplayed him with the rotation.
A little bit rough there. Good support plays, and of course, Hiko also the wave pretty close to his tower, so nothing really lost by not having any help up here. And, well, plus it's nighttime, too, so you have that freedom at this point to actually leave your lane. So kind of poor timing, I guess, from Beastcoast to go for that then.
God, and, I mean, Quad Pit's level 6 is going to TP back towards mid. Still doesn't have Blink skill, then obviously you want to have access to that Sonic Wave. Wait, did she actually TP back? No, she TP'd bottom. But they scanned to see that she wasn't there, and now going for Arms. Arms is going to be the one that gets punished from that.
Oh, neutrals, though. Guys, neutrals.
Oh, my God.
Also,
that's crazy.
I did my research because I was pretty sure that got nerfed. The tooltip's not updated. It is 1.7 now. It's not double.
Good job, C-Smile. That was a hell of a blink out.
Where's my
Cookie afterwards chases. C-Smile dodges the boat, but can't dodge KXY, and Brain Sap gets the kill.
Oh, you're so concerned about the events happening in this
What-
game
what-
and
tell me
not the
about
fact that I'm correcting. It's actually 1.7 now. Please ignore the tooltip because I was like, didn't that get patched? But then it
Okay.
wasn't changed, and I thought maybe I was crazy. But yeah, it is 1.7 now.
All right.
So
The Arcane Curse you're talking about.
yes.
Yeah.
So we're good.
Easy peasy.
He also did just get out that big old stack there, and Hector only 1 point in the blood right though, since he's a safe lane, so not super easy to go steal, but they could fight for it if they wanted, especially if C-Smile wants to make the rotation over. Get all up in that Radiant Triangle. A value curse from Stinger gets it on Hiko and the creeps. Look at that.
Nice.
Yeah, look how much damage he's doing. This is how you farm.
That's the way to be. Well, at least for now, still a very small disparity between all of these heroes, but the one on bottom is the Quap. Despite being able to make that rotation over and kill the Luna, still only seen at 2,500 net worth. Has kind of been forced out of lane a bit, but it's a creep wave there now as she's passing by.
Yeah, no real opportunities for kills. The one time they go for a play, the TP happens. Speaking of TPs, KYXY actually goes bottom.
Oh, yeah. That's a nice one. Moves on in. And Widge, why'd you take that kill? What are you doing? Well, regardless, they get the kill. LTH.
He'll give him the smoke.
Ooh. They're going to get LTH. Are they going to try and take this stack right now?
Yeah, they planned for it. I mean, they came in, they brought the ward and everything, too.
That's crazy because
They
they
have
saw
smoke,
the
though.
Kunkka TP'd.
Yeah, they're still running for this, but they're going to be too late. Maybe freehand torrent onto C-Smile?
Okay, looking
Oh,
for
he's
it. They
dead.
pop ulti. Hiko is there. Vision is out. C-Smile tries to get away, but to no avail is going to get ran down. Sonic Wave, not nearly enough. They did kill off the Night Stalker. Might get Widge also. A very weird battle going on. Duel out also. They're going to get the silence. They actually get the kill. Wall duel is happening with the Tidebringer on Stinger. Super weird. Another Tidebringer hit on to Whisper in K1. So in the end, I don't know who came out on top there, Trent.
Yeah, what are the totals here? Gold-wise, it is Beastcoast. Pretty significantly, 2 to 3. Lots of XP, plus most of the camp, I think.
Oh my god. Hector, don't die
no.
here.
Dude, Hector's
Not
having
like
some
this.
issues today.
Not like this. Not like this. Does he get a neutral deny? Not gonna happen. Hiko gets the finish. And the grip back towards mid. Arms comes in and takes down Whisper.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yo,
SG?
they doing it?
Big gamer energy here, perhaps?
We'll see. I mean, interestingly enough, too, LTH is going this time for what I think is going to be a mech build. Oh, 3 points up an X. See, Smile. They have Boat again. He's caught. Do they have enough for the finish? Oh, Cookie.
No,
Oh, the Cookie.
no,
The Cookie.
no.
See, Smile.
You're not allowed to get that kill. That is not allowed. That was an illegal play.
Dude, can you imagine?
He's about to get tome. He's going to be 6. I was going to say that like they're just waiting for the tome because then they can just smoke Bane and Snap and go get a kill. And then that happens. Meanwhile, Wage is doing double stacks in the Radiant Triangle. All for Arms here. Coming with the Mask of Madness. Oh, juicy triple Ancients here. Oh, let me hold alt here. That's 454 gold.
Nice.
And another 179 in the hard camp.
Man, this is looking pretty good for SG. I mean, they're going to hit a strong timing if nothing else. And I don't know if Beastcoast are going to sort of be there fully.
No, it won't. I really, really think that SG are in an extremely good spot right now. I'm just looking at the Tricore versus Tricore. I would way rather have SG's heroes and their support duo.
I'd rather have their lineup just
Yes.
as a whole.
Facts.
Fair. Which?
Oh, I'd say that though. Not the dead one though.
Stick? Dude. You'll take that.
Yeah, you'll take that. That's value.
I mean, I guess also for Quap to get your game going, you'll take that also. So
We'll call it okay on both sides.
both players will take that, Trent.
Now that they have a choice. KXY maybe able to hit an X here. Nope, not going to head on in. I mean, Snap's sitting there with kisses, so certainly tempting. I guess the global is there as a threat to actually shut that down. Maybe Stinger is the key.
Ooh.
Is that they overcommit to a fight and some big global happens. That is definitely the X factor I'm not taking into account right now.
Well, he hasn't had to use it yet. And obviously a great answer for the Bane in the late game.
No. You don't want him.
Jira?
You wanted the queen.
Dire's structures are
I believe they knew from this ward.
Right.
Just by the way Arms was playing.
I think, I mean, I guess that it's going to be hard for them to get kills with Bane with that global being up. Do you think that Stinger just tries to hold it for, like, whenever somebody gets grip?
I think that they just need to offset their grip and their kisses.
Okay.
It's like one gets global, the other doesn't, you know?
All right, I see what you're saying.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
How long is it level 1? 4.5 seconds, global silence.
Radiant's
Crazy.
bottom tower has fallen.
Well, towers being traded.
Is under attack.
Hector already has Maelstrom done, and on the Arms side, he has the Dragon Lance completed and flying out to him. Man, I love farming as Luna. One of the most
I know, it's
peaceful
so
things.
satisfying. Yeah. It's also just such a nice feeling Luna game. That's what I like here. Is I just see that, you know, you got Night Stalker on your team, so you got some nighttime shenanigans, but mostly I just like having buffers, and I see a lot of buffering heroes where I can just kind of chill behind everybody. This is a very forced play. Okay.
Wait, global made
That
a
was-
bit too much, but
That was intentional, yeah. They actually just wanted that global, but if they catch Luna, that is so not worth.
and won't be able to. See, Smile, nothing to break it. They get all of Beastcoast to TP top, and now going to try and take over their triangle. Or just that small camp. Man, no global though. Ready to battle. Snapfire Kisses, good to go.
It's an awkward angle, though. And you're doing it just as 3.
Dark Ascension, they find one. Pretty good one to get. Hector afterwards going to rupture Hiko, immediately TP's out.
Oh, the torrent! There was a torrent way in the back that actually caught the potential roll-in from Gojira. That was
Whoa.
insane. He torrented to where he thought Earth Spirit would TP, and he was right.
That's sick. Nicely played. You can see, like, they're I think Beastcoast are playing this, like, very passively at this point, just trying to dodge this, like, early aggression that's coming in.
And SG are going to play into that too. They're telling Luna right now, Widge is drawing lines, saying, look, just farm all the way through to mid tower, and that's when we're going to push. So whenever Luna gets here, that's when we force this tower.
Still a ways away from being able to complete BKB. Oh, she's actually going to keep the Dragonlance. We've seen a lot of Luna's disassemble Dragonlance to finish BKB earlier. Interesting.
Usually I wouldn't like this, but I can actually see the reasoning here because there's going to be a lot of like silence stuff happening. You're not going to have the BKB in time for when the team actually wants you to join the fights, and the strength is going to do more than the 24 damage.
All right. Fair enough, fair enough. Staying alive.
But usually I hate it.
Bitch. Hot. Oh, he just rolled in to get X. Now Whisper is there for the press the attack afterwards, but still gets hit by the boat a second too early on that press the attack, and it gets punished. And now, natural nighttime, they're going in to hit the tower.
Stinger doesn't actually... He doesn't have mana for global right now. So if they went for a kill, there's actually no way to start. Now they're going to see him. Now they know. They see
Silence.
Stinger.
They're on him. Thinking about it. Goes forward for more. Global comes out. Able to pop stick and survive through it. Now trying to TP out on Hiko. And again, nothing to break it. Drops the Sonic Wave. Living at home. They take down the silencer and now looking for more. The tower's already dead. Torrent. Oh, they were trying to anticipate a juke. Doesn't come out. Whisper does the old walk in a straight line.
They're on the run.
Yeah. They find
Bane?
Hector.
Oh, that was so close.
Look at that ward drop. He was looking.
I can't believe that almost worked. He's just like, yo, can you just like cookie onto that, kill these trees or something? Like, someone please.
That ward is going to get them a kill later. I know it.
Yeah,
Feel
it's
it.
a value. Juke back the exact same spot.
Well, 2,000 gold lead for SG, and now they find the X onto C Smile, dropping everything. No help. Legion wasn't there.
Stinger's just dead too. That was so free.
Dude, this early combo was that the Yules coming out also for Quap?
Yeah, it must have been.
She had the Void Stone. Oh god, that's so frustrating. That was the saving.
Look at Gojira. He's trying to chase Hiko.
They
Oh,
take him
okay.
down.
All right, that was cute.
Well done.
Hector though. Let her rip.
Clips. Why not? Damn, dude.
Are Beastcoast gonna do this again, just like last year? Like how?
Oh. It's kind of feeling that way. It's like a combination of SG playing really well and then like Beastcoast kind of underperforming and some bad luck. Like the fact that Quap gets caught there as the Yules is coming to her. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah,
it's such a good pressure from SG to hit their timing like as soon as they get a chance.
Oh, Beastcoast. Don't let it be you. Just win. But we'll see. I don't know. I just don't see the comeback heroes this game. I feel like they're just... If the comeback's going to happen, it has to be just on the earlier end. And I feel like they're losing that grip. Now there's a Grove Bow on Luna too.
Yeah. Has the BKB done going for Scotty. Now, there are some neat things. You've got Blade Mail, Legion Commander, but Global used mid. On to see Style. He still had the Yule Scepter.
Oh, he was gripped.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, good call. I thought that it was just the X.
But even so, like, there's no turnaround. I feel like the grip cancel, but no turnaround for kill feels so bad for Beastcoast. Not that it's wrong to do it, but all right. There's no one else though.
Yeah. You smile, not worried. They had vision. Good ward up here.
Don't get X'd right now. Stinger, what are you doing?
Oh, jump forward, duel down. Couldn't get boat out. Cookie afterwards, he dodges it with the cookie. Are you kidding me? BKB afterwards, run forward, why not? Stinger is in some trouble. Now the X onto C Smile, has the Yule Scepter, so that will keep him alive. But he goes on the hunt. Oh, man.
Like, I get it. You're doing the bait play. You're trying to bait for, like, the Legion duel and all that cool stuff. But why are you, like, forcing this fight when you don't have the global? I guess you could say it's a fight under your own terms, but I almost feel like you have a better shot if they're actually trying to take an objective right now as SG with, like, the initiations you have.
Whisper. Underneath the tower. Loses his courier. and about to lose his life as they have the rundown if they want. C-Smile is there, actually. So with Stinger and C-Smile, they force back Eco, who's now going into the base. All right, nicely played there by Beastcoast to cover each other. Now a smoke up with Whisper. Ready to jump. Dual global is good, but it's still 30 seconds away. Eco spots Whisper, jump forward, tries to find him, looking for the kill. And the rest of SG back away. All right, Beastcoast starting to smoke a little bit here.
Yeah, give us a game here, would you? Pop right back into this one. No real shot at Roche anytime soon here, though, is there really for SG? No medallion. Like, I mean, they can go for it if they get like a wipe or something, but you can't just go for it based off of map control, I don't think.
Yeah. I will say that Arms is still farming very well and has, you know, Scotty, what, about a little under halfway to it.
I'd also say that
They're getting
Hector's
close.
farming extremely well. I would have thought he'd be honestly further behind. I know he's like 2K behind, but like frankly, with the way his game's been playing and the inability for them to actually like chain successful fights and stuff, I would think that Hector would be falling off more. But you know, it is Hector. He's kind of known for being able to do this.
Right. Well, it's still just a 4,000 gold lead. BKB for Night Stalker in a little bit here. Could go for the disassemble on Echo. Oh, he didn't do that either. And not about disassembling on SG.
No, they're not into that apparently. Maybe it is just the silence again, where it's just this idea of just like the tank ability is so useful to try and get through it.
That's BKB. Jump forward duel,
What a
onto
talent.
one. Needs to pop the BKB, get the boat off, but they're not going to be able. Well, maybe. Arms turns. He gets the stun. Oh my God, Arms living through it. Bring him down to 0 HP, why don't you? It's not quite on the mark in time. Arms is so
he's
freaking
getting low.
low, and they jump in and get the final touch. But the grip is going to come out. They miss the roll afterwards, and now find Silencer.
They're
You
duels.
take down her Luna. We're going to take down all the rest of you. Gojira going to get cookied and going to get killed.
Oh, meanwhile, Witch?
Oh my God, did they catch him? Yo, Widge, the
hurry.
player of the series. They move on in, and Hiko finds the finish, a full 5 wipe.
Okay, I guess he does not need help. That's a big brain sap.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Oh, he get Night Stalker. Okay, jeez, I was gonna say he got voided as well at the last second. It was like 540 damage. I was like, what?
The big one, yeah. Well, you lose the Luna, but everybody else is getting farmed.
That was insane. That boat coming through just the last second, the BKB, the turn.
Yeah.
Turning and a burning. And trying to get some vision down. Stinger running up here with C-Smile, though. Fearless. Not sure if they should be, especially with X being a thing.
Okay. Yeah, they're just going to back out now.
She has Yule. She can kite. You know, if you stick around and heroes start respawning, that's the worst feeling when you lose a fight after something like this as SG. You feel like there's no excuse to lose a fight now, right? Just go regen. Reset.
Playing around their ward. They want to play with their vision. Grip back up in 30, but they get the X now onto Gojira. Pulls back in with the Torrent, still right there, up in front, but they find the dual victory onto Widge in a bit too far. And SG, they got to back out. It was Magnetize used, and Global back up in 15.
A little surprised by that positioning. Not sure if Widge thought that they'd be closer to cover or something, but I felt like he forced that a little bit.
Speaking of forcing.
Yeah.
Oh my
All
God, what?
Maybe they won't suspect it.
Dude, with the D, Widge is like, what are you guys doing? You're crazy.
That D ward, that was a bit risky.
I mean, are they really
He's
gonna get
kicking
it?
in.
Okay, they throw out the kick. They know, dude. You guys are crazy. Stinger, he's walking in. Surely they know at this point the bash from Roche. Whisper ready to go. Boat's going out already. They pull back onto Stinger. Try to take him down. Where's the rest of the team? They're far away.
They
don't
can't
know how to
contest.
contest.
middle tower is under attack.
Oh man.
They're bold. Bold old SG. I mean, when, like you said, like they didn't have that much contest, and then once you got Stinger and like there's no save, like Global will be the save on someone else, but pretty unlikely Whisper's gonna be able to make some sort of a diving play for you. So Oh, Widge smoked up still. Has grip. Finds the queen.
Ooh. They have silence afterwards, though. Break it, but the X, the pullback, has the Yule Scepter lift up. Throws the Torrent, going to connect now into Gojira, but there it is. Afterwards, the duel, will they be able to survive through it? They already have the boat buff coming through. Actually, back up in 20. And Whisper, he's going to be the one that gets caught. X wears off as the BKB
Stinger, no.
continues.
Run.
Stinger trying to get out of there. Oh, gotta run. All right. I think SGA just want to push the tower. Trent, I think it's happening.
Look at LTH. He knows. He sees him. Ah! He didn't get the Yules. Okay, close one. Close one.
I think they've got this one. East Coast.
I won't believe it until the Ancient falls.
I mean, taking a tier 2 tower now. It's 9,000 gold lead.
It's such a bittersweet moment right now for SG, man. Like,
yeah.
We're so good. I can't wait to go play Division 2.
Yeah. You're not wrong. That one hurts. That one hurts. The one win that you get against freaking Beastcoast. Like, what? Ooh. Jump in. Looking for the control, and they will get the kill again onto Widge. And Gojira just delivers himself up on a silver platter. Arms not going to be able to run down that Earth Spirit, though. Well, looking for more, maybe. Got him. Off to the side. Stinger in no man's land. Sonic Wave goes out. Has Aghanim Scepter, so it's the low cooldown.
Chucking it out there, trying to find something. Hiko also looking to find something here.
Mira able to get the rollout. Living.
Even Whisper was there, close to help with the potential press the attack, but Arms doing a little dance in front of East Coast base.
He's ready. Going on up. Has the Grove Bow. Has the Dragon Lance. They get little Shredder on it, and Tower taking the deeps. Oh,
I mean,
man.
Whisper knows his award now. I don't know if that was just all he wanted was to scout that, but that should get dewarded by Stinger now. If you dare, that is.
Tower down. Backdoor protection just came back up again. Arms still has that Aegis. Gonna try and regen off of these creeps a little bit here as See Smile getting the press the attack. Sonic Wave out. Arms almost dead. And they actually jump in to finish him. Afterwards, Ward down. Getting a lot of vision there from both teams. SG, do they want to press for any more? They'd love to be able to get a Rax, but with Aegis reclaimed, that might be enough to buy Beast Coast some time.
Keep in mind, though, SG didn't spend anything. They have everything up, like all their spells. They are just chilling. BKBs are still there. I think getting Tower with that Aegis was not the best, but still pretty good. And now you just wait to see if Beast Coast make a mistake. And they've overextended several times this series.
Yeah, the call instead is, reclaim this area of the map. They're going to get some D-wards in, try and take that tier 2 tower top. And East Coast, they're going to try and fight this?
Whoa, Widge. The raw blink after Aether on the Bane.
Okay.
Maybe it could be an unexpected initiation, especially if he hangs way back for post-global fight.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
First couple of tier 3 newts come out. And it is a Mindbreaker on the Luna. There is a Paladin Sword which got sent back home. We'll see if that one sticks around or comes back out for Arms or not. Wild jumps forward, gets the duel. Global afterwards, wants to blow her up. Not quite enough damage in time, but with the Sonic Wave afterwards, the boat is there for the buff, but it's not going to be enough. Afterwards, the grip, they have it, but Yule Scepter lift up. This fight is looking okay for Beast Coast, but it might not be enough. Hector is the one that goes down, and with E and the Legion Commander falling as well, it might finally be too much. Good Nightmare catches Gojira. They find 4. So Luna dies again, but the big win is all on SG.
Yeah, just once again, very good understanding of their power as a lineup. Same thing happened in game 1, right? Where they would often bait out Arms, he'd die, and then they would just go in and clean things out. Oh, actually, I'm thinking about the VP game from earlier.
You know what else?
Anyway, sometimes you just gotta throw in your carry, and then it doesn't matter.
You know what else is crazy in that? Is because they all run in for the Luna, she still did the most damage to the fight than anybody.
That's insane, actually.
Yeah. Like, Sonic Wave.
It's a pretty good hero versus duel.
Living. Gojira goes back in for round 2. Oh my god. They get the duel now onto LTH, but the Nightmare tries to survive. Not going to get the duel damage.
Lyrical. Why are they all dying?
Well, you know, this is sometimes what happens, Trent. This is the way of the world. He goes out of there, though, surely. Is BKB in 5. Hanging on to it for the moment. Essence Ring, BKB, TP. Good to go.
Yeah, no duel up here. There was, did anyone buy back? Gojira bought back a while ago, but that was it? It's actually quite a bit to hand over. It was like 3.5k XP. They just pumped back into the side of Beastcoast, so some glimmers of hope. Still have some excellent vision hanging around here, though. Ward sitting dead center at half life in the middle of Beastcoast base. You hate to see that.
Yeah, it's a little weird. Well, big items coming out now. You need these neutrals if you're on Beastcoast at this point. Sonic waving creep waves. See, Smile doesn't want to present himself as a target. They have Paladin Sword for the Bloodseeker, picks up an Elven Tunic. Right now it's Titan Silver, actually. Or Titan Sliver, rather, for arms. Nifty, nifty.
Little nifty gifty from the jungle.
Has anything changed in your estimation for how this game could look going later? Like, do you see any hope really here for Beastcoast down 14k? Well, if there was hope, where would it be?
Okay, if these were like two just random teams, no. But because it's Beastcoast, yes. There's just the potential for like crazy outplay. Especially the duels. The duels are a big X factor, just like this.
They go in, but BKB comes out, and now they have Boat, and he's TP'd. Because I'm out of here.
Fine. Break them up. Chase them down.
And they get more. They will find LTH. Gojira keeps on looking. Wants to get Hiko here. Does not have Yule, so BKB, TP out, and the Nightmare.
That's fine. Force BKBs. That's all good stuff here.
Yeah.
The items just keep coming, though. Now, Satanic on the Luna.
Yeah. That one's spooky.
Duel me.
Kind of have the feeling that this next Roche could be game deciding.
Yeah, I was going to say, what do you do about that as Beastcoast, though? Like, I love the Abyssal. I would hope that's the next choice for Hector. I know he's already got the Vitality Booster, so one would assume. That's where we're going. I think that in combination with Duel would be really sick for them right now. How do you fight Roche?
Yeah,
I guess you don't fight Roche. You get a dual pick off and you take Roche. That's really the only option.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean that there is some potential if you can take this bottom tower, start pushing out the lane, force people to come back. Maybe you can, like, you know, catch Kunkka doing some X shenanigans with the Yules.
Yeah, that's true. That would be actually one very good way to do this. Arms is about to find a DD.
Bottle.
Roche not back up for another 2 minutes, though, so yeah, that bottle going to be very handy for that. Thank you, KXY. And that smoked up squad from Beastcoast, though. I asked you the underdogs, and now I just can't help but cheer for Beastcoast. This is what they do. They just psych themselves up. They can feel the crowd just knowing that, like, can they do it?
Oh, they roll right in.
That's a lot of heroes.
BKBs immediately. They got the global down. Is it going to be enough, though? Boat is out. Whisper in a hell of a lot of trouble. He's going to drop first one dead. Gojira on the other side is slept, and Witch just punches him to death. Oh, no. And now tries to get out of there. No way to break the BKB TP, but they just run down Stinger, and only 2 heroes left. Bad luck running into him right there.
Good news. The Roche is not yet. Bad news, they're in your base.
And she's dead. Wait. Press the attack. Trying to live. See, Smile gets away. Barely.
Hope.
But are they just going to go for this? The stun is there. Arms looking to chase down. No, not going to go any further. Arms has learned his lesson. Doesn't want to dive in and go crazy.
Did that hit anything?
No, there's a Yules on LTH to survive.
Yeah, that was pretty sick. 37 seconds. Everyone will be back up on the side of the Radiant. They'll have all of their spells up here as well. So not much has actually changed except for Whisper buying back. Obviously a bit of a problem, though.
True.
And LTH going to sit in the pits. Has half HP, by the way. And that could be a free dual kill. That's okay. Got Tranquils now. Tranquils and Headdress going to work.
I mean, what's interesting about this, right, is like obviously we still don't know what the situation is with all of the different. Oh, wait a minute. Which? Gotta hide. What? Oh, the blink! Oh, gets out of there. Not bad. Trying to get back together with the rest of his team.
Look how hard he hits Kunkka.
And they do it dual dead. That's a huge kill. Buys back immediately. Can they go for any more? Now the global comes out. No BKB on. Well, he does have the BKB on Kunkka and trying to control. Good torrent lift up. Press the attack afterwards. Keeps Hector alive. But all the damage coming out. And the stun from the Snapfire makes the kill happen. Singer hoping to get away here. And on the other side, they found C-Smile. And C-Smile is going to drop. Or dead. SG. Just looking too pretty here.
Oh, they really are. Yeah. I mean, the start was good. You could see that the Shard really put in the work there. Every time he hit Kunkka, he was just dying because of that bonus damage on the Bloodseeker. But the quick buyback, KXY seeing the blood in the water, the Sharks of SG. I think they did it.
They're going in all
By the way,
the
Bloodseeker
way.
had buyback, and he bought an item.
Buyback. They're ready for it.
Yeah,
SG.
He had buyback. I'm like 95% sure he had buyback when he died. I could have swore I looked, and now he doesn't.
Oh, no. That's really bad. And Sonic Wave is out to try and slow the pressure, but it's coming in too fast. See Smile open with all he's got, but the duel won't be enough. The Glaives are still hitting the Ancient.
Well, she's winning.
You can duel, but it's not going to be enough in the end as they turn their sights on the throne. SG, they take the series 2-1, and Beastcoast can't believe it.
I'm sorry, do I have Beastcoast muted?
Nope. Unreal.
Excuse me? No GGs?
Dude, it hurts.
That one hurt.
It hurts. You know why it hurts even more? Because if you look at the standings after today now, you have Thunder Predator at the top 6-0, Beast Coast, Infamous, Apu King of Kings, all at 4-2. Now, we don't know what's going to happen with any type of post things going on. We know that it's not going to be the normal thing that we were expecting, but let's just imagine a world where there was some type of tournament that was seeded out this stuff. There's a world where Beast Coast could end in 4th, which would, it's very possible.
I'm just saying, if Valve doesn't throw a major, there's like a 99% chance there's going to be some online event, and they're literally just going to use the seeding from all the divisions. It just makes sense. That's what everyone's just going to do, guys. If you're a third-party tournament, it's the freest layup of all time. No one can argue about the seeding. It's good. Don't lose your last games.
Yeah, and this is a big one. And the last game that they play is against Thunder Predator, and very real talk. Like, that would mean that, like, if the things work out the way that we think it was, one of Infamous and Apu King of Kings is going to be up top, and then the other one is going to be playing a tiebreaker between them and Beast Coast to figure out the seeding. Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
There you are.
SGB Beast Coast.
Well done, SG. Very impressive. I would love to hear from them about how they felt about this game. And massive props to KXY bringing it back in Game 3. Crazy Game 1. And then Game 3, he really brought it home there on the Kunkka.
Yeah. It's going to be the first time that we get to hear from SG because they haven't won until now. And they've been able to do it. Well, hopefully we can make that happen. There's been some issues getting interviews every now and then, but we're going to have to head to a break and hear from the panel to break down all that action. Let's go to them now.
I am doing my best to get an interview with SG because it would be really hype, as they would be the first interview they get to give us, and against Beast Coast nonetheless. So while I do that, I would like to hear from you guys. What happened the last game? This was a full Beast Coast panel for once. Lacoste, how powerful are you? How powerful are your curses? That's true.
The nighttime. Yeah, for some reason I was muted on VMix. VMix just loves to do these things. Yeah, pretty good stuff coming out from SG. Also, KXY. I'd say, extremely strong performance on him, and I'm trying to realize what his name means. It means Kunkka XU. I think that's what it stands for.
I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't know. I think it was just a. Oh. I got caught by the pun. I'm so sorry, Lacoste.
No, I thought you were lagging or something.
I was setting up the interview, and then I hear you say, "What does his name mean?" And it takes me like 3 seconds to my brain to connect that it was a pun.
It's
I'm
fine
sorry,
being
you caught
slow
me.
from time
I
to time,
apologize.
especially if you're multitasking. That's okay.
I apologize. Please go on with your comedy show. I will yield the floor.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of damage that their heroes deal is insane. Like having Eclipse, having Snapfire ulti, like Night Stalker went for more of a carry type oriented build, so he needed a bit more time to come online. Echo Saber with his talents, with the damage that he gets from ulti. Also, how many times did K1 in this game use BKB to just run away while he was being X-marked? I think I stopped counting after 4.
Yeah, it was a wild amount actually. I feel like he thought it was. I mean, there was even a couple of what did he do, right? Because he initiated. Sometimes he even got Fiend's Good, like we just saw there, right? So like his BKBs were not very impactful in general. It was just to deal with Kunkka, and that was it. We didn't really see the Night Stalker being cancelled either by the Rupture this game.
I mean, the fights was really difficult for them because of the vision. The Night Stalker always gives them the advantage. They see everything, and the LC just couldn't do anything. She wasn't very. I mean, apart from the lane where she did okay, I think during the fights and everything. But I mean, the save wasn't very useful either because it's very difficult to use it properly against like Kunkka and then the Night Stalker seeing you all the time. I mean, in general, I felt like the team fights was just very too one-sided. You know, the LC couldn't do a lot. The Night Stalker was just doing way too much, and then they have the boat, the Luna. Like everything just was just too easy in the team fights for them, even though they're up against the global.
This what happens. SG beating one team and then losing to every other reminds me of Black and Yellow from North America, where they managed to beat EG, and that was their only win.
Right. But what a win, right? You go home satisfied with that win. That's all you need, right? Maybe that's it. And maybe SG was saving all their energy for this one match, and that's why they had to lose all the other matches.
Maybe, but the boys can play good Dota. A bit disappointed they're gonna drop down to lower div, considering how well they played in this one. But it is what it is. They will have to grind back, and if they keep playing like this, I don't think it's. And if they stick together, I don't think there's gonna be an issue at all for them to come back into the Division 1 in Tour 3.
Okay, so that's good.
Kunkka XU is definitely their star player. Yeah. I feel like that guy is the most impressive player on their team. Even in the games that they are losing, most of the time, I feel like he's doing the correct things. He has the appropriate item build. There's nothing much that you can fault him for. You know, he's doing his job, but they're just losing because of other factors. You know.
Yeah. Faker's a high value player. I mean, for people that know his story a bit, he's the kind of player that he's the kind of player that was always considered really high tier. Everyone wanted him on his team as a mid laner, but he had some attitude problems, and because some of the issues that he had led to those things. Like, for example, his low hero pool. He infamously fought with a couple of captains because they were like, "Dude, you can't just play 3 heroes. We need you to play at least 5. You're a mid laner, for God's sake." And he would refuse to do that. And as time went on, and he dropped from teams, he got more and more humble, right? So SG might be getting a bargain deal with these kind of players, where he's starting to have his personal growth come up, right? So, you know, I mean, when he plays his best, Faker's really good at Dota, and that's, I think, what we just saw.
Yeah, I mean, there's always something up with the mid laners. They have, you know, a lot of ego. I think you need to be this kind of player to be successful, but over the time, you need to be able to tone it down a bit, especially if you want to play for a big team. But in terms of skill, can't complain. The man knows what's up. I've been very impressed by his performance in this whole series, but he had some like moments of brilliance in the past series. But since team was losing, they were not doing well. You know, you can't look. It's hard to look good.
I mean, today he definitely got the better of Chris Luck. You know, game 1 and 3, he won his lane. He was able to do, a lot more, make rotations. I feel like, when you say most of the big players, Lacoste are like that, I feel like it's because the pubs actually shape them to be like that.
Yeah.
Because when you play a lot of pubs to get noticed as a mid laner, you sort of develop a lot of characteristics in the game, and even it molds your personality in a way that it makes it hard for a team to play with you. That's why most of the mid laners, they take some time, to get adjusted to a team environment. Like you said, Alvaro, he needed to get kicked around. This team doesn't want to play with him. That team doesn't want to play with him. Then he soon realized, all right, maybe I am the problem instead of, in a pub mentality. Oh, the other four is bringing me down. I'm never the problem. You're blaming everyone. But over time, you tend to think differently after you get kicked a lot of times.
Yeah, I like that point actually, because that's one of the issues that the SA tends to have, which is it's very farm heavy meta, especially in pubs, right? It's a very I'm gonna solo carry the game, even when you're a mid laner. And if you talk to captains like Papita or Stinger that have been in the scene for a while, they say that when you get a brand new mid laner, right, when you get a guy fresh off ranked, for the first 2-3 months, all you have to teach him is how to not farm. Like with Dark Mago, they actually did an intensive creep camp where they would show him clusters of creeps and go, "Don't go Dark Mago, no." I just fight the urge. Don't farm the creeps. Let your carry take them, and that's how you become a better player.
But what about the small camp? I could farm this small camp and then join a fight, get extra 60 gold out of it.
Lacoste has played with these mid laners before. He knows exactly what they would say. It's like you read his mind. We're getting interview ready. Oh, he is here. Yes, it took a while. Well, we got an interview ready here with Hiko from SG Esports, their offlaner. So if we can go right to that, guys. Hello, Hiko. It's nice to have you here, man.
Hello, Evoplus. It's a pleasure, man. The first interview, actually, right?
Yeah, right. The first interview. It's really nice. I'm glad I get to interview you, dude. I know this is not the happiest moment because obviously, last match, you guys know your scoreline, but you guys beat Beastcoast. That must feel really great as a last match for you.
Yeah, indeed. Sadly, it didn't matter really much for the results for the season. But just to see the improvement of the team, we are going to stick longer. We are a new team, and knowing that we are getting more experience to get prepared for the second season, it's already a great feeling.
Right. So you're not worried at all about the Div 2. You're just thinking of the long-term project, right?
Yeah. It was expected that we would lose a lot of the games in the season. We were really confident, but after our first losses, we kind of lost confidence. And I feel that after a lot of talks, a lot of discussions in between the team, we are getting it together. Sadly, it's really late, but you know.
Yeah, the season's long, man. You still got 2 more to go, right? There's a lot of chances for you. So what were the talks like, actually? Can you exemplify this to me? How were you working on yourselves during this whole season?
It's rough in the beginning. We don't really initially we didn't know each other, and we have players that speak different languages. We speak Portuguese, the Lite, Arms, and I, and the Wij and Faker speak Spanish. And so we had a lot of problems with that. But our psychology, the guy that helps us with the mental preparing for the game, he's amazing, and he's done a great job with us to create this team bond.
Nice. Do you feel like you're close to the team now towards the end of the season? You guys are beyond just players. You're kind of friends as well.
Absolutely. I guess that for a team to work, and it's kind of like a OG's inspiring idea, is that the 5 players need to get along. It's really hard for Dota teams to work if it's just a professional thing. You don't do stuff together. You don't have this friendship, this camaraderie. So yes, we are getting along, and I think that will help the talks after the game, and this kind of stuff.
You come from, well, when you joined this SG roster, you were from the SG Energy as well, right? So for you, this has been a long time running in the org. Did the org see this as like a long-term project, like a team that will eventually come into fruition? Do you find that? Do you have that kind of support?
Yeah, absolutely. The SG Energy was the academy team. Like,
Yeah.
we were, they had the team that was playing the first division, went to TI, and they were like, we were the long-term project that like only me and Elite LTH came along. Yes, they see it a long-term project. Like, they knew we were giving our best to deliver the best results, and the ones that patronize the team too. But like, we expected to do better, that like to stick in the first division, but it's not like the end of the world to get into the second division. I guess it will be a good experience for us to like get this confidence back, if you know what I mean.
Okay. Yeah, I like that. He meant sponsored, by the way, guys. Also patrocinar, I see in Spanish. It's the same thing. Yeah, don't worry. So I wanted to. I mean, I'm really happy to get you the interview because I have a lot of questions for you. Actually, if you don't mind, more about you, because your story is very interesting to me. I know that you left competitive Dota for a while, right? Just to go back to real life, right? Can you tell me how that experience was? Because I think it was not because you didn't have opportunities in the pro Dota world, right?
Yes. I think that throughout my Dota career, I made a lot of bad decisions. Like, it really, a lot of times it comes to, there's two projects for like different teams, and if you choose the wrong one, especially in the past DPC, like we had the majors and minors and like 2 months without doing anything. If you choose the wrong team, the wrong project, you would like get like, it would be really bad for your career and your time spent. You know, it was, you felt like you weren't doing anything with your life, to be honest. So yes, I gave it a time, and I went to like study a little bit, even like Spanish, English. We spend more time with the family and wait for a good opportunity. Honestly, like, think about if I would keep playing Dota, if I would like go to the military, or if I would go to the college, you know. So yeah, it was kind of harsh, but the SG opportunity came up, and I saw it as a good opportunity. Like, especially to, as you mentioned, the SG Energy. I passed through my experience to the kind of young players in the scene.
Yeah.
So, and I was very shy in the beginning, so it helped me through this, like, it was a good personal build too. I don't know how to.
Yeah, I get it. Like it built you up as a person, right? It helped you
Yeah.
grow.
Yes.
So if I can touch on a couple points that you made here. Now, if I asked you, with these opportunities you talk about, right? Do you think that with experience you get better at identifying what the good opportunity is, or do you think there's a good amount of luck involved in that?
No, I think it comes with the experience. Like, for a good amount of my career, I had Felipe Astini to guide me through it, and it was like amazing. He made such a difference for me, you know. But after we went to different ways, and I started like, okay, now I need to see what team I will go. I'm not like sticking with him anymore. I Yeah, it came with experience, and I made the bad decisions.
Okay. Do you feel like you've learned from those decisions?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I wish the learning came earlier. You know what I mean? Like I didn't want to lose that much. Like you know when you lose and you say like, oh, I need a it's not that bad that you lose. You got experience. Like I got way too much experience. You know. So yeah.
I understand that. Yeah. Do you, as you've gotten more experienced, right, and you become a more mature player, how have you learned to deal with those feelings that you were talking about earlier about the idea that like it's rough to do the pro Dota career, the months of nothingness, you know, that kind of idea. It feels like you're wasting your time. How do you deal with those feelings now? Say like if you were not to qualify or to go with Div 2, what's your mentality now to keep more zen?
I think that as long as you're giving your best and you know that you have what it takes to like to achieve what every Dota players wants, that it's the TI. Like
Yeah.
that's the goal. Like that's what I'm imagining when I'm going to Division 2. It's not a problem that we are not going to the major. We need to build ourselves to make it to TI or have the best shot at it.
Mhm.
Uh, so like with the DPC coming, it's not like that big of anxiety anymore because
Right.
you have your the prize pool secured. It's not like first and two went to the major, third got to the minor, and the fourth one like, okay, good luck, go next. Like you have
Yeah.
your prize pool now, and you can like secure your future. You can live with it. So it's not like, oh, I need to go to work, I need to coach, I need to, I can focus on Dota.
Yes.
So yeah, I guess for every Dota player now that gets into the DPC, it's it's more, it's less anxiety involved.
Hmm. So, is that? Do you see the benefit DPC as a positive? Then do you see the leagues as a positive as a player?
Yeah, definitely. I wish it had come earlier, like 4 years ago or something. This the way that it's like two majors, one minor, and throughout this time, sponsors don't get any viewership until the major ends, and like no, there is nothing to watch really unless like a big organization makes a independent tournament, and yeah, it's really good. Like you see from League of Legends, like I don't know much about it, but it has a really good structure. Like the organizations are they have a security to make like a long project team instead of like of Dota contracts being only qualifiers, and like
Yeah. And that's what allowed SG to exist like it does now, right? Do you think that's partially due to the TPC, the SG energy and everything, right?
mhm, yeah.
Okay. Uh, well, Hiko, if I could, I would just keep conversing with you. You have a really interesting take. It's actually really nice to see your perspective, but we have to close the interview at some point. So, you want to give any shout outs here? I know that you're going to Div 2, but I think people can still follow your guys' journey. You guys heard it here. This is a long term project, so there's not the last thing you'll see of Hiko. Anything you'd like to say to the English audience to promote your team?
Oh, like we are getting a lot more viewers now to the like we're seeing more the SA scene with
Mhm.
this DPC, and you getting more importance. And I think that it's a really cool region. Like you see that the play style is really different. Even not like getting the best results worldwide, it might get at some point, but it's amazing. Like it's just like a novel. Like it's a lot of rivalry, you know, a lot of different stuff, and I it's a pleasure being like that I can wear the SG organization. Like they are being there for such a long time, and I watched them while I was just a amateur and trying to grow up, and
Mhm.
like we will make our best to represent them the best we can. Go back to the Division 1 and fight for this major slots and TI. So yeah, like I think that you hear a lot about us.
I'm sure we will. I wish you luck, man, on your journey. It's been a pleasure talking to you, Hiko, and congrats on your win again. You did really well today.
Thank you. I just want to say that I'm a big fan, Ava Plus. Like, you're amazing at the casting.
I'm a big fan of yours, Hiko, dude. You're awesome. You're an awesome player. I genuinely wish you luck, dude. I think you're gonna do really well. Thank you so much for your time, man. Thank you for
sir.
coming for the interview. And goodbye.
I appreciate it. Goodbye.
What a wholesome interview. It was really nice to hear the perspective of someone that's different, you know, with all the criticism of the DPC. It's actually interesting to hear a player that was completely for it, and one of the younger generations as well, you know. I think his arguments are also equally as valid. It's very interesting to hear that.
Yeah, a lot of insight, very lovable guy, just overall like a cheerful fella. Like you listen to one of these interviews and you like immediately become a fan of him, like you want to know more about him, like you wish him good luck, like you want him to succeed because of what he said, and you can see that he's genuinely, you know, honest about it and very happy about everything that's going on. And he's a good Dota player, so he has a good chances, I would say, to succeed in the future. Like they have to drop the division too, but also the way he talked about you know, them sticking together, having a mental coach. Not sure who he mentioned that was, but like just appreciating the things and like setting up his mind on things that need to be like fixed, and also like the working ethics as well. Just overall, I would say 10 out of 10 guy, and definitely like with the people that I play Dota with, you know, this is the guy that you want to have on your team for sure.
Indeed. Would you agree with that, Winter?
I wish all my pub teammates are like that.
Oh yeah,
so much positive energy. I think he has the right mindset to succeed. Like eventually, it's just gonna take some time. But I think if he looks at the game at this kind of perspective, he's very positive. He's always happy with everything they have. I think he's gonna go far in his career.
I'm glad. I think it's a very positive note to leave today on, especially after a victory from SG. If you guys want to continue watching their journey, you should follow this channel because we'll be doing this next season too. So we recommend here on ePulse Gaming. We do Div 1, of course, that's where everyone knows us, but Div 2 is also on this channel. And much like stories like SG, where they might be dropping, but they might be rising again, we have a lot of new up-and-comers in Div 2 that are worth watching. As Hiko said, when he said novella, he meant like a soap opera. It is a soap opera in South America. There's a lot of drama, a lot of special plays, and that's what makes this region so unique. In fact, we're going to have a Div 2 matchup right tomorrow. If you guys want to join us for that, it's going to be, again, on this very channel, and it's going to be Interitos versus Balrogs. Balrogs, one of the top teams in the region already, and they're vying for those potential 2 spots in the upper division with some well-known names like Berna, Roboceta, or Sexy Yogi, you know, were previously on Infinity. So if you guys want to check that match out, I do recommend it. For us, though, we will be back with Div 1 a little bit later in the week. It's going to be next Thursday, I believe. No, Thursday, Friday. Depends on where you are. It's going to be 7 a.m. for us, Winter. It's going to be Infamous versus Apu, King of Kings. This match pretty much decides who gets the chance to surpass Beastcoast now if they don't beat Thunder Predator, which is, you know, likely considering the performance today, but we're going to have to see. Really, really exciting. And then we'll finish off the week on Friday, Saturday with Lava versus Okori, and then Thunder Predator versus Beastcoast. Thunder Predator versus Beastcoast, an exciting match for Beastcoast, and Lava versus Okori. Pretty much the match decides who gets to save themselves from that lower spot relegation tiebreaker. So really, really hype no matter what happens. What an interesting, spicy last week.
Yeah, it's like someone planned this out. Like if this is staged, you know, so we save all the matches that need to be played out. They're going to be good for the end. I don't know. I guess just it checks out in the end. Like maybe someone said, you know, we have to schedule these guys because we have a good way of thinking how good they're gonna be, and it's gonna be last few days. There's gonna be good Dota because there's so much at the stake. Unfortunately, there's no major, but maybe there will be something. We don't know. Hopefully, Val will figure that out, and also. We might see a tiebreaker. I believe we will, considering like Beast Coast, they play Thunder Predator. So yeah, one of the teams, Hokori Apu Kings, they will be 5-2, and Beast Coast might just get 4-3, which is not where I was expecting them to be.
Yeah, I think
they lose to the bottom team and they beat the top team. Sounds possible.
Sounds
Beastcoast, honestly. Yeah, there it is. And on that note, guys, you just watched Beastcoast lose against the bottom team. It wouldn't be an SA season without them. Thank you so much for this entertainment. These guys grant us Beastcoast and, of course, SG for the wonderful matches today. Thank you, Winter and Lacoste, for joining me on this wonderful journey. Of course, to our two casters, also Lyrical and Trent, and to our great producer and observer, Fish, and the magic, or just Adrian. Adrian is a better name. We're going to go and sign off for today. Hope you enjoyed the cast. Hope you enjoyed the panels and the games. And we'll be back on Thursday with more Div 1. See you guys then.